lows and the lows. And the lows, and the lows, and the lows, and the lows. How is everybody doing, chat? कैसे YouTube बोल रहा है now is a good time to play ad. डालना ही नहीं है. आज तक ट्रेंडिंग में डाला है क्या मेरे को जो मैं तुम्हारा एड डालूं? बैठो चुपचाप YouTube. क्या करने वाला था मैं? पोल डालूंगा ना. ला 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 ये रहा. हेलो मैं क्या? हेलो चैट. व्हाट इज अप? व्हाट इज अप? बाप रे क्या दिन है चैट. G2 वर्सेस PRX. हाँ, कौन सा ईयर में जी रहे अपन? PRX वर्सेस G2. हाँ, जहां पे लोग बोलेंगे G2 प्लीज जीत तू. कम से हो भाई, कम से हो. सुनो 3 घंटा से हो. ऐसे जोक्स पूरा ऐसे जोक्स आते रहेंगे. हाँ, मी आलोए. व्हाट इज अप भाई? G2 जीतेगा. हाँ, कद्दू जीतेगा. दे विल विन कद्दूस एंड PRX विल विन आवर हार्ट्स. सिंपल बात है. जीतेंगे दोनों. हाँ, ओए बेग जरा बस अटेंडेंस लगा दे. लव यू यार. थैंक यू. तो 40 एक साथ ऐसा जो एवरी डे मैं 2-3 स्ट्रीम करता हूँ, हर स्ट्रीम में 40 आके देता है अटेंडेंस का. ऐसा एक नया स्कीम है जिधर 50 इयर्स का एक साथ सुपर चैट कर सकते. एक स्कीम है ऐसा. फिर 50 इयर्स तक तेरे को सुपर चैट करने की जरूरत नहीं. नया स्कीम है ये. नया स्कीम है, समझ रहे हो? मैं आ गया. रहेगा कि सस्ती रुपया. व्हाट इज अप? जिंक्स होने वाला बहुत जल्द से. लैंग्वेज टाइटल में डाला है, घर जाएगा. हाँ,
about what we're going to be seeing here today, but let's go ahead and get this playoff started, shall we? It's G2 versus PRX. You got XLG versus Sentinels. Day 6 of Masters Toronto.
भाई मजाक से हटकर पहली बार जिंदगी में PRX G2 से ज्यादा मेरे को XLG देखने का मन कर रहा है. जिंदगी में पहली बार ऐसा हुआ रहेगा. मतलब तुम लोग सोचो, जिंदगी में पहली बार ये मैच से ज्यादा एक्साइटेड मैं XLG को देखने को. खास दोस्त नहीं लूंगा. चुप. एक्सक्यूज मी प्लीज. नो जिंक्स ना. नो जिंक्स. सेम. हाँ ना बे, इतना हैवी PRX फैन बॉय. ओके,
We started from PC Club.
20 years से मैं
We have
PRX
tournament in
को
PC Club where
सपोर्ट
was
कर रहा हूँ,
like
लेकिन
no one know
आज
us.
XLG
And
के लिए
then-
रुका हूँ.
We win Ascension.
क्यों? लेकिन वही तो नहीं मालूम क्यों.
And then after Ascension, we start in kickoff, but we lose to EDG. After this, we practice a lot. We told ourselves we need to go Masters round.
ये प्लेयर है
And
क्या?
we are here.
I'm very hyped. We made
Deep
playoffs.
Signed, sealed, delivered.
ये लोग के लिए तो इजी मास्टर्स लग
A
रहा
lot more progression than from Bangkok, so we're on the right track. I think we showed some good
है.
resilience.
ये लोग
and
के
I
लिए
think we
मेरे
made
हिसाब
it
से
entertaining at the same
इजी
time.
मास्टर्स विन है.
Being from VCT and first
Huh?
seed, we came here to prove ourselves. So we want to show we are ready.
John will definitely have his hands
Hey,
full.
Binksy,
But
hello.
any team we play, he's going to do his homework and he's going to do his thing, and he's going to lead us to victory. No matter who you are, Sentinels is going to come out on top.
बहुत मैसेज कर रहा है.
We playing G2, they pick us. Last time when we chose G2, it didn't go our way.
G2, they say to PRX, you asked for this, you picked us.
तो पिक गेम्स
This time they
कल की
chose
स्ट्रीम पे
us.
दिखा है मेरी जान.
We're looking to get our revenge.
सेन
We
को
were in
लास्ट
the
तक लेके
opposite
जाके
shoes
विन
before,
करो बस.
where PRX picked us last
Simple
year in
weekend.
Shanghai. Actually gave me a lot of motivation to beat them. But no matter how motivated or focused you may feel, just know we're going to be more than you. And we're going to come out on top.
भाई हो रहा है
Jogemo,
बे.
I mean, he stole the trophy from us.
This
हो रहा
could be
है.
it. Another chance for Jing. It's all over. EG
हो रहा
are
है.
your Valorant World Champions.
Every time I see the LA bundle finisher, it still haunts me to this day. For Jogemo, I know you've been hitting insane shots lately, but this time we're gonna shoot even harder.
It's our standard at G2. We're built for lifting
पेरेक्स
trophies.
2-0 लिखा है भाई, जीतेगा तो पेरेक्स ऑब्वियसली जीतेगा भाई। जैसे ग्रैंड फाइनल सन
Right now,
वर्सेस
it may not
PRX
seem like it
और
because we don't have
सन
the
मास्टर्स
international one,
विनर
but eventually it's
दोनों
gonna come. And I
गोट
think
का
it's gonna
सेम
be this
विनर,
time.
सेम विनर। मेरे में PRX वर्सेस जेनजी इसलिए लिखा क्योंकि 11-1 वाला है ना, वो दुख वो मेरे दिमाग से गया ही नहीं जब मैं पिकम्स कर रहा था भाई। 11-1 से 12-12 मतलब भाई G2 मेरा फर्स्ट मैच, मेरा PRX फर्स्ट मैच 3-0 लीड पे हूँ मैं, ठीक है विशाल भाई, 3-0 लीड पे हूँ।
PRX.
वो कमबैक डूड भाई, वो कमबैक क्रेजी था भाई। थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप मेरी जान कर रहे हैं। डेनिस थैंक यू फॉर द 11 मंथ्स बंक बैक। अच्छा वो तो पढ़ लिया था। लव यू डेनिस, बाय। भाभी कैसी है?
And here we
2-0
go.
अपने आप ही
It's
बढ़ा
time to
दिया।
kick off the
Shit.
playoffs
रोक
here in
सकती है, मेरे को
Toronto.
लगा 4-0
And we're
में
starting
3
it with G2 Esports versus
ठीक है, 2-0
PRX.
पे।
A rematch from Master Shanghai. Two of the teams that have been
G2
prolific
बहुत strong,
in the
it will
sport
be
of Valorant
tough
ever
for
since its
PRX.
inception. And here we are today about to see these two
क्यों हक
titans
कर रहे हैं लोग
clash
पता
against
है?
one another, Mimi.
क्योंकि
The
घर
last
पे
time
जाने
these players were in front of a
लोग
North
क्यों हक
American
कर रहे हो
crowd
यार?
at a global event. It was Dodgemo
हाँ,
stealing
तो ये लोग क्यों हक कर रहे हैं मालूम है?
trophy
एक
away
साथ
from them.
घर पे
They
जाने
thought
के
it was
लिए।
going to be the last match for Jing. They came back.
They're
They
already
had their
crying.
lows, but
Shit,
now at
bye.
another global for their revenge.
And then we look at this Omen map select, we're going to see that Split is going to be our first map, picking up by PRX. I'm surprised because we saw in the playoffs in Americas,
Hello,
G2 actually
Prima,
beating this
bye.
match a lot. So I hope that they have a good read. Of course,
क्या
we're
लगता है
going
बंगो
to
कौन जीतेगा?
expect to see a G2 without that Deco. But as you were saying, Mimi, that double controller that has suited
कौन से टीम का मैचेस है?
PRX versus G2. थक गई हूँ मैं।
PRX in this competition. So I'm very excited to see how that starts off.
Yeah, both of these first two maps for
ये dialogue
PRX
सुना
are going to
हुआ
be
लग
their
रहा है
Yoru raised double duelist compositions. I expect G2 to want to play a really different style here. In the past, Valorant teams have been excellent in that control meta.
Why Mantrick
very
is not
slow
playing?
around the double smokes. For me,
Dinner
I
नहीं किया था
fully
उसने आज।
expect them to go that way. The question is just
शायद वो
what
second
is
map में आएगा,
Jaw's
अभी वो
play?
dinner करने
Does he
just
go
गया
back
है।
to the Raze or the Neon as he played in the past, or
PRX
do they still
fans.
want to play the Yoru? Because, well, you know,
You
Teo
can
is
make
pretty
it
much
work.
gone. Yoru is still probably
Became
one
the
of, if
G2
not
choose
the
किया, मैंने
most
PRX किया
busted
शायद।
agent in the game.
You cannot be scared when you play against PRX.
Belated
You
birthday
need to
wishes
face
to Gaurav,
off against
bye.
that aggression.
Belated
And I think that
many
having
happy
Euro and
returns
having
of the
Juggernaut, he knows
day.
exactly how to do it. We're seeing it in the video. He stole that trophy for them. And I think that today he might know exactly how to play
थोड़ा
against
drawing,
them.
थोड़ा सा
And also
casual.
do not let them get into your head. We also saw PRX taking a little bit more time in that
टोरंटो
huddle,
में
just having a
afternoon के
last final
12
words
बजे
because they
dinner,
know how
lunch,
important
lunch.
it is. If G2 are to live to expectations, this is not going to be easy for
The
PRX.
only thing that should have been said at the end of that huddle, don't let go of the
देखो अभी
gas.
उसने
Don't
डिनर
let
मंगा
go
है
of
ना
the
मैंट्रिक
gas.
भाई ने,
That's
अभी
my assessment.
आएगा वहाँ पे
That seemed a
खाएगा।
good game in the Swiss stage to qualify here for PRX.
Go करो ना
Honestly,
भाई।
they should have won
Emotional
all three
support
maps.
snakes?
They should have won split. And
Snakes
they
बोला
should
बे?
have stomped on map 3. It had to
भाई
go
देख
to
रहे हो,
OT
Snakes भाई का
because
2
they let off
million
the gas,
होते
they
ही
started making mistakes.
Direct
They have
Toronto
to
में
show
shout out
a
Snakes
much
भाई को।
more focused showing here if they're to beat a team
Lack
like
of
G2.
oxygen.
We really hope that they learn from their mistakes because Mimi, you're saying they should have won. I ended up thinking they could have lost.
Yes.
They could have lost all of those maps just because they get into their own heads. They know that they can win, and when you get so close to it, you still have to push.
Cat, I
for the
hope
win. You
आप
have
लोग
to
ने
be
wish
convincing.
करेगा Snakes भाई को 2
If
million
that
के लिए।
was the PRX that we had to see in Swiss, if it was going to happen, it had to happen in the past. And now when it
Yeah,
comes to
sure.
playoffs, when you're going up against the best of each region, you have to be prepared.
Here we go. All right. So your answers have been given here. It seems like
मेरे हिसाब से G2 को 5 सेंटिनल्स खेलना चाहिए, वरना
we
हारेगा।
are going to be getting
रोक नहीं
nothing
पाएंगे ना
really
PRX
that
को, समझ
different
रहे हो?
Yeah,
from
just
what
the
we've seen
hovers
from
for
PRX.
now from G2.
Oh,
Remember, it's
भाई
5
no
now.
way वो लोग
Oh, I
KO
realized
खेल
that.
रहे
Okay,
हैं।
look at that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm old, everyone. I'm old.
Up just yet. I think you could just
No
switch strength
way
one
वो
for
लोग
one
KO
onto
खेल
the
रहे हैं।
fade, and this comp works perfectly fine.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But Jogimo going on the race, that would be a change, right? We're speaking of him just playing the Euro constantly. If we are to see that change,
नहीं
that
हुआ
would
क्या
be
नर्फ ये लोग के लिए अभी
interesting.
तक?
Still, the hovers, they just want to keep us waiting.
Yeah, potentially. But of course, to what you were saying before about Jogamo on the Rays, I mean, sorry, Jogamo on the Euro, he's also played the Rays plenty of times
sure.
as well,
Yeah,
too. So he's got that.
It's been his best stage
Yeah,
in his
I mean,
Yeah, absolutely. But we haven't seen the race since Bind was in the map post.
W gaming
Yeah,
W gaming
good
नहीं कर
call.
सकते
I
थे वो
missed
ब्रिज
it,
के
quite
सामने
honestly. Leaf is going to lock the fight, but there's
Fade
no
bridge?
surprises. This guy is one of the
भाई
best
कुछ तो
lurk players
बकचोदी
on
कर रहा है
Oh,
ट्रेंड
he goes on the
so
Euro.
intelligent and yeah,
And it is
unfortunately, it's going to be
fade.
the same thing. There's the fade pivot. Okay, this is pretty much what we
कुछ तो
thought,
बकचोदी
right?
कर रहा है
You're still going to get the double flashes with both the breach and the Yoru. You have tons of line control with that stun and the Omen
Fade
paranoia
breach है।
as well.
No,
This is
Teo
just a
bridge कहाँ
straight
से आया यार?
up good comp, and it's honestly a really easy pivot away from the tail meta.
Yeah, we're seeing here an 80% map win. That one loss that they had was an overtime against 100 Thieves, if I'm not mistaken, and it was a 14-12. You know that another map that
Please,
they could
I
have
hope
won
PRX
perfectly.
ने 100
So
Thieves का
G2 should
पूरा
be
वो
extremely
किया रहेगा
comfortable
पढ़ाई
of their opponents that pick.
All right, folks, we're
और
set
बंस
for
में
the first
कैसे मैं
match of
बड़ी आप
playoffs.
कैसे
So let's go
कैसे
ahead and
जी
send it over to your casters.
the
Make some
greatest valor
noise
player
for
of the
Kilios
all
and Paper
time.
Thin.
the
Thank you very
sweetest
much, Seth.
person
Here we are. Playoffs is finally
the
upon us.
best
And off
girl
the rip,
gamer of
a
Valorant
rematch from
Casper जी
Shanghai.
आप कैसे हो
G2 going up against Paper Rex. This time, G2
उसको
having the
बोलना पड़ता
selection.
है डर लगता
Yeah,
है
I
समझ
mean,
रहे
pretty wild to think that we're going to see a very similar opening to Masters that we saw back in
Casper
Shanghai
भी
last
लगी
year. They
इतना
also played
जल्दी
each other
पलटा
as
कैसे
champions, where G2 took them down 2-0 in the group stage. So a lot here to prove for Paper Rex. They're a team that looked like they might be cruising into these playoffs in that matchup
समझ
against
रहे
Team Liquid,
love you
and
यार
nearly
ध्रुव भाई love
stumbled
you
at the
यार
very, very last moment, but got it together, got themselves here. These are two teams with multiple regional titles, but only one player on that stage has any global title at all, and that's Jogamo. So for everybody else, the path to getting that Masters trophy starts right now.
ए चैट बकचोदी ने चैट
The theme for the event is redemption, is reflection.
अपना रिश्ता अलग है जस्ट सेइंग
Looking
बराबर
back
है
on that moment, losing the
Just
trophy
saying,
to
मेरा शादी हो
Jogamo
गया।
wants to get some revenge here
यार,
today.
थोड़ी की है।
Toronto, are you ready to kick off the playoffs?
चलो भाई इसका वॉल्यूम फुल है सुनाई क्यों नहीं दे रहा
Paper X starts on the defender's side for the entirety of this matchup. And they're
भाई
grouping up
सात
towards
बंदे
mid.
mid में
This is
भाई
something
any
G2
comments
likes to do a lot on their pistols is put mid pressure down. Doesn't matter what map it is.
Push out, Trent. Lucky to escape with his life.
टीम का
Fine,
क्या
little bit
होगा
of damage
भाई
taken there.
टीम का
In the meantime, a sight.
चैट टीम का क्या होगा यार
Doors open. G2 making themselves feel comfortable.
Yeah, gave away so much information there.
5 में
Just
मिड
Trent's little
पुश
peek.
किया है भाई पहला राउंड
But now, Paper X, I like this.
Huh?
Come from the top of heaven and flood in.
Only flanks to come through here for Paper Rex. Mitchell's not going to be able to find too much damage. Just going to
By heavy
barrel their way
blind.
down through elbow. Something in behind one is going to get out from Mountain. Jogamo responding in kind. Patman's feeling
Patman
one
ने
back
दो
right.
कैसे मारे
Now it's all down to Patman. Top of the spike, the swing, and Trent is good for the headshot. G2 playing the opening pistol.
Yeah, I
लकी
mean, just everybody trying to flood through that elbow, but that toxic screen has a great placement
लकी
there.
यार not as
Kinda
in
keep the
hello
positions hidden just a little bit extra longer for
want to do
G2.
something no nothing
Can really line up and do some damage there. Great work around the corner. Jogamo holding the line behind the screen. And then they've got two players still over at main to lock that down. And that's going to be something Paper Rex struggled with a bit. You know, just thinking back to their match against Liquid here today. The
कोई ना
retakes
G2
pull
का
a
मैं
little
pick
bit
है
off sometimes. You know, a team that likes to flood, a team that likes to go in that death ball. And good teams will cut that apart.
All right, now G2's avoiding it. Seeing pretty much everybody aside from Divide. Situated outside of A.
This has been a lot of the eco rounds for Paper X on this match.
वाला मोबाइल कब खेलोगे
grab the orb for
मैंने
sure.
आज ही खेला दोपहर को बे
Overwhelm and push forward to find the leaf. Would just be a ghost recovered.
कल का खुद का स्ट्रीम डाला मैंने मोबाइल पे और देखा ऐसा लगा मैं वाला मोबाइल
Now
खेला
been taken away from them as the sheriff's going to be left on the floor.
आया नहीं है इधर
Divine does
गया
get
ही
picked
नहीं
off.
That's a nice find. Let's see what Paper X wants to do. They're going to really make a go
स्पाइक से
for this.
बटेंगे
Sometimes they will,
ना
but most teams will just die
Spike
to
से
the
बटेंगे।
spike here, at least try to.
फिर इसका मैप पे क्या ग्लिच है भाई
See if Paper X is going to be ready for that.
कॉमेडी
Tremendous
कर
lurker.
ग्लिच है भाई
Never know when he's going to show up. A little bit of delay with the util.
Yeah, just further cycling them back. Leaf, we'll see if he's going to be able to find another. Let's see if he's going to catch the timing. So Forsaken does get taken down.
बीफ अभी भी लड़ेगा
So can go ahead and
उनसे
upgrade this sheriff now. Trying to play for a couple more ult charges as he swoops around the
भाई
back here
उधर
of
कोई
Alley.
नहीं देख रहा
Keep
देख रहा है
coming
ना
in. Patman does
ऐसे
manage to
नहीं देख
find
रहा
it.
है
He's a back kill. Pushes to the corner, finds Jinx stunned up. Patman gets another nice shot.
ठीक है
4 overall clean kills here
Not
for
bad.
the Fate of Paper X, but G2 otherwise will
Not
leave
bad.
themselves fairly clean anti-eco
not
as
bad.
they start 2-0.
Yeah, pretty stock standard stuff for G2 so far. Just finding the openings, and if they see any space on
इसमें
the map,
G2
they're
2-0
gonna
हुआ है
immediately take
टाइटल
it.
में
They're a
PRX
hungry
दिख रहा
team.
है excuse me language
Patman doing his best there on the back line. Overall, G2 able to
चलो
keep
PRX
a
भाई
couple of
नसीब
those
मेरे को सच्ची
Guardians
लगा
and
एक और
Bulldogs
5
in, a
मिनट में
little
ट्राई
bit of a
करेंगे
buy-up as well, but see what Valen
मजाक
wants to do. If
करता
he's
है
gonna
Of
go
course
for
he wants a
anything.
stinger.
Stinger, I was gonna say I should know better.
Leave the dream seer to me.
अरे तो
Least
लोग
shocking
क्या कर रहे हैं
purchase.
उसमें मैं क्या करूं जीजी ब्रॉक्स तू ये मेरे चैट में करेगा तू जरूर दूसरे चैट में जाएगा सीधा
The haunt here, see if he
लोग
gets any kind
क्या
of
कर
reveal
रहे हैं
as escort forward over towards ramp. Not taking any chance of just getting caught by some stray sprays. Not even just
Bye,
keeping
Jinx.
back across and through main.
करना हैं
Looks like after this minor
मेरे में ऐसा कोई
exploration,
पावर
G2
नहीं है
gonna look
भाई
to
कोई
change it up a
गलत
bit.
फैमिली बनाया है
Already
समझ रहे
a little bit too much contact for their liking. And that's a team that is, this is a team that is very diligent about those kind of things.
भाई
They are
एक
so
यूरो
smart
की वजह से
about
3 बंदे ए पे
identifying
भाई
who is where and understanding, you know,
चलेगा
what
बी
kind
पे
of
दोनों
opponent
रुकाने वाले हैं
setup
समझ
they're
रहे हो
gonna be
वाइपर
dealing
भी
with,
थूक मार के रुकाएगा
and then looking to find the
और मैंने
weaker
ब्लाइंड
side.
मार के
and
रुकाने वाले एजेंट्स है
seemingly have done so again, but Paper X starting to get a little bit wise to this.
Well, eating the bullet there. Forsaken otherwise not able to find too much damage. Does get a glimpse, but able to bounce out. Garage and leaf. Okay, does end up getting taken down.
मर गया दवाई
Who's going to be overwhelmed. Talon arrives from above.
भाई
Same
फोर्सिकन
24
ने
kill.
क्रेजी
Now
दो
trading
मारे
out.
भाई
Patman still
लव यू यार
putting up
पैटमैन
the heroics, looking to do some more. Stem the bleeding as much
क्या
as
कर रहे हो
really possible. As shock right of the rope. Push over the top balance.
क्या
Does
कर
end
रहे हो
up
लोग?
all the way side of Dink across, but overwhelmed here.
क्या
This
कर रहे हो
Canvid.
लोग
Paper Rex will get
Then
themselves
Mazal already
a
nothing
win
I
here in
want,
the
Panko,
anti-bonus, but they lose
nothing.
out on 3 players.
Yeah, I mean, I think a
भाई
little bit
क्या
of
कर
lack of
रहे हो लोग
mid-control this
भाई
time cost Paper Rex. Not able to figure out how big the push is going to be from G2. I mean, Forsaken, okay, able to win that
3v3
battle. Gets a second, but Divide gets trapped in a really awkward position where he just doesn't have any outs. They've got the crossfire from up
स्पाइक
on the
नहीं था
Raptors and
इधर
through
था
the
स्पाइक
box.
ऊपर था
And then the rest of the team is able to show up just in time. Forsaken going to be on his feet a lot if Paper X is doing well. He's been their hype man.
अबे कौन लोडिंग कर रहा है भाई कौन मेरा डेटा यूज कर रहा है भाई
This event for sure.
Absolutely.
तो 100 mbps स्पीड आ रही है लोडिंग हो रही है इधर
Now on the setup.
That should give it away.
Oh, he's gonna
रो इसके बाद रिफ्रेश करूंगा
get up on top of the box. And
भाई
Allen,
नाट्स
I'm not sure
प्ले
if he's gonna read this. Normal to the pay.
भाई
This is
नाट्स
Forsaken.
ये नाट्स प्ले था
Hits the
मेरे को
trigger.
पॉज प्ले भाई
He's
नाट्स
done
प्ले
that
था चैट
before. It's been a hold around the
ये
corner
नाट्स
or in
प्ले
the
था
cubby that Jogamo is looking at. This is the first time we've seen
एफ
him use
स्ट्रीम
that
एफ नहीं हो रहा है
smoke
क्या
to
डेडो
jump.
अबे भाई हो रहा है भाई इज्जत मेरा स्ट्रीम चल रहा है क्या ये जो यहाँ पे लिख के आ रही हो स्ट्रीम क्वालिटी इज गुड ये क्या है ये हाँ वाह बासुंडी ट्विच का सीन था बे इसकी माँ का यार दैट्स अ गुड अप्रैल फूल्स डे प्रैंक ट्विच का सीन था फट से यूट्यूब लगा दैट्स अ गुड अप्रैल डे
And that's a really solid round for Paper Rex.
This is one to be scared of if you are Paper Rex.
That's a
It's just
solid
about
round
full
for Paper
stingers
X
in the
हुआ
hands
कैसा
of
हुआ मत
G2.
पूछो
It's just you are Paper Rex. It's just about full stingers in the hands of G2.
It's just as fearsome as when they have rifles almost.
ट्विच क्रैश ही कर दिया भाई
With the outlaw, quickly forced off the angle, forced back over in towards the spawn. And Fallon is just tipping forward, taking so much space here. He's already into heaven. And he's going to catch them off guard. Runs out of bullets, drops the classic, still gets some damage in. And Patman cannot find more in ramp.
भाई इससे अच्छा तो लोडिंग
This
ही
is
बराबर
exactly
था
what I was just talking about.
भाई
G2 immediately in with a 2-player advantage.
Incredible on Ecos.
Dimensional drift going
16
forward.
and
Forsaken
love you,
nearly
yeah.
caught on time as the Prowler caught on the wall. Moves Leaf's position. Straw goes for the exit. It's the spray and pray, and Forsaken left to his own devices.
इससे अच्छा लोडिंग बराबर था यार
1v4 at 46 HP. G2 upping the pace, disrespecting the
इतना
setups.
जल्दी
Taking away this round win. Back in the lead.
And this is one of the hallmarks of championship caliber teams.
भाई
is that they can
G2
win
एक
Ecos
लौता ऐसा टीम
at a
है ना
pretty
जो
high
कुछ
clip.
भी राउंड जीतता है
That's going to be something
convincingly.
G2 does very early
हाँ,
in this
हर
match.
बार फोर्स करते
Round five,
कुछ ना कुछ बाय
double
करते
headshots there
कैसा
for
तो जीत
Trent.
जाते हैं.
Absolutely nasty stuff. Like you said, Valen, way ahead of where PRX could expect him to be. That's been something that's been
Coach
hurting
Cam,
PRX
please.
in this event.
Coach Cam.
Is they're not quite always aware of negative space.
Coach
Not
Cam
always
बताओ.
quite aware
आवाज
of
बढ़ाओ.
the possible positions of their
इससे ज़्यादा
opponents. I mean,
क्या
how
आवाज
many
बढ़ाओ?
times have
माइक
we
मुंह में डालो
killed
उनके.
with knives out in their hands? Definitely something they need to shore up. This is a G2 team that
ये
is
क्या है
going
between
to
the
try
gaps?
to make you guess where they're going to be coming
लाइन
from.
अप लेफ्ट राइट हागा
It's
शायद
going to be a
ना.
lot on this guy right here, Leaf. He is.
I think वो लाइन अप हुआ नहीं है.
Three-man stack here for PRX.
Really want to try to get him out of here.
और
Tucks back, drops down. Paranoia going to be sent, but only eats a tiny tick of damage there to the back of the leg. The trap play
भी खाली
doesn't
अभी
come to
भी
fruition.
retake.
Batman now going to be slowly creeping his way through the spawn to try to set up a flank here, but this B site very much open for the taking for G2. Push on the corner though for Forsaken. Reading the blind
बॉल
spot.
क्या मारा
Blaze
मसाला
a
पूरी
little bit
नो
further.
नो.
Gives you the man advantage too.
Spike planted.
1-1 drop checked, but there's the timing. Jogamo swinging when it's the worst possible moment there for something.
भाई फेड का राउंड है. अगर फेड ने यहाँ पे ब्रिज
Batman
को
needs this
मारा
fight
और
to be
अल्ट
big,
मारी.
but it is being watched, and it's just going to be taken down off the rip. Player advantage now
Lucky.
here for the side of G2. The push into the smoke for Forsaken, able to find one. Jogamo does get eliminated. TP
Hello, तेरे को
forward, the
sound
swing
आ रहा है
out
क्या
the
मेरा
line,
पंको?
arriving on the Raptors and finding Jonah P, finding them all.
Honor Pro Max.
Divide gets the
तेरे को
3K.
sound आ रहा है क्या?
PRX gets to the fuse, and we stay tied up at 3-3.
Forsaken's creativity on the Omen is something else right now. The way he uses this smoke to set himself up to initially delay the plant, give themselves that man advantage, and then he's going to TP forward after finding a kill in the smoke, trying to come out of alley, and that sets up Divide for the nice bait and switch. And then Divide from the Raptors drops the elbow down on top of G2. Got some ults to work with though now. You've got a Nightfall, you've got a pit there for G2. You're one away from a Rolling Thunder. Close to some big ones. Jing one away from a showstopper, something one away from a dimensional
Game sound
trap.
इससे ज़्यादा नहीं बढ़ा
Lot to
सकता.
work
Max
with
है
here
ये.
for both squads in terms of the ult economy.
You might just be looking to up the pace here once again.
भाई 4 सेकंड का
Pressure here
किल
on the lead.
मेन था ना.
Dan is able to go ahead, stay back.
मैंने
Nightfall
jinx
avoided
कर
by
दिया
something.
क्या?
We'll be hearing the line share of these players. Prowler scouts his position. Knows that the Aura State crash either back inside the is going to be taken down as Valen. With that stinger, just comes away with it.
से मार रहे यार.
Attempted a pre-fire, but bullets whizzing past the enemy Omen. Omen stays alive. Entering Nightfall, now going to be sent. Point blank on the rocket, doesn't find value. Jogamo quickly trades it out. Big player advantage.
भाई,
Maintained, but now expounded upon here for
बैटमैन
PRX.
आज मार रहा है भाई.
Brings the corner for
भाई
Forsaken.
बैटमैन आज मार रहा है
That's
भाई.
going to be PRX.
नॉकआउट है
Once
नहीं, लोअर
again,
ब्रैकेट जाएगा शायद.
Scraping by with a retake as things get chaotic and regaining the lead by 1.
Well, their mechanics are looking really strong right now for PRX.
नाइट सर अब
Flooding
बंद
together,
करो ना.
didn't work
कभी
early.
किया अपन ने कल
Now
रात
it's
को ही
starting
किया.
to really come
नाइट्स
together
भाई
for
को
them.
जाके बोलना वो वीडियो
Kind of
पब्लिक
off
कर
kilter
देना.
moments early, and it maybe looks like G2's going to
कल
be
ही
able to
किया
hold
मैंने.
it down.
पहला
Forsaken,
मोबाइल भी
Batman
खेला मैं उसी के साथ.
coming together nicely there.
One enemy
Nice
remaining.
swing early from something. Gets doubled up on, but that's okay. That opened up the space for the rest of his team to
भाई
start
बैटमैन को क्या हो
controlling
गया
the front of the
भाई?
site.
बैक टू ट्विच ठीक हो गया क्या?
Really nicely done. G2. Now they want to take a timeout to think
आवाज
about this.
सुनाई दे रहा है. स्क्रीन ब्लैक है
I
कैसे?
can't really fault G2
They've
in a
been
lot of
finding
these
their
rounds
open
so
space.
far.
They've
They've
been
been getting
those
doing a
plants
lot of
down,
things
the
in
proper
either,
way.
दो बार
you know,
जीतेगी
finding their
PRX
open
इसलिए
space,
डबल
they've been
साउंड.
getting those of everybody has the same number of players, or maybe they lose one. But overall, they're doing a good job of kind of getting through the initial lines of PRX defense. It's been these retakes all of a sudden have just come alive.
So the timeout call. Maybe just try to tell them, okay.
मत
slow
कर BKL,
down. We
excuse
usually
me.
are the ones that dictate the pace
भाई
of teams that
बैटमैन
like to play
सक्सी
games,
मार रहा
like
है
to flood
भाई. पिन
retake.
कर दे किधर है?
Hasn't really been
चैट
doing so
मॉर्टल
much.
बॉय को वोट करो.
A lot of that to do with
हाँ
talking
एग्जाम
about
सारे
creativity
याद
coming through
रखना.
from PRX.
रिस्क
So
नहीं लेना.
4-3.
एग्जाम सारे
Changing
रिजल्ट
in the
सारे समझ रहे हो?
A huge amount of impact. Killers for the moment.
लड़की व लड़की
Has been
ढूंढ रहे हो,
involved in
जॉब
these
वॉब ढूंढ रहे हो,
eliminations,
रिस्क
of
नहीं
course,
लेना.
he has, but
चुपचाप
that
मॉर्टल बॉय को
rocket
वोट
seemed
करो.
like maybe the best chance for him to get on board in that round.
कल ही
Oh,
एग्जाम.
for sure.
जल्दी
It just
लिंक
was
पे
a
क्लिक
li-
करके
you know,
2 मिनट में चाहिए.
Kind of an awkward
फट से.
situation there. You know, G2's trying to play ahead of the Rocket, but I think you can give Jing a bit of a pass as long as he
चल
kind
रही
of steps it up a little bit, because he's been their best player so far in this event. So for sure, not the end of the
भाई
world. But the bigger
बैटमैन
thing here for
टॉप ट्रैकर भाई.
PRX, they came out ahead in that ult economy, and now they can use this Viper's Pit to completely make mid unassailable and stack up over on one side.
Patman just through the wall, able to find Jogamo.
भाई
realistically from G2,
कुछ है
how do you try to pivot from here? What does the play look like when you don't have that
कुछ
Yoro
है
trying
भाई
to cause disruption, chaos on the entry?
कुछ है बैटमैन का
Valen's shown that he's more than willing to go double TPing forward, but without those added layers, those flashes in behind, can be a lot more difficult, and seems like they're going to land on trying to push up into this smoke and overwhelm.
You remember the corner he was tucked in last time.
Able to avoid it, the push forward, spots out one, Trent does quickly trade it back, drops the pit here in mid.
भाई ये लोग को वाइपर अल्टी भाई अल्टी क्यों बोलते हैं अल्टी उससे फटनी चाहिए ना जब कोई अल्ट मारता है तो वो अल्ट मारता है फटती है ब्रीच अल्ट मारता है फटती है रेज अल्ट मारता है फटती है वाइपर के अल्ट में घुस के मार के जा रहे हैं
Haunt to check. Doesn't get any contact.
गलत बात है ना भाई ये
Bit away.
शांति से बैठा है वो ग्रीनरी देखते हुए
On to the main entry.
30 seconds left.
Trent at the ready, util in hand, trying to send the paranoia to go flying. A little bit of damage going to be dealt here by Forsaken. Sends out the paranoia, connects on the leap, comes up with the kill. He is going to be stuck in position. Valen will be able to hound him down. Now he is all alone with 5 HP and a drain. Tuck around the corner. Grenade going to be sent. Sign seal delivered. Jing will go ahead and get himself on the board. It's PRX this time able to avoid the sting around.
Yeah, they read this round really nicely. I like using the Viper's pit right away. That's a part of the map that has given them problems in some of the rounds they've
सोचो अब तक जिंग भाई फॉर्म में आए भी नहीं रिलैक्स कर रहे हो रिलैक्स और ये हालत है
G2 doing a little bit of homework though. The last time that PRX was on
That's
this
my good team baby
corner that Devi was tucked up in when he sent that pit.
कैमरामैन ना मान
where he was going to be at. Use that fault line.
कैमरामैन अंधेरे में भी कैमरामैन को दिख रहा है ना
looking solid. Operator.
हाँ
now in play.
Hey bे
That's where the rounds start to get scary for G2.
प्लांट किसे नो पता नहीं
Line swing out here from Devi. Jogamo tagged up. Something on the opposite side.
Counter baap re.
Flush out that enemy Viper. Removes the lurk. Brings it into a 4v4.
By rotation.
As soon as he kills Leap, something's over to the other side of the map.
Something.
Reads this beautifully.
By something तो कभी भी घर पे आएगा मेरे उसे गिरी चुमी.
That smoke should buy a bit of space, and oh boy, Forsaken. He's got the judge, but they're able to go ahead and take him down. The clone leading the way. Jogamo instantaneous with a headshot. Gets rid of the operator. Gets rid of Jing. As he is still absolutely frying. Patman swinging around the back. Jonah P perfectly ready for it, but like he had to read, but able to have the shots. Up now, scooped up here for Jogamo.
कैसे?
Patman will reroute up in towards B Heaven.
कैसे मार रहे हो 20 पे में?
Trent going to be the first line that he has to try to cross. Stuck on the angle. There, with the lineup. G2 answering one back, breaking the win streak from PRX, keeping things close.
Yeah, this time PRX tries to go for some early aggression.
मेरी बात समझो, attacking map है ये.
Judge up front, gets the
5 round बहुत होते
This is
बहुत.
a jog round.
मेरे हिसाब से PRX जैसी टीम है ना अगर PRX जैसी टीम अगर 2 राउंड निकाला ना डिफेंस में 2 तो भी बस है.
Feels like he probably should have had that.
Huh?
It was a good read on PRX's part in some ways, but they just weren't quite coordinated enough that time. Now we got a big 5-man stack for G2. Over on the A side, Jogamo going to go on a dimensional drift.
What done, love you.
Jing's in trouble.
Leading forward, and he's going to be able to spot quite a many few players here. Said Jing in a rough position, is pushed out of this one, and Jogamo somehow comes away with the kill. Something taken down. Jing just get flushed out, not before he's able to find one. But he should have been dead to rights. Pit now invested here on the site. Divine Forsaken swooping around from A main versus 4. And how have we gotten here?
कैसे?
The spray just a hair off from being able to find Jonah P. Quick check in from Devi. Couple tags, but kill not found. Trent lingering forward. Forsaken trying to get creative with it up and over the top of the screen, but eventually does get found. Jogamo's got the shorty at the ready. Looks like Devi's going to want to try to exit, but he will not be allowed to. G2 take everything from them, and they tie us up at 5-5.
Yeah, I mean, again, such great stuff there. off the dimensional bridge, getting so much information.
And then getting the kill on the exit.
Yeah, just absolutely brilliant stuff.
भाई ये कैसे मारा
Good job there
उसने?
with the shorty too. He's doing everything in this round for G2. You give Valen that much information, and he is
भाई
going to
जोगो
rip
मो
you
क्या
apart.
गोट है भाई.
The pit for the post plant. Tremendous.
Oh boy.
Still having some fun.
Certainly are.
Where are you?
In a spot where this could end up being a 6-6 half. Launch over the top, Valen. The rest of the team immediately taking a ton of space here at ramp.
परसों तक तो एमएफ डिफेंडिंग था नहीं रहा टेकिंग रे.
Position though for the side of PRX. With the by joining.
कल अपडेट आया ना.
Things are about to get
अगर पावर दिखा के G2 विन के 10 गिफ्टेड.
Down A.
We find ourselves in a 3v3.
I'm a Pacific fanboy.
Who's up? But this is damn near everyone. Devaya hair off, being able to have the angle. Something spots everyone on the exit. Doesn't have the time to double back to go for a weapon, just trying to intercept.
Just all about timing here for something. You can see Jonah P aware of it.
Being watched by two. Jonah P swings.
यार.
Batman now arriving.
Spike planted.
2v3 with just the one rifle
Batman
between
दिखा
the
दे.
heads going to be spotted.
Player
Batman
standing.
gets
अभी
his
मत
taken
दिखा.
off.
Next round.
Something will
Next
collect
round
the
भाई.
weapon.
हेलो.
He certainly has his work cut out for him.
देखो टेक्निकली अगर देखा जाए तो कौन है?
Flash is available to try to utilize.
Something.
A double stack at backside. On the peak, nothing noted there. Sends the flash. And Jonah P able to turn it, able to find the kill. Team Ace and G2 securing 6.
Yeah, even though the beginning part of this round looks like it's going to be pretty dangerous for
This is
G2.
भाई क्या content
Got
चाहिए
the
मेरे
full
जान के
5-man
उठे?
stack for PRX. The Nightfall just misses. Defy not able to catch a player on the exit with his sheriff. G2
Team में
really
हो
good.
गया.
I love the way that Jonah P
Lag हो
is
गए थे
just
भाई हम लोग.
firmly in control of the flanks. He is perpetually watching what is going on the backside for G2, especially if Lee's
Jing
not
bhai.
in position on those lurks.
Aura lo
He
mera.
has really done a good
Aura
job.
lo.
Even if he doesn't
Energy
necessarily
lo
win the
sara.
battles, it's still about having that info and having that awareness. Forsaken
4K
actually
Jing.
doesn't TP forward, TP back this time.
4K Jing
A
देखो.
bit of trickery, trying to confuse G2 about how he's going to play this
4K
garage
Jing
spot.
6-6 हो गया
Now
घर
looking
जाएगा.
for it. Wary of it.
Yeah, that
बराबर
same
है.
smoke cost him dearly. So he's going to be very, very aware of it this time. Looking, see if he jumped up on the box. A little bit of spam in mid. That's going to maybe shift somebody over. No, okay, PRX opts for a different angle.
And something is. I don't know if
तो
Frank's
मैं
one of the
कुछ और
swing comes
content
through.
category नहीं है.
Okay, does send out
मैंने
shots.
खुद नहीं
They
देखा, मेरे को
noted each
देखने
other.
का.
Quick check in towards vent here from Jogamo on the silent drop. Patman watching and waiting. He's going to ride that right side rope up though. Continuing steadily push for a bit little moment there.
दिखा
Quick peek.
क्या?
Should be a flash.
And might just feel the back away, but it's just going to be the clone. So it does get information. They know that it's
भाई
being watched.
कोई fake नहीं हुआ है chat.
Two players set up here.
Jing.
Inside of B Heaven.
Jing.
Divide. Jing. Look at
Jing.
trying to hold this line. Jing able to find one. Blast packs across the way. Gets out towards safety. Paint shows to try to buy some space and some time. If he finds another kill, would be a showstopper online for him, but he's not going to be able to get it. Leaf strikes him down. Patman now having to do everything. He cannot make it happen.
भाई
Send him
क्या
by
लड़ते
G2.
रहते हैं यार ये लोग क्या लड़ते रहते हैं रे
Little bit of a run
बाबा.
there early for PRX, but G2 punching right back with 4 in a row of their own. Really found their groove
मतलब
there.
कोई तो इनको
as
बोला
that
कि
half
बी
wore
हेवन
off.
होल्ड करना है तो करना है.
Already some incredible
आगे से
scenes, some
पीछे
great
से
back
दाएं
and
से
forth
बंदे आ रहे हैं
between
ना.
G2 out the
हेवन
lead,
होल्ड
but now
करना
one,
है
we come back
तो
to
करना
that.
है बस. 15 बंदे डाउन. हेटर आ गए चैट. हेटर्स आ गए चैट. हेटर्स आ गए. हेटर्स आ गए. सब लोग हैं घर पे G2 ऑन टॉप. $3 दिया करके चुप. हाँ ये अगर कोई 40 में बोलता पिकम दिखा दे, उसका ऑपोजिट करना है भाई। एक चीज पता है, अभी PRX में प्रॉब्लम ये होएगा, पता है क्यों? क्योंकि G2 का पिस्तुला जो है ना, वो पूरा टोरंटो का सबसे स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट पिस्तूल है। स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट मतलब G2 जब पिस्तूल राउंड खेलते ना, सामने एनिमी सारे पिस्तूल अपने बेस में फेंक देते, क्या फायदा बोल के, सिर्फ प्लांट करने जाते। इतना ज्यादा पिस्तौल स्ट्रॉन्ग है G2 का, तुम लोगों को पता नहीं है, मैं बता देता हूँ।
Take a look at the econ report here.
Jogama 74.8 किसको मिला एग्जाम में इतना परसेंटेज?
Jogam on the opposite side.
मेरे को समथिंग जितना मिलता था मजाक से।
Just shouldn't surprise anybody. Coming into a global event, Jogamo always steps up. He is a big game player, to say the least. And he was tremendous with his Euro utility, on top of having great impact in the fragging department. He is just so smart.
Teachers ने वो दी ना grace percentage direct.
And on the other side, something again struggling a bit here on
if
the Euro.
If you around 30, you will go to 35%.
On this attacker side, this should be their opportunity to start opening things up.
W Gaming घर पे G2 on top.
Very rough for PRX at this tournament has been the pistols.
Yeah,
haven't been able to get too many of them across the board and dropped the opener here. We'll see now that they shift over onto the attacking side if they can find.
वेदन भाई, एक बार आपका ऐसा नहीं लगा अपना खुद का डीपी देख के कि शायद मेरे को 40 रुपए का सुपर चैट नहीं करना चाहिए था करके? हाँ, एक बार ऐसा लगा क्या डीपी देख के, शायद मेरे को 40 वाला नहीं करना चाहिए था? ऑलरेडी औरा का लौरा लगा पड़ा है, उसके ऊपर माइनस हो सकता है करके, ऐसा कभी कभी हुआ?
But this is just a fact-finding mission, it seems like. No spike in the vicinity.
अब G2 को सपोर्ट करो, PRX अपने आप जीत जाएगी। ऐसा नहीं है, मेरे में नहीं है, पावर नहीं है।
Playing pretty far back, want to give PRX a little bit of false comfort, but you've already seen some of the initiator util. And if you go towards this A side, I mean, you've got the flashes, you've got the fades, you've got the breach util, the stuns, everything. So this is going to be tricky.
भाई G2 का पिस्तौल देखना अभी, ठीक है?
Be set in mid.
से वापस पिस्तौल है।
Jonah just going to be backpedaling. And looks like the pivot will be coming through here from PRX as they try to storm their way across into the B side, but there are still about to be 3 players here to try to greet them. Divide still over in garage. Lee spotting out one. Hits the headshot into a second. Forsaken will fall. Trent seems to try to bring this one to an end. Might have been a fight back, but Divine out all alone. The spike on the Raptors. Jogamo about to fill that space there in heaven. Has the Sheriff, but it's going to be Jonah P with the Ghost. Was able to take him down. 2 for 2 on the pistols here on split. G2 continuing on.
A lot of players here dropping down into the open arms of G2. There wasn't much util. It's kind of bothering them. See Leaf here on the initial one gets
देखो, on a positive side, on a positive side, at least 11-1 से throw नहीं कर रहे ना.
They were just kind of
on a positive side, chat.
Just trying to mirror the
like if you look at the positivity,
they put themselves in a phenomenal position to take away PRX.
They are still better than the last game already.
Combo there off the rip, but mostly just to take control of the orb. They will grab it.
इसने तो आवाज का वायर ही खींच लिया भाई।
Sheriff in mid.
पिस्टल राउंड देख के।
Production
भी मेरे हिसाब से PRX fanboy है।
Paranoia at the ready.
देख रहे हो?
Ready to send it. Don't worry. We got you guys here with us. We'll get the game audio back. It's all good. Fallon still comes away with 3. Knows how to make that stinger sing. Push out of the smoke. Second has him dead to rights.
तीसरा कैसे मारा रे बाबा?
Try to make this a little bit more costly. Tag to 77. Jiggle Peak not going to be finding much, but here's the Fallon coming his way. You've still got Leaf around the corner.
चिराग में आप बोल सकते हैं अपने नंबर उसने सिर्फ 40 दिए नॉन मेंबर बंदा
by considering the flank here for a
आपका
moment
159 प्लस 40 है समझ रहे हो टेक्निकली 200 दिए आपने
Just the tremendous patience being shown here by G2. They can wait all day. Spikes down, they know it.
अब पिकम्स में चेंज हो सकता है क्या वार्म अप पे भाई
noise now made
30 seconds left
off the audio cue. Starts closing the gap, getting ever closer here, but it's likely going to be Leaf able to take this one down, and he's Xiao. Some damage dealt to players.
Shout
dead.
out time, baby.
G2 close out
Let's
the
go.
anti-eco.
Shout
Now,
out time.
up 9-5.
All right. This is a
Shout out
very
time,
big
baby.
round
Come
for
on.
Paper Rex.
69. Let's
Do or
go.
die, it feels like at this point in the map. Oh, that last little transfer from Valen. Absolutely filthy. Does a ton of damage there. And they just don't ever really clear out the back of sight. Alex is...
ये नया कैम है
thrilled with what he
एलेक्स भाई या
sees,
लास्ट
but
गेम
Soon,
पे वो
I mean,
लोग
not
दिखा
seeing
रहे
a
हैं
timeout
कैन यू
quite
प्लीज
just yet.
क्लियर
First
इट
half was close.
कंफ्यूज हो रहा
Yeah.
है
Wants to see how this bonus goes.
I mean, I think
Bonus, rather.
you're fine with 5 on
विक्टिम
defense
मान
for
दो
Paper Rex.
हाँ
That's
जी
why he didn't
कौन
pull
सा
the timeout.
विक्टिम भाई
If this one doesn't go, then
टोरंटो
100%
मास्टर्स चल रहा
there
है
should be a timeout. But once
तेरा
again,
सोसाइटी का
looks
वैल्यू
back,
नहीं है
bit
ये
of a pullback for G2.
हाँ
They're giving up some of this A main space,
विक्टिम आने दो
opting to try to maybe corral Paper X at Heaven. One of the problems for Paper X is they didn't control A Heaven at all, and it seems like they're not going to again. They're just going to flood the site.
लिया मेंबरशिप ले एक फंसा लव यू यार
Decent spot
अब
of
बोल
control here for
सकता
Paper
है
Rex.
लेकिन इसके लिए वापस एक और बार सुपर चैट करना पड़ेगा समझ रहे हो लव यू यार वेदांत ऐसा है
Very much stacked. 3 players from Paper X exiting out through main. Swing out into the open. Patman eating an immense amount of damage. Literally 1 HP remaining on him as something
मर
gets
गया
taken down by
पैटमैन
Trent. Patman going to be trying to do his damage. Flash connects. Jing swing on the corner. He's able to collect 2. He gets the 3rd as well. Must just be an attack-sided raise.
आ
Jing
गया
comes alive
बेबे
the most. And tries to mitigate the losses. Still 2
आ
players
गया
from Paper Rex, but they deny the bonus conversion.
Yeah, Paper X able to hang on despite some trickery here from G2. They make it look like they're going to push down ramp. They send a
भाई
lot
वो
of
लोग
their
क्या
forces
स्टिंगर
that
मार रहे
way.
हैं भाई कोई
And
मेरे को
then
समझाएगा वो लोग क्या
double
स्टिंगर
back
मार रहे
up
हैं
towards A Heaven and come from screens in Heaven, and it does actually probably give them
Let's
a few extra
go.
kills there. Paper X not quite ready, but ready enough is Jing on the back of sight. Phenomenal there with the Phantom. Bulldog though for Patman.
That's cannon for Devi.
Oh boy, yeah.
Just a Phantom.
The judge for Leaf. A little bit scary, but I'm gonna try to rely on Jing. Just win some individual duels. A lot more players stacked up this time for G2 to try to deny access. Jonah P with that breach
सीधा वहाँ
util.
नेट डाल के डबल से चल
Be really annoying. Can send some flashes on the jog.
Devi under some pressure, backing away. To avoid it is swinging in. Full flash from the clone. Jonah P just holding down M1, spamming through the smoke and screens, trying to see what he can find. And something's going to be taken down. Jogamo finds him right there, point blank, up close and personal. Similar to Devi, will get taken down. Patman trades it back on a 1.
क्या बीटी है भाई
Corner the
जो
swing out, Jing able to find the first, but Leap now striking with the judge.
Face your fear!
It's just Patman and Forsaken all alone now.
अरे
Just
यार
Patman
वो
with
एवन
everything
नहीं
to do.
देख रहा है रे बाप बाप और सिकत यार
Swing on the corner, finds the first. The Hawk going to be sent. Re-swings, clears out Leap. Prowler at the ready.
Unbelievable!
Global stage!
Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Unbelievable!
What a fight for
Unbelievable!
Paper X Patman has been.
Huh?
He is so impactful. A lot of times it's with his
Unbelievable,
util, but now he
baby.
clutches it out on the fade.
भाई सच्ची में बोल रहा हूँ यही मैप था जब मेरी एक फ्रेंड की टीम खेल रही थी और 3-1 सिचुएशन था यही वो मैप था यही वो साइड था फ्लैशबैक में गया
Again, into a bit of a half purchase here for G2. Never a freebie when playing against this squad.
लेके बोलो चैट लव यू चिराग भाई थैंक यू फॉर द बॉडी
Stinger in hand for Valen, about to make contact against all of these players here in Garage. Fowler, however, does manage to scout him out. Needs the bullets,
Boombot
back
अंधा है
away.
क्या?
Boombot gonna get cleared. Somehow, pretty much no one ends up taking too much damage. Just a minor little bit there onto Patman. And with the orb grab, Jing now does have a showstopper online.
क्लोज कोई नहीं है
Looks like they're going to commit to this.
ओ
The gate crash, trying to get detail out. Jing finds Jonah P. Stick the wheel there. Top of the Raptors. Spray and praise. Finds one. Nate's gonna go out. Trent already dead. That leaves just
कितने जन थे
Jogamo.
वहाँ पे
Here's the
चार
classic. Dead in something's
कितने जनते हैं
hand.
वहाँ पे?
Flawless round.
कितने
PRX
जनते हैं?
within touching distance.
चार.
1 round
कितने
separating the
थे?
two.
चार. कितना मारा वो लोग ने? एक भी नहीं.
They're able to
मॉन्स्टर्स
fight
दे
through
दिया
a
बे.
G2 that is pretty well
हाँ
prepared for this
G2
hit
को
to come.
एकदम मॉन्स्टर्स राउंड दिया भाई.
You're able to get through
समझ
this
रहे हो?
round extremely clean. Jing now starting to heat up on those entries. Need those first kills to go his way. A little bit of whiffiness here and there, but
इको थे.
Yeah.
बासुंडी की 6th आस जब भी वो स्टिंगर से 3 मारा तब क्या ओडिन था क्या अपने टीम के पास?
A pacey hit here with the ult they have, or at least it's
Hitter.
going for something as he tries to escort things forward. For the exit over at screens, and he's able to find Trent. Mustafa not finding too much of anything there as Jonah P will get flushed out.
Mixed emotion हो रहा है.
3v2. The advantage and the sight
ऐसा हो रहा है बेंच पे पागल हो जाऊंगा मैं. एक तेरा एक मेरा, एक तेरा एक मेरा, एक तेरा एक मेरा.
Slowly creeping his way up mid in towards Vents. Chogma with just an operator. Needs Leaf to try to do a bit of the heavy lifting here to get them into the site.
दवाई देखो.
Leaf himself at risk if the
दवाई
Vibe
देखो, दवाई देखो.
turns around.
दवाई
There's the
देखो.
pre-fire.
Toxin screen down.
दवाई देख.
Wall to fall.
Ball
Divide
gira.
seemingly narrowing down the options.
बॉल गिरा.
So where his counterpart Viper could be.
ऐसे ऐसे भाई दवाई. ना नहीं. वो वाला
or
एंगल
maybe
से
just
अच्छा.
the full retreat.
Did he spot him? Yes, he has. Jada comes through. 3 players surviving. We are tied up 9-9.
Yeah, this is a nice dimensional drift from something.
I love the way
Obviously getting a
PRX
lot of
shooting
info, but the
every
way that
other
he cuts
clone.
himself in at screens, catches Trent completely off guard there.
भाई ऐसी टीम
Jonah
है
P
छह
takes a
जन
really
को
nice
मारने
angle
में
there
बिलीव
because he
करते
knew
हैं
the
इसलिए
player
क्लोन
behind
मार
got
रहे हैं.
revealed
ऐसा
by the
डर वर का
hunt. He
कुछ
wasn't
सीन
gonna be
नहीं है
expected
भाई.
to be that far forward in that corner. Gets a kill because of it, but after that, PRX now starting
Shit यार.
to rock and roll.
G2
And it's going to be the second time out
G2
here
भी तो अच्छा
for
team है
G2
भाई.
Esports.
G2 भी तो
PRX
जीत
still
सकता
going to have
है.
both of theirs. So
Huh?
this is going to be interesting. That was the buy round. That was the op being picked up for Jog, taken
ठीक है.
out of his hands. It's going to be another eco
ठीक है.
coming up.
G2 जीतेगा.
Behind that eco, a hell of a lot of ultimates rolling thunder, hit,
Done it.
nightfall from the shadows,
Done
all at G2's
किलजय बोलते
disposal.
भाई इतने
Plenty
छोटे
to try to
छोटे उम्र में
utilize
लोग
here.
स्पोर्ट्स देख रहे हैं. हाँ.
See if they're going to be able to pull off a little
कौन
bit
सा
more of that
OTP?
thrifty magic off the back of this timeout.
Amazon को OTP भी है.
You might have to. Because PRX is going to be coming into cycle themselves pretty soon. Would love to steal this round away from them. PRX is going to have a bit of money to sit on for quite some time here for at least a couple more rounds to make their buys. The real question is here for G2. What are the change-ups? Do you get aggressive at the mains? Do you try to contest some of those early orbs, some of that early space? Or is it just a
आप मैरिड हो ना भाई भाई तुम्हारे लिए भाई.
trying to take challenges at angles we don't need to, at
क्या
moments we don't
स्ट्रीम
need
को
to.
लाइक करो.
Let's make sure we're waiting
8,000 लोग देख रहे हैं.
because that's where they were
Likes
really
देखो
hot.
भाई, votes
On their
देखो.
attacker side is when they were
हाँ?
coming in 3-4
तुम
strong.
नहीं चाहते हो मेरा भी
PRX
4-5
would challenge
मिलियन
them
हो.
one at a time.
मैं G2 और
Be
QT
an
से
early
excuse me चिराग भाई.
To be invested for sake of fake on the TP.
40 में QT देखेगी नहीं. 2025 हाँ.
Just looking to see if he can get a response out of
Just
G2,
saying.
but the discipline from Leaf, very, very good. Jogamo right around the corner with a frenzy. Is that going to be read by PRX? They haven't held this corner yet. It'll be the first time we've seen G2 try to lock down that position.
What step gets made?
पैर फिसला
For the most
उसका.
part, they're avoiding it for the
Something.
time being. The Prowlers are going to be committed towards heaven. Jonah P. Step here. Now going to be revealed. This Boombot ends up going off. He finds the hit. Chocobo going to be taken down. Divide. Able to flush him out.
Ult खींचना मेरी
Saw
कान.
consideration for the rolling thunder there for a brief little moment, but it seems like the call comes
भाई
in.
वो
Hell,
लोग
it's gonna
ult
be
खींच सकते हैं.
far too
सारे
risky,
इधर
far
है.
too costly if we can't convert.
नहीं
Said they're
खींचा
going to
नहीं
have to just
खींचा.
fight their way back down the
भाई
ramp.
अब खींच
Like
सकते
they
हैं.
shall. Jing dead, leaves a weapon on the floor, potentially recoverable here for G2. As Trent's Prowler gets the spot out. League's position noted, free fire into the smoke. Actually a snap need to adjust. We'll find the remaining players as Patman holds down.
भाई हम लोग लीड में
Not allowing these half buys to find purchase, to find value.
हाँ?
Regain the lead by one.
किसने सोचा था भाई? किसने सोचा था मेरे अलावा?
Yeah, now you're going to have the operator again for Jogamo.
हाँ?
PRX didn't even run into his side of the map.
Jogum, I love you, but आज नहीं हाँ.
Gets the nightfall off
चलो
the back of that
चटको
too.
lower bracket.
So it's a really nice pickup there for PRX. Divide one away from his ult, so he can get the plant down potentially and get that pit right off the rip. Jog, he's gonna try to snipe there on the ramp, but toxic screen was up. Just has to TP out. Meanwhile, PRX.
Yoru versus Yoru. भाई वो लोग को लग रहा है A होने वाला
Not
है.
getting too crazy here, just doing a little bit of fact
भाई वो
finding
लोग को
with
लग
some
रहा
of the
है
fade
भाई वो
util.
लोग को नहीं मालूम. वो लोग prepared नहीं है
Trying to
chat.
decide how
ये round
exactly
हारे.
they want to navigate this now.
G2 eco match
Like, really
point
thinking about
12-9.
those other ults that are going up against them with that Rolling Thunder, with that Nightfall.
Face your
Same Nightfall could just come out. Might just see a Rolling Thunder very quickly here in response, and that's exactly what is going to happen. The PRX anticipate this. They hug back. This Prowler on the chase quickly cleared out. For the moment, G2 not fully convinced about this push. Valen blinded up here at backside, sees the TP, but Ching swings the corner and takes him down, keeps Forsaken protected. Divide didn't have it for the player advantage here for PRX. Talking about again, the operator. How do you get yourself back into this? And do you commit a Nightfall to try to identify these players' positions? Goes into the peak with a flick. It's just a hair off. Reposition comes through and something in behind now. Double pump.
ये अकेला बचा था.
6 HP.
कैसे?
PRX get up to 11.
अकेला कैसे बचा था वो?
PRX.
कैसे
Realizing that
जीते?
Valen had TP'd behind
कैसे?
the
क्या
box.
हो रहा है? कैसे
Wasn't still behind
जीते?
pillars. And Forsaken getting aggressive there on the Omen. Opening up some space to this reposition from something
Rent
swap
कैसे
over
दो मारे left right?
to his trademark shorty.
भाई good
Gets a
good
3K.
good good. ये
That is
देखो
huge
देखो आओ
for
उठो उठो
PRX.
सारे उठो.
The coordination today starting to look
अब
really
ऐसा
good, and Trent
करके कुछ मतलब नहीं है.
frustration
सीधा
being
second
shown.
map.
One of
Equal
those
chat
moments you
बोलो.
don't want to hit tab. You don't
Equal.
want to see how much damage you just dealt.
Chat equal है
Such a
बोलो.
narrow margin of error.
Chase पिता. Easy था भाई.
Something now. The attack off, striking when you least expect it. Clones are trying to lead the way. Jogma not fooled by that. Does manage to quickly trade it back. Sends out a flash to the site. It's already being taken here by PRX, who look to get themselves up the map point.
out in the open with this plan.
Kite वाले को मारा ये लोग ramp गए.
Perhaps, but ooh, Jonah P with a belter of a headshot there off the Sheriff. He's able to note and deal with that enemy raise. Patman on the push.
W. Loading.
Really cut in
Iko जा.
half. Does manage to stay alive. That brings it now into a 3v3.
Welcome
to
to my world.
Decent position. Fallon
मारना
ends up
पड़ा
getting
यार
taken
इसको
down.
मैं.
The pit now in play. Just go ahead and try to
करो
seal the
बोलो.
deal on this. Divide and clip lead there.
Trey
Right in the
ulti
leg
मारना
as he
पड़ा
goes
इको
bounding
में.
forward
चलेगा.
into that pit.
चलेगा.
Jonah P now, no other recourse but to try to back away and hold on to this operator as PRX
अब वो लोग देख रहे हैं.
look
Off
to try
guard
to
हो
chase
गई
him
है.
down. Forsaken, storming his way through the vents, taps the rope, rides into the top. Jonah P finds the first. Divine wanting to try his luck. Tries to flush him out, but Jonah P will be able to cut him down to size. Unfortunately, is still only at the halfway point.
अगर
for
वो
Rolling Thunder,
off
but the operator
में
does get saved.
हमारे एक भी बंदे
Great
को
opener
मारा.
here for something. Patman
हाँ?
using that seize into just an
मेरा
aggressive push.
खून
You
जलेगा.
never expect that. The wild play that
भाई
you see sometimes from PRX,
Patman
incredible.
21
And
है.
it's 7 in a row
एक
on this
किस?
attacker side. One more to close it out here to take the
Patman?
map pick to take the opening map of the playoffs here at Masters Toronto.
Immediately the rush forward here. Nothing spotted in towards A heaven with the
Canvid में वहाँ
medical
पे
brim.
Alex को बोलता रहेगा ना.
Able to take a note here.
Now
leaves
what?
Positioning.
I'll be
something
assistant coach only.
exiting.
ऐसा करके.
Teleporting back out with the gate crash.
ये बंदा ऐसा खेलेगा.
Holding
Mithul
close.
भाई को कैसा चांस
Push away
मिलेगा?
from the angles, the paint shells fly.
But Divide, I think he knows that Jogamo's back there. Might have heard the TP. They're bringing the rest of the forces over there. Too much resistance at B.
He's got a decent lurk, and then
Yep.
G2 should be aware that
अरे
they
इसका
didn't
ऑफ
spot him out.
ही देगा रे.
I don't think they're going to be ready for him on site, though. I think they think he's still at screens.
Trying to line up Jing, unable to find it. Shorty, just getting a bit
भाई
of damage in.
क्यों
Knocks him down
क्यों
to
ऐसा
31.
खेलता है बे
Meier in
जॉगमो?
heaven, quickly going to be backpedaling. As Jogamo throws on the mask. Nightfall is available.
The
Not
blue?
Divide, able to find one. Jonah P going to be taken down. The Fate in position. Trying to go for this
Zero
old
info
send.
मिला है chat.
Sends it
Zero
out.
info
Only
मिला
one to
है.
find the enemy Viper. Leaf, get TP at the back. It's actually Valen arriving here on site. Leaf, as you say, trying to go for this flank. And It's falling down to 32 HP, but Valen is able to find a buy at the same time. And now the site.
सिर्फ यही
In the
देखता
hands of G2.
यही
Something
देखता है
up and over the top. Dealt with. Dodging. Finds one. Showstopper's gonna be too late. The defuse has already come through. G2 break the win streak. And they persevere as they look for 2 more wins to take us into OT.
Yeah, another big round here for Jogamo with that dimensional drift. And then Leaf striking at the perfect time and doesn't overcommit. Doesn't find a kill, but that's okay. Still holding this angle, and Forsaken just kind of gets torn between trying to deal with the screen's position or deal with the lurker. And he pays the price for it. And now maybe a timeout.
Not to be seen.
Not to be seen.
Find you.
Still just rely on the players.
Please,
to
मेरे को
sort this
OT नहीं
themselves.
देखना,
So
please.
far, they've been pretty good at it. Been able to find those moments, those adaptations. Trying to use Jing to get a little bit aggressive towards mid. And again, G2 is playing very passive at the early parts of these rounds. It's really, how ready are they going to be for Jogamo's forward position with that operator?
Mini game
Haven't
खेल
seen
के
this
बैठा
yet.
अपना जिंगू.
He's holding on the other side of the toxic screen.
Ducks back to try to avoid the boom bot. Will get spotted.
Off है.
There's with a short. He doesn't
Clear
necessarily
cut वो लोग को मालूम पड़
indicate
गया.
Yor, but
Off है.
Flash
Yorum भी दिख
certainly
गया.
go ahead and let them know that the operator is going
पूरा
to be in
पता
this
वो लोग को
position.
off है.
Paranoia sent, dodged. I thought maybe he'd gotten away from it. Either
अभी
way, they're not
भी
able
वो
to
लोग
play
को
off the
पता है
back
कि
of it.
ऑफ है.
Forsaken just TPing up top here for the moment.
This could be a Vents angle here for PRX. They can suss this out. They know that the Yoru's on site. That might be what they want to avoid.
Fade out from one angle, sees onto the other.
Oh,
Team
heaven se
still
ja rahe.
fault line at the ready. The shorty swap, Forsaken. Not checking this, not ready for it. Gets caught. Goes down.
Nice,
Gets ready to buy.
nice.
Go ahead.
हिलता ही नहीं है बेचों को, मैं हिलता ही नहीं है. ना गन में गोली है, ऑफ में ऑफ निकलने को टाइम लगता है, लेकिन ना हिलेगा नहीं. ओपी.
Outlet util for
चलो
either side.
3v3 है.
For Valen, flash for something.
एक बार मैप में क्रॉसफायर देखो चैट. क्रॉसफायर देखो. समझ रहे हो? बरमूडा ट्रायंगल का बरमूडा है. एकदम ऐसा वाला ट्रायंगल है, ऐसा.
Hit by the paranoia, but he's not the player at risk. Divide, finding another, but now it is all on something.
Something.
Knows Leaf's position.
Something.
Knows
Come on.
he's there above, but Leaf
Come on.
does not have the read. And this time, OT will not
PRX.
be PRX.
PRX G2 के सामने जीतता. G2 के सामने PRX जीता चैट. हाँ.
They do a great job finding that open space, finding those plants and taking their
Why?
time.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I sure as hell am entertained, and I'm hoping that this series is going to deliver many more maps just like that. We've got Lotus coming up next.
कोई हाथ भी नहीं दे रहा है.
So stay tuned.
सबका माइनस सारा हो गया. समझ रहे हो? भाई यही अगर G2 टीम अगर जीते ना, ऑडियंस ऐसा हाथ देते, ये लोग ऐसा करके जाते. ये लो तालियां, ये लो, ये लो, ये लो, ये लो करके. अभी देख रहे हो कितने सैड है. Pacific on top, baby! Pacific on top! Huh? Eat you. Prem bhai, thank you for the 1,000. मेरी जान का उठा है. Aura, aura. W baby. तीन मैप जाएगा और G2 जीतेगा. मत करो यार, जितने दो ना यार. मेरा वो बराबर होएगा बे. क्या बोलते उसको? पिकेन. डीपी देख मेरी. हैं? भाई आशीष का अश्विनी ज्यादा लग रहा है. तू कौन है ये? ये क्या है?
I don't really like committing to things.
प्रेम भाई, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 1,000. मेरी जान की टोटी. लव यू. फिर इसका टी शर्ट पहनना फाइनल्स के दिन सीधा. मेरे को एक्चुअल में पता नहीं है किधर का. इसके लिए था.
Can you hear me now?
देवराज भाई, थैंक यू फॉर द 40. W gaming, yes. No name, yes, yes, yes. कौन है ये पूछता है? मेरे को पता है भाई, उसको बचपन का फोटो है भाई. बचपन का फोटो है. अटक गया. हेलो, एडिट तू है क्या वहाँ पे डीजे? हेलो, हाँ ठीक हो गया अभी गाना ठीक हो गया. ठीक है मेरे को लगा हाँ ठीक है रखता हूँ. चलो आईफोन में मेंबरशिप गिफ्टिंग नहीं होता है क्या? होता है ना, लिंक पे क्लिक करो. एस तरुण भाई थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप. और आशीष डीपी चेंज कर, ऐसा नहीं डालते किसी और का डीपी ब्रो. ये जो बकचोदी कर रहे हो उसके स्ट्रीम पे सीधा अनमोड करके हटाऊंगा. ये सब बकचोदी किसी और का डीपी डाल के ना, स्ट्रेट अप ना. नहीं होता है डीपी चेंज, चैट में लिखना बंद करो. सिंपल सिंपल सिंपल. ये बकचोदी के कंप्लीट अगेंस्ट टू दूसरे का डीपी डालने का. ठीक है, नॉट कूल. स्ट्रेट अप. ठीक है, दोनों को बोल रहा हूं. लिटमस टू बी नॉट कूल. थोड़ा कॉन्टेक्स्ट दो. अभी मैं इसको गाली दूंगा, समझ रहे हो? लिटमस सर का वो वाला मैं मेरा वाला गाली दे सकता हूँ क्या मैं अभी इसको? अगर इसमें कुछ बकचोद नहीं दे सकता ना, नहीं कर सकता भाई. ये सब नहीं करना चाहिए भाई. तुम लोग फोटो को एडिट करके पुकी उकी फोटो डाल के हम लोग का विंगमैन वाला कपल फोटो सब डालेगा, समझ में आता है. तुम लोग एक लड़के का फोटो सीधा निकाल के डाल रहे हो. नहीं, तुम लोग थोड़ा सा दिमाग लगाओ. एक तो तुम लोग मॉड्स हो, थोड़ा सा दिमाग लगाओ. तुम लोग मेरा पिंकी का एक साथ वाला डीपी पे डालते हो बकचोदी वाला, वो सब ठीक है. ठीक है, मेरा चाहिए तो 10 फोटो तुम लोग वैसा बकचोदी वाला करो, डालो, चलेगा. ठीक है, अपने ही चैट में. क्या अपने ही चैट में? क्या अपने ही चैट में? न्यू मॉड्स का फॉर्म चाहिए. एक्सक्यूज मी, मॉड्स अच्छे, हरकतें थोड़े कैजुअल हो गई आज.
Start to finish here, but of course,
देखो मैं चाय लेके आया, मैं भूल गया चाय लेके आया मैं.
with the victory and oh boy,
PRX को होगा 3-0 एंड आगे एंड मेरी दोनों मैप G2. मेरे को लग रहा है नेक्स्ट मैप मेरा भी G2 क्योंकि G2 का मैप है. नेक्स्ट मैप मेरा भी G2 विशाल भाई.
both of the pistols and having a very good understanding of how to play against PRX. They were their own worst enemy in so many occasions, and still, just because of that attack half, they managed to close it out.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of heroics that we've seen across the board. Let's actually start off with our Verizon, a high-speed moment from Divide, because we talk about those individuals, Mimi, this is a great example.
And this is what you're talking about, Bea. Look, they're up in a 5v4 here. No one else is ready for the retake, and something flashes into hell, dies for it, and then this flips out of the control for a second of PRX. It looks like G2 is going to close out this post plant, and then Divide hits 3 lovely shots with some great positioning up in heaven to win out this round. And that was all the story of the first half. PRX finding solid positions, maybe making a mistake or two and losing a player, and still having that individual skill to close things out. But that was a completely different story in my mind once we got to that second half.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I was very scared because we saw a Jink that was not present during that first half. The first kill that he got was off of a nade with a combo as well with Patman.
Yeah.
But it was even deeper, so it was not looking good for PRX. Coming out of the Swiss stage, they were the team that was doing the worst in 5v3s. That says a lot about how they lose that kind of like head in the game that they are so good at.
But they looked great on this attack side. I think the team fighting looked much improved with this Yoru Raze composition. The synergy was on point on those dives on A, and G2 just could not figure out how to hold that site. They tried to go for more hard anchor rounds towards the middle of that half. Towards the end, they were going back into playing a lot of retake, but PRX showed much better fundamentals and also, of course, amazing individual play to just win out, pounding A round after round.
Yeah, and one of those individuals, we talked about him briefly, right, making his debut debut here in a global event. It's Patman who just looked unbelievable, really. Whether it was the role that he was doing, which obviously was very effective, handling exactly what he needed to do, but Kukuka, we were seeing the slays come out of this guy, and it was impressive.
I mean, him winning that 1v3 on A, so many of this round started off with him getting that first kill, is not only how comfortable this is, oh, here is the 1v3, how crazy it is in this post-punch, how strong PRX are getting. I think that especially, and speaking about those pistols being won by G2 and the advantage that they have, he was the one keeping PRX in the game until it got to the second half. And I think we also need to talk about the Jogamo versus Something, because Something was a massive difference when we were speaking about that attack. We were seeing those A hits, especially if Jing is not having a good day. Him and Devi were putting so much pressure onto G2.
Yeah, Something did so much work in those A post funds, playing like the deep position, kind of tucked in that corner, under help. It's so difficult to deal with. He did really well there. But for Patman, I mean, he's on a team with Something, with Jing, with all of these like big name players who have been the best at like international events before. And here he is, top fragging in a first map that ended up being super duper close. You couldn't ask for anything better from that new ad.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I mean, could not ask for a better start to this one. Of course, the pressure is on for the number 1 seed coming out of the Americas. We got G2's Josh RT standing by with Yinsu.
We're heading to G2's map pick next, so I wanted to ask their coach Josh RT, how much did what happened between PRX and Team Liquid influence you in this map pick, and what is it about PRX's Lotus that you feel like you could exploit?
I think their comp has some weaknesses that we are gonna try to exploit, of course. And also, we're always a good Lotus team, so I just look at the relative strength between the two and felt like that's a solid map pick for us.
I can't wait to see it. Good luck.
Lotus gameplay mein.
Hey, and I cannot disagree with that. It always has been a solid
I
map
can
for
disagree,
G2, so they
sir.
feel confident in that
Respectfully,
regard. Of course,
I can
we'll see
disagree.
what happens here is Lotus is going to be up
Wait
next
and
on the
watch.
docket, and then, of course, if necessary, we'll be taking a trip over toward Icebox here. But what do you make of that one, Kukuka? Do you feel like Josh RT is giving us some info there? Not much.
I think that he has a great point, right? We do not expect him to be playing the Tejo, but they have a lot of record.
Good point.
In fact, before the composition that they're playing with the Tejo, before that, when they were
thank you for the
it
membership.
was against
Anik
PRX
bhai,
that
thank
they
you for the
played their last
membership.
map
Jan
before
Kitoor.
swapping around. I think that they have a good read. I want to see what they do against that double duelist. Again, if we see a different face of Jing on that attack, that could be a very, very big tell for the side of PRX. But
कुछ ओवर नहीं ना आराम से जाएंगे पूरा
I
दिन
think
में
that overall,
पूरा मास्टर्स बहुत लंबा चलेगा ना
Something that I do want to point out,
आराम
though,
आराम
is you
से
can
एक
really
तेरा
see
एक
those,
मेरा वाला
the momentum that
जीरो नहीं कि
PRX
मैं
do lean on, especially in that split game, because that could have gone either way, Mimi.
That's like the whole thing with PRX ever since they made that mid-season change, brought Patman in. It has been all momentum for this train thus far, just coasting their way into the playoffs. Agent select up. I expect a very similar thing here from G2. Like we play the same comp, just sub in either that Sova, probably the Fade is what I would expect.
उठा के दिक्का
I mean, there are changes because I expected Lee
पहले
to be
उठा
going on
के
to that kill
दिक्का
switch, but Trent
I
is
challenge
going
you.
to go on the Sova, and Jogamo locks in the Neon. We were waiting for this. We want to see, especially with them starting on the attack, the effect that it's going to have with
Love
those
you,
two
Nicholas.
initiators
Bye.
behind you.
Despite G2's success this year, Jaw has had one of his like lowest
I bought same deal
individual
for
performance
50 members.
years
Nah,
ever
nah,
in his
nah,
career
nah.
since he's been a player
मैंने फंस रहा
at that
इसमें.
international
Nah.
level. That's not because he's been bad. It's because he's been playing Neon,
Nah.
he's been the sacrificial lamb, he's had to be diving into all these different things. But now he gets to play on
Nah.
one of his absolute
मैंने फंस रहा.
best agents back in front of an
जब
NA
फंसा
crowd
तब
to
तक मेरी
show
गांड
us what
लगी
he's
है.
got
Nah.
on that Neon.
All right, folks, so let's go ahead and find out how this
Sorry
one
बोलने की
all
जरूरत है
plays
नहीं
out.
रे
Can
बाबा.
it go the distance? Let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters and jump into map 2. Here's Achilles and Paper Thin.
मेरा चैट
Thank you
क्यों
very
रीड
much,
करते हैं मैं
GP. I don't know.
करता हूँ
Toronto, what do you guys
75
think? You guys want to
members
see a map 3? All right, we'll see if G2 are going to be able to make it happen.
Nah,
Back
nah,
in the
nah,
driver's
nah,
seat.
nah.
We saw them.
मैंने बंस भाई मेरा कंट्रीब्यूशन आ गया फॉर योर सपोर्ट अरे
Gain the reins. Rode off into the
थोड़ा
sunset with the
चल
win
रहा है
on
काम
the
चल रहा है
split.
उस बारे में
See what happens is, once again, Paper X
Vedant.
pistols have not been kind to them.
It looks like it might be a full 4v4 scrap here early.
यार डीपी है ये
Turns from the flash, Jogamo on the peak, dead. Jing
अब मेरे कॉम में वीकनेसेस है हाँ देखा क्या पट से हेडशॉट Oh fuck मैं G2 की साइड पे हूँ ना ये मैप
out of the hands of G2.
Because you have that Yoru, you're able to quickly
Go
pivot
happy
over to
birthday
the
wish
other
हो
side of the
जाता
map
तो
here.
विधान भाई many happy returns of the day Arun भाई thank you for the 1799 मेरी जान के टोटे
Finds it, and something will get overwhelmed, flanked through the site.
करके मार रहा है
In and on that peak, Dubai ends up losing his life. A 3v3.
Shit 5v3 से 3v3 हो गया
Start into a bit of a lopsided round.
हमें thank you so much for 1800 love you मेरी जान के टोटे
Full stairs push.
विशाल भाई love you यार मेरे छोटे भाई love you
But Forsaken and Patman are lined up.
Cluster together, the swing, Forsaken able to tuck back around the corner. Does get stunned there by the fault line, clear on the recon dart, and they have to re-pivot back. G2.
Bro.
Quickly evacuating, breaking down the baby door.
भाई क्या रेस चल रही है
at upper. Looking to try to take them down. Leaf gets himself a third. The Jig.
भाई क्या खेल रहे लोग ऐसे लग रहा है मिरर देख रहा हूँ मैं
Where PRX
मिरर
so
फाइट देख लिया भाई
they were playing Team Liquid. It's crazy to think that these first two maps are the two maps that went to OT the last time they played. So far so good, able to avoid any disasters on split. And they got the pistol, and that's really got them fired up because they need those. They were still able to win split without a single pistol, but it's the buy-up here for G2. Stingers and a Sheriff.
They're looking to nullify this. Just take that pistol win away from them. As for now,
पूरी दुनिया को पता रहेगा कि ये लोग ने फोर्स किया अगर PRX को रीड नहीं आया ना कि ये लोग ने फोर्स किया अगर
shots here from something. Backpedals, avoids the fault line. Space going to be taken. Wall does get popped, so Spike cannot be brought forward into the B side quite just yet. But Valen, it's a good amount of space forward there at upper. Sheer wall now gone. No, it's tough here. The connector sends out that paranoia. Players arriving here from main. Jonah P. Attack down low. He and Leaf both eating an immense amount of damage. Trent though finding his timing. Swings around the back. Collects 2 kills. Something Divide both going to be eliminated. The spike is on the floor. Patman's pushing forward. He's catching the timing, but he's also catching a stray headshot. Fallon has meant to take him down, and this round is looking to go the way of G2. Jing all alone. Too many targets, too many angles. And the force from G2 works its magic.
And early on, they had a great plan to get themselves ahead of the curve, to get past the vice wall, because they TP past it with Valen and send another player through. So it kind of keeps PRX guessing a little bit. They have to pause, they have to wait this out. They don't have any information on what's going on. And that just allows G2 to set up for those late lurks, to take that early space.
Ichigo bhai, thank you for the membership. Last bar decide कर लेने एक-एक करके आराम
से करें. A couple sheriffs otherwise. G2 now.
No greediness.
Play their bonus.
Season end just opens up some space. Corbin gets grabbed. Jing going to be 2 charges away. On the peak, playing catch up. Trying to get that rolling thunder at the ready. Still just the 3 charges thus far. Divide forced back. Paranoia flying his way, as well as those relay bolts. Backpedals and something gets caught up over by Waterfall. And trying to go on a timing. Does get noted by the enemy breach.
Had a little bit of miscommunication there for PRX. Some players trying to make some hero plays.
That's back towards Waterfall. Flushed out, and right now G2 are looking to try to make this one a flawless to swing forward, and that Bucky is not going to sing. 4K for Jonah P. That rolling thunder now just 2 charges away. G2 gain the lead in flawless fashion.
Yeah, this is just
so irritating force करता है G2 का.
So ready. Something to try to make that aggressive maneuver.
भाई मेरा टाइप है जे लेकिन मुंबई सर्वर है फोर्स करो वाला.
As well, and a 4K for the professor. Yeah. That one's got to be a little bit frustrating. But really, I think PRX could have done a little bit more damage there if they're a little bit more patient. Wait for that retake.
यार तो PRX घर नहीं रहे लोअर ब्रैकेट.
It is what it is. Forsaken going to go for that Odin once again here on this defender's side.
Our player stack as well. As a paint shell lobs in, Jogamo going to be eating a good amount of damage from it. 51. Forsaken is looking to further delay. But Jing ends up being found. Flushed out of the corner. Shot going to be committed there. Get him out into the open. They're able to collect the kills. Advantage now here for the side of G2. Seems like they are more than satisfied with that on this side of the map, and now look to maybe pivot.
This is
अभी
classic
साउंड की
G2.
वजह से शायद वो लोग को एम इन
Just take
क्लियर
your
करना
profits
पड़ेगा वापस
and move
रबल या
on.
कुछ लेना
You
पड़ेगा
got that one. You don't need to press your advantage.
ठीक है आई थिंक फेड को साउंड आ गया है
Leave Leaf
फॉल बैक
to
वाला
his own devices. Try to win some battles on the extremities. Patman gonna have to clear the drone. Trent looks like he's gonna try to follow up. Try to pre-fire.
Challenge into this one. Forsaken is already rotated across towards C site, just cycling the smokes there on main.
यार ये लोग बस बहुत टाइम है यार ये लोग वापस ही जा सकते हैं
The orb grab though,
फक
Jonesy
जा रहे ओह
now one away from having that Rolling Thunder online. He's got the spike in hand. And that's going to be a massive post-plant tool here for them.
बाय हेवी साउंड अगर ये लोग ए से बी गए ना ये लोग राउंड हारने वाले G2
Absolutely need to. Fast lane, now going to let them know. Finds the first something. No Rolling Thunder to be concerned about this round. Tries to go out for a little bit of a wider swing, but Leaf eventually is able to find the target. Up and scooped up. The break of the door. Time starting to dwindle here. Thorns get raised. Look at themselves into the site. Locked in here by the wall, but Patman does manage to find one as Valen gets taken down. Had to pull up the plant here for a brief moment. Now is able to stick it, but cannot draw his weapons back out fast enough. Paper X with 3 surviving. We'll tie it up at 2-2.
Yeah, I love this little change-up of positioning from something. We haven't seen him tuck into that corner quite like that.
well baby they played it right baby
Somewhere over on A.
G2 more than Hyderabad है वो तो ऑस्ट्रेलियन अमेरिकन दिनार
of him doing
PRX
that.
जीतेगा baby
And then it's just
Clean
great
killer,
coordination
clean
here.
killer, clean
Something
killer.
Paper X is going to need because
Clean
G2
killer,
won't make
baby,
any
clean.
mistakes against them, and they will take everything. And it almost looked like maybe G2 was just going to have this great methodical
Prediction तो
classic
है
round where they work the map, they get the orbs, they find that
वो
opening
लोग का
kill.
winning option वही था
They just kind of play for trades the rest of the way, but
एक को B
something
insert
had
करके
other ideas.
बाकी है
Yeah,
Does not have a
showstopper.
weapon. Okay,
You don't need
pass
it.
over.
He's
Does
got
go
a
through.
rocket. He's fine.
Well, they hand him one all the same. As Forsaken is one very much getting bullied out by Trap. Moving forward, something trying to take some space here, but
मारा बे
losing his head forward.
जोगोमो
Massive advantage now here for the side of G2.
Oh my god.
भाई जोगोमो क्या clean मारता है बे
Swing out. Jogomo just has him lined up.
bro 40 HP में दो मारे
G2
बे
winning on
उसने
all fronts.
ओडिन ने डिंग
They
दिया
set
लेकिन
themselves
फिर
up with
भी
another flawless. His orb could be passed over to
विशाल भाई
damn near everybody.
that
You've got
means
so
क्या
many
बोले
good choices.
तू PRX से या
Hit the
G2
hunter
मैं
sharing,
हूँ
the
G2
overdrive.
ये मैप लेकिन दिल PRX साइड पे
Drone
I
scout,
know it's
spots
very
nothing.
confusing.
No one's home. There's Divine.
इसमें मेरे को लग रहा है G2 एक्चुअल में अच्छा खेलता है ये मैप लेकिन
Really the
मेरा
right
दिल
Some head scratchers here for Paper Rex. Something going for that swing onto Jogomo. Had a fair opportunity, but Jogomo
अगर मैं PRX ठीक
really dialed in this round. And then that two-man push in towards mid.
क्यों पिक
Questionable.
करते हैं और वो लोग को
Not
लग रहा है
really
कि वो
reading the
लोग
map well
फाइट
there.
ले
A
सकते तो
lot
पिक
of times
करते हैं
G2 is going to be rotating
ना ए
in
पे वो लोग
force.
मरा
So unless you're
वो लोग
thinking
को
you can
एक
catch
दो
Leaf in that
बंदे लोग का
spot,
आवाज आया अभी के बार
that's the only way I could
वो
see
लोग वो
that
फाइट
being
ले तो सकते
the
थे
right decision.
लेकिन मारना भी था
Leaf is looking to catch them.
Oh, absolutely.
Not in the most vulnerable positions, though, as the door just forced to rotate from device, so should be able to dance around this as we wait for the spike to go off. So 2 weapons.
Language,
still going to be
Swell, by
retained here,
language.
Seem, unless he hits a hell of a shot, but Devi here's the footsteps and stays tucked back. So
Binks भाई
flawless
मॉड
round.
आप कैसे
G2
बनाते हो
regaining the lead.
मजाक सेट
Yeah,
कर
Really good stuff here.
एक
from
डेढ़ साल
G2.
पहले तक
Maybe going to
जो
be a
लोग मेरा
timeout.
स्ट्रीम
First
सबसे
one being
ज्यादा
called by Paper X now.
देखते थे वो लोग मॉड
Alex,
बनते
let's take some time.
लेकिन
You know, one thing
फिर
that worked
मालूम
really
पड़ा
well
कि
for
3
Paper
साल से
X
मैं
was
रेंट पे हूँ
finding their
कुछ तो
moments
गलत
of
कर रहा हूँ
contact
लाइफ
to
में
set up these pinch plays
इसलिए अभी पैसे के
against
ऊपर है मॉड
MIBR.
बनना
And as well against, or excuse me, against Team Liquid.
जो
And
$1 लाख देगा
those were working so well. Obviously 11-1 on their defender side, but they would get contact. They'd let him take mound.
चैलेंज हो रहा है क्या लक्ष्य भाई
Take B and they'd collapse on him. They
क्या
had all these
चैलेंज
great ideas.
मैं प्रेडिक्शंस दे रहा हूँ
But G2's a very different opponent. They aren't going to give you those opportunities.
अफ्रीका
They're
भी
gonna be really
फाइनल
diligent at the
जीत
start of
रही
the
है
round. Again,
बिंक्यू
looking for those early advantages,
WTC
looking for
में
that
ये
first
क्या है
kill,
अभी
and then they're going to start working the map. They're going to look to see
World
what
Cup,
you've
World
left
Cup.
open because you've lost a
क्रिकेट में
player.
क्या
So as Paper Rex, to be very cautious at the start of these rounds. You really have to make sure that you understand the utility where it can be, when it can be. You know, Jing getting flushed out by some of that breach utility earlier, caused him to go down early. Something just taking some of these individual fights. You know, sure, you want him to have that confidence, you want him to have that ability.
World Test
a little bit more
Championship.
backup behind it for Paper Rex.
कोई idea नहीं है
So at least they
क्या
can
ये
trade.
cricket है क्या?
That's what you'd be looking for. Guardian going to be bought here for something. Everybody else still has enough
वो
to
क्या
get
है cricket है
rifles.
क्या?
Obviously, the Odin carried over a bunch of ults on both sides. So a lot to consider here for both teams.
$1 mod देगा क्या मुझे? हाँ language है ये. लक्ष्य भाई.
Call end up looking like.
कैसे लेके बैठो $1 lakh minus 2.79 करो.
Gone over the top.
जैसे पूरा वो बता देना.
Paper X
Cricket
faked
का test.
the seek pinch. They sent out the paranoia and some of that fade util just to see what the response would be. But G2 is just sitting in spawn. You know, you see this after timeout sometimes for Paper X where they go for those early aggressive plays.
दरवाजा वाला पट से उसको कहाँ से तो पड़ा भाई.
G2 very ready for it.
Jogamo
Heavy
noted,
info.
identified a little bit here.
Heavy
The wall
info.
will get spotted, but that's about all that's going to be gained here from the dimensional drift. Quick little exit from something.
Go, go.
TP's back over onto the A site. In the meantime,
Heavy info.
space being gained as G2 slowly creep their way forward here. 5 players about to be stacked at
W
mount.
smoke.
It's a great smoke timing from Forsaken right as they're coming towards C. That could buy them precious extra seconds. Plus there's the Vice wall on the other side.
Go for the backside, going to be Sen. No
Fatman के पास ult है.
getting hit by that one as the wall.
Fatman ult jingled.
A TP forward from Balance.
लेकिन ये लोग शायद भी जाएंगे.
Into the sides, the Nightfall's going to go across, and that's going to hit damn near everyone. Hit, however, does come through in play with the Vibe. Swinging out on the timing as that reveal, but cannot find the kill, but Jing has arrived! Lands on top! And that is going to be the plan
मैंने
tonight.
बोला था ये लोग
Paper
शायद भी
Rex.
जाएंगे. Just saying
The
chat.
call to action. Looking fantastic
Just
from the
saying
timeout.
chat.
10 seconds left.
Trent will try to see if he can stop
Just
this from being
saying.
a flawless. This round
Divansh
is
भाई को
very
hi.
wrestled from G2's
बोल दो
grasp.
Bunks भाई.
This
By
is
the
a
way,
great
chai
change-up
pite
here.
I'm a
Very
chai
nice
person.
timeout by
Divansh
Alex
भाई
for Paper Rex.
hello. Unique, thank you for
And
the
that is
100.
all about their decision making there with their utility and with their timings. That smoke again just buys them a little bit extra time. You know, the Vibe's already sliding in. This allows you to set up as soon as that pit goes through to just storm into the
दो
site.
जन
The
कैसे
rocket
निपटे बे?
found Leaf for Jing.
ऐसा लगा ना
3
दो
kills
फटे.
there on that retake flood. And that is very, very nicely done. A great nightfall as well. Great timing there from Patman. Catches almost everybody on G2. This is just an orb grab here for Paper X. Nobody home for G2. They're going to be pretty well aware of it. So quick move over to Steve.
bro!
Thing not clipped from
भाई
the
वो
relay,
स्टन
but
कैसे
the
नहीं
paranoia
हुआ?
just hits one hell of a shot.
हाँ भाई उसने शॉट क्रेजी मारा लेकिन
Gets
वो
that entry power.
स्टन
Tip
कैसे
of the
नहीं हुआ
spear,
वहाँ पे?
Vaughn.
भाई उसने फ्लिंच भी नहीं किया
Ball here
बे.
at G2.
इंग्लिश देख रहा गिर
For ults
जाएगा.
now. It's the Hunter's Fury here for G2, so
मीनिंग मत पूछना
love
अंडी
to save
मंडी.
that for the
बट
post plan. Forsaken here on a timing. Wants to spray.
औरा.
Just in case there is a rotate. They're going to seed the A side over here. Our Paper Rex.
सुपर शॉट सुपर
Should be
मिस
able to hear
गरीब
that
का
drone.
कौन सा 150 देगा.
Forsaken will swing over the stairs.
Excuse me.
Position. Maybe try to
VPN ये
spring
सब
through the
मत
wall,
यूज
but the
करो.
ball
I
is
don't
not
support all
raised.
this. $150 दो देना है
Will
तो.
be able to spot out a multitude of players. The question is, G2, do they pivot in the connector and try to get a plant down on B? Jing is watching. Swung out wide.
30 seconds left.
Trent is trying to fish for him here. Jing unable to avoid the stun. No swing coming through.
भाई
Leaf,
क्या
however,
ब्लाइंड
gets away
दिया.
scot-free but balanced.
क्या फायदा
Pressuring
ब्लाइंड
forward,
देख
able to
के.
find one. Leaf now going to be taken down. Jing able to find
दो
another.
मारे.
Punching from behind.
भाई
And there's
दो
the cleanup.
दो कैसे मारा?
The loss of Jogamo in the early stages of the round.
Oh my god क्या टीम है ये
G2 reeling, They
PRX.
fight back,
PRX.
showing their tenacity, but they're just not able to find the round win.
Well, you're seeing an extra little bit of patience here from Paper Rex in these last couple of rounds. You see Valen scratching his chin a bit, trying to figure out how they're going to deal with this. Some good paranoia, some good flashes this time. Jing on the point of attack, holding the line
भाई
nicely
जिंग
to
ने
find
कैसे
two.
दो
A great
मारा.
flash. And just a smothering here. Paper Rex coming from every direction. Re-clearing that space on A. really nicely, or Forsaken in something.
मत करो यार, जिंग पे सूट नहीं होता वो.
G2 though, not gonna fall
Please,
for it.
बैठे रहने दो उससे.
This an immediate pivot over. Everybody was there for PaperX. That
हाथ
spam is
पकड़
doing a
के
ton
बोल
of
रहे,
damage.
Down to 31.
उठ जिंग, मारा है तूने.
Fury sent on the prowl.
Oh,
Forsaken
big
dead.
gun, big gun.
Trending
Big
to find
gun.
value
Smokes नहीं
there.
है अभी
It's
उनके.
an early kill.
लेकिन
Smokes that you no longer have to be concerned about.
दवाई अल्ट कर सकता है.
Tap the
लेकिन
door. Trying to get
दवाई
some kind of
अल्ट
reaction
में
here out of PaperX. Throw the
नियॉन
smoke
अल्ट
as
मार
well.
के रोक सकता है.
Something likes to play up in these a bit.
They're going to just pop flash and push out of this one. And that's going to be Valen taken down as TP out. Jogamo. Simplifying one, overdrive. Escorting forward. Finds the headshots across onto Divine. Patman and something with 40 health between the two of them. Versus 4 players on the side of G2. Seems like as the pendulum swings, we're just going to be trading.
That
back
was the
these
winning
round
plan.
wins.
Yep, G2 played clean. Yep.
Line will not connect, but something just dropping down into the site. Instantly
ये
noted and
मैच
dealt with.
जीतने के बाद ही खुशी
Jogamo with
मनाऊंगा.
a huge
हाँ,
round to keep things neck and neck. As it gets a bit
अभी
of a reveal
मना
at the
सकता
end.
है टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो.
4K here for the Neon. 4 rounds for G2. We remain tied up.
Yeah, that's
टिपोन
a great
आपको
momentum
कॉपी
swing,
कर
a
रहा
great
है
economy
कैसे
swing
कैसे कैसे
here for
करके. हेयर
G2.
बाय कॉपी नहीं है. वी आर
Get
ब्रदर्स.
themselves right back into
हम
the
दोनों
thick of
एक
it.
ही गांव से.
Using some of those ultimates to
समझ रहे
great
हो?
effect. Jogamo, Desk was talking about
अपना
his
सिर्फ
Neon.
बॉडी अलग है.
He's showing you why.
टंग
He is
जो है ना
so
वो
highly
सेम है.
regarded on that agent. Absolutely destructive
मतलब
with the
मैंगलोर
overdrive.
ब्रोस.
Jing one away from another showstopper though. It's PaperX. Looks to line up for another A-Rubble fight. G2's just been holding back on these, maybe sending Jog out a bit. Oh, Jog!
Instantly
क्या
able to
aim
find the
है
kill.
भाई.
Forsaken again.
भाई ऐसा
First one
लगा
to
कि
fall
उसने
here from
मारते
PaperX,
मारते
having a rough
माउस
go of
घुमा
it.
के रिकॉन तोड़ा, पेड का आई भी तोड़ा, रेस का नेड भी
Sure.
तोड़ा,
Yeah, no,
बूमबॉट भी
0
तोड़ा,
kills,
यूरो
0
का
6
क्लोन भी
support
तोड़ा.
moment here on that
ऐसा
Omen.
कौन माउस घुमाता है भाई?
It's been a bit of a struggle.
आपके गुड विशेस से मेरा मैच बैक लगा. थैंक यू. मतलब मैच क्या हो गया?
Emotional leader of PaperX.
F
Alan
F
goes
ये
to
देखो.
check the A site.
ये लोग का कुछ सीन हो रहा है.
Just seeing what he can spot out, trying to garner some interest from
ज़रा
PaperX
नहीं,
towards
ज़रा
A
से ज़्यादा
side.
मौत हिला रहा है. तो वो देखेगा नहीं. गेम वेम खेल रहेगा, स्ट्रीम कर रहेगा. ये देख लिया ना उसने गान लगे.
Around the back here of this team, spotted onto the leg of Defy. Just flying through, but he's taking so much damage and taken down.
क्या बीटी एंगल्स निकालते हैं ना ये लोग.
Valen clears
लव
the
फ्रॉम
Valor
सिक्किम.
still
कभी
watching
सिक्किम आओ
this
भाई.
end.
मानो भाई.
With the
लव
fight.
यू यार.
He'll
घूमूंगा.
manage to
जिस
find
दिन
one, but
घूमूंगा
Patman
मैं
now
बताऊंगा.
blocked out from the swing in.
क्लीन भेजो गमो.
Needs something.
टाइम आउट आएगा मेरे
alone.
सबसे अभी. ये क्या हो रहा है? ये बकरी बक. क्या हो रहा है भाई? F F F नाइस. F F इसकी डाल रहा हूँ YouTube. चैट आज YouTube देखेंगे यार. एक टेक पॉज लो ना.
Buckies. And we've seen PaperX try to get Forsaken. Might be trying to TP him forward.
रुक तो नहीं सकता.
Lot
इतना
of
पेशेंस नहीं है
space.
मेरे में.
Taken off of this one. The wall raised. He's just going to go pushing forward. Finds one. Finds two. Cutting him down. The paranoia is now going to be sent.
भाई
next on
डब्लू
to the 3 remaining
पैरानोया
players.
मारा भाई.
Aftershock try to create some space. They deny.
डब्लू पैरानोया मारा भाई. डब्लू.
You gotta suspect that Forsaken's gonna walk into this smoke. You just have to suspect it as G2. He's just gonna grab the gun.
Weapon going to be picked up. Juggles it back. Says, I'm more than content to continue playing this with a Bucky. Does eventually backpedal.
निकाल तो सकते G2 अभी भी.
Something
गन्स है नहीं.
holding here on the close angle. Looking forward, but Valen, maybe 6th sense tingling there. Decides to back away. Doesn't peek in onto the angle. TP check from Forsaken. Not sure how much was spotted there, but Jerome could pretty much tell the story. You're going to be anticipating that all these players are going to be remaining together. But oh, just what a stop. That blind dart through. I think it does get clipped by that one, but then TP's forward, up into the smoke. Doesn't check down. Gets the reveal on the Valen though. We'll be able to hound him down. My God, Forsaken. Gets himself a third, but Jordan being able to fight back a little bit more, but now finds himself all alone still. Tagged down to 33.
क्या play
As he
बना
sorts out the
4
five,
ने
we'll find the final kill to confirm the MasterCard Thrifty and keep us tied at 5-5.
What a way to get on the board for Forsaken. Finds his first 3 kills with a Bucky.
I thought he was going to ace
हाँ
I did
crazy
2 for a second. I thought when he started pushing that corner,
रोजी
I'm like, oh boy.
महिला घरे
The
को
Bucky
की
ace.
तमले फॉलो
This
बैक
Masters
ना
will have
गलुज
everything if he
डीएम
pulls that
करना
off.
पौना सो रिमूव
That's a hell of a round for Paper Rex. And we've seen them do that.
रोजी
Usually
मैडम
it's
बाबा
with the
यागो
judge.
को ब्लॉक कर
A
दो
little bit of
डीएम में
stronger buy to
ये
back
बोल
it
रहा है
up,
मेरे
and they'll
हिसाब
go
से
for that aggressive TP play
रोजी
at the
मैडम
front of
ब्लॉक दिस
A.
पक राइट नाउ
Showstopper, do have an operator here.
मैट्रोमोनी समझे मेरे चैट
Something.
दूसरे लैंग्वेज में
Look at
पटा
this,
रहा
what he
है
can get done.
ताकि मेरे को समझे ना बट आई एम
Slowly
स्मार्ट
pushing up, but Forsaken. Okay, well, looks like
ऐसे
Bucky is going to be
Forsaken
the
का तारीफ
answer.
किया
Gets himself a rifle, gets himself dead. Off the start of the round once again. Push forward, lead.
ऐसे तारीफ किया
Favorite here on this peak. Something going to have to be Johnny on the spot, and he is. Woo. Closes out the kill.
चलेगा अभी
G2
वो लोग सी
realizing
रिक्लियर नहीं
how
कर
much
सकते इतना जल्दी
Lack of control they have on that side of the map. Trent has to have his head on a swivel.
You can still expect that maybe Patman.
Oh, Allen. Gun barrel spotted, clips him just through the corner of the wall there at stairs.
इससे पड़ती है भी लोग दवाई
Though in his own right, a clean upper a lot of the times, but just cannot hit that hospital flick. Fallon comes up with a second elimination.
The patience paying off for
चेक
G2
कर
there.
रहे हैं क्वालिटी ऑफ का
Fully expecting that repeak.
हाँ
Jing similarly. Could be doing very much the same, and the spray is just off.
No more.
Patman finding one, wide swings out, gets a headshot, but can't get the kill. G2 find themselves with 6 round wins. One more round to go at the half.
यार पसंद ही नहीं है वे
So
मेरे को
aware of Paper Rex's tendencies. Again, getting those players just
क्या
far enough
shot
out
था
that they can
bro.
find that opening kill outside of rubble. And then Valen doing a great job. 4K for the IGL. Having a great one, and yeah, I think you got to be a little bit frustrated there. Again, Paper Rex just kind of falling one by one. You have this
सारे
showstopper,
players
and it's a weak buy.
क्रेजी शॉट्स का
Forsaken, of
मोंटाज
course,
बना
double
दे
dip.
मीन में एलेक्स
Into
भाई
that Bucky again.
डेस्क बैंगिंग
See the
मोंटाज
G2 very wary of that
इट
showstopper.
साउंड्स रॉन्ग
And see if it's going to be pulled here. With Jogamo, that's the last target you want to have. That Neon has the escape ability. Get away. Just a lot of patience being shown this time by Paper Rex. Jiggle Peak spotted.
I'm trying to get a catch, but trying to get the Neon, going to prove to be difficult, and the showstopper doesn't actually go deep enough. Otherwise, it might have actually been able to find him. The decay was there. Levi, though, pushing forward onto the B side, able to find one. Forsaken comes up with another
भाई
lucky
W
elimination.
वर्ल्ड
Spike gets
W
ready to be
वर्ल्ड
planted. Should be a one audio list just setting up the
W
flashes. The
वर्ल्ड
quick pivot across over towards the C side comes through. Forsaken trying to chase. Has upgraded to a Vandal. Wants to try to catch them off guard. Corner plant. The push forward right here into the
ब्रो बोलो कि ओमेन को इसको ओमेन का आवाज नहीं है यार कैसे
Fallon's got his ult.
Playing it so
वैलन को कैसे
intelligently,
आवाज
and
नहीं
you're
है
right.
उसका
Fallon does
भागने
have
का
from the shadows.
जस्ट दूर तक
Let's
शायद
try to get the shot there on the Jing. He's unable to do so. They know exactly where he's at. Patman on the corner swing.
फेड
In perfect
ओमेन को नहीं लगा था
position, as
फेड
we are perfectly balanced 6-6 at the half.
ओमेन को नहीं लगा था रे
Back and
बाकी
forth
दो
from
जन को
both of
लगा
these teams. You have to love the adjustments. You have to love what you're seeing from both
ओमेन
squads.
को नहीं
Really
लगा
putting on a
था
good show here.
बाकी दो
Great
जन को लगा
fundamentals,
था
great individual plays,
फेडर
great lurking.
मैं
That is exactly
देख
what you want
सकता
out of
हूँ
this
बहिरा
matchup.
नहीं हूँ मैं
High stress environment. We're going to get ready to send it down. Yinsu is standing by for an interview with some of
I
Jonah
think
P's
sound के range के
biggest
बाहर था
supporters. Toronto, show them some love.
It is a very special experience being here, being able to watch these games
Smile के
live.
पीछे
And
दर्द
I'm
देखो, हाँ,
bringing you
बंदे के
guys a
G2
special
support.
guest, Jonah P's
अरे
brother,
भाई
Justin
ये रे
P. Can I call you that?
Yeah, absolutely, for sure.
How are the nerves? You know, this game, it cannot get.
हे माय सेल्फ डियर ब्रदर तेरे गाफ में हाँ एक उसका भाई वहां पे सपोर्ट कर रहा है और एक मेरा भाई बासुंडी की कैंड
You too, and I know they can do it.
Now, you've supported him every step of the way through this journey. What does it mean to be able to watch him on a stage like this in Canada?
भाई
you know, in
Amazon
his
पे भाई
home,
मिलेगा
home
भाई
turf?
it's amazing to be in Canada, to be at home, to him being the representative of Canada for the G2 scene, and also being able to come here because we're from Montreal, so it wasn't that bad of a drive, and being able to see him live is amazing.
And lastly, is there anything you want to say to him if he can hear you right now?
I'll just remind him what I said. G2 has boss energy. They can't be like if anybody can come back, they can do it. He can do it. I believe in him. I know. Every time we used to play together back in the day, everybody accused him of hacking every single game. So he just had something special, and I know he has it, and I know he has it to win today.
That's right. We believe in G2, don't we, guys? We
Bro,
believe
do
in
you
them.
think
Thank you
Valo
very
Mobile
much,
आने
Justin,
के
for
बाद
joining me.
Valo
And
PC
let's
की
see if G2
popularity
can
and
close out this
viewership
map.
कम हो जाएगी? सौरभ भाई, personally, if you are talking about my thinking, घंटा फर्क नहीं पड़ता, समझ रहे हो? क्योंकि मैं पीसी गेमिंग मोबाइल गेमिंग नहीं करता हूँ, पहली बात। दूसरी बात, एज लॉन्ग एज वैलो ग्रो हो रहा है, कोई भी वर्जिन में हो रहा है, पीसी या मोबाइल, एज लॉन्ग एज इंडिया से टीम्स निकल रही है और बाहर जा रही है, और वही गेम है जो मैं पसंद करता हूँ, मेरे को मज़ा आएगा। सिंपल सिंपल। तेरा भाई खुद मोबाइल में खेलेगा, पीसी में भी खेलेगा, समझ रहे हो? एमुलेटर में अलाउड नहीं रहेगा तो भी उसमें PS5 का कंसोल डाल के खेलूंगा अगर ग्रो होएगा तो। टेंशन मत, टेंशन मत। ये गेम से अलग लगाव है मेरा, समझ? यू वाला सीन है मेरा ये गेम से, यू वाला। लाइफ में मेरे पास बंदी नहीं थी जब ये गेम था वाला सीन है। इट्स क्लोज टू माय हार्ट।
Those kills and then just dipping.
पहले उसके जैसे खेल, फिर सपोर्ट आएगा। जैसे कि मेरा भाई उसके जैसे। ये क्या हुई? कंपैरिजन करना दोनों का करो।
Triple stack in towards B here for G2. Fan out. Looks like PRX anticipating some aggression on that mound side. Something in the meantime is just out on a solo mission.
Pinky
Has
से
the
ऊपर
gate
ही
crash
है।
set up back over at the spawn. Trying to go for a
कैसे
quick
मिली मेरे
exit,
को
but
पिंकी?
he wants to try to draw some attention.
कैसे मिली?
It's just a timing hit. Portal closed. Oh, he's not going to TP. I thought maybe they'd TP, but he's gained so much space. PRX is going to use that instead. They had a couple different options. This is the one they're going to roll with.
But now it's going to be a double re-clear of this
Don't ask
position here
such
from
questions,
G2.
mods.
Want to make sure that they haven't actually lost control of this, but something finds the instant
They
one-tap.
one tap record. There's something there.
Trying to stay alive, something in for the challenge.
Lucky.
It's a hit onto the shoulder. As Trent
मरी नहीं रहा है बे, मरा।
as he re-swings into backside, Jing is there to collect. Now we go into a
नहीं
3v3.
चैट में तेरा भाई love you यार। एक्सक्यूज मी, क्या इमोजी है? नींबू पानी के बाद
Line not
का।
available, flash is expended.
आज बंक्स भाई XLG का गेम प्ले देखेंगे भाई, क्रेजी होएगा। मैं उसके लिए सुपर एक्साइटेड हूँ।
A slide. Valen with the paranoia as he gets closer.
प्लस वन बंदी वाली लाइन, love you यार।
Sen not able to find any damage there. Field coming through. Jing, however, just swinging forward with a frenzy. Looking for a little bit more, but Patman will take the final kill. PRX tied up 2-2 in pistols.
आज
They gain
अपन
the lead here.
हिस्ट्री, ज्योग्राफी, केमिस्ट्री, बायोलॉजी बनते हुए देख रहे हैं चैट।
It gives them a lot of different options in this round. And it's like if something doesn't make any contact, we can go back the other way.
Pacific on
Otherwise,
top
if
हो रहा है
he
chat.
senses something, he has that TP to go over to C. They can explode to that site. Something there. Does a nice job. One of the things that G2 does against PRX, they do these little shoulder peeks to try to get them to pre-fire, and he actually holds
तो
and
मैं
waits
मेहनत करे
for the
उसको वजह से
repeat
मिली।
from
अरे
B.
पहला
Takes
बात
him down.
वालों
Nice
की
try
वजह
by
से हुआ।
Trent. Did a good job, and it is
वो
another
टाइम पे अगर
force
मैं
five here
CS
from
खेल रहा था,
G2.
पिंकी जब पिंका मिलता
PRX
मेरे को।
have to be banking on
बात
this.
समझो, it's all because of Valorant.
Any other assumption would be a very foolish and incorrect one. This Forsaken playing around, trying to drum up some interest. Keep the stack over towards C. In the meantime, backpedaling over towards the rope. Jing going to be collecting the orb. Halfway mark to having that first showstopper of the half online.
Facts.
No charges.
Smith gets shoved back here for the moment.
Just going to try to get a little bit deeper. See if they can find a good angle for that Marshall.
Oh.
स्लो मोड हल्का सा बड़ा जब है,
close to being
ऑलरेडी
able to find
15
that.
सेकंड है भाई। चैट भाग रही है आज। लाइक्स ने भाग रहे चैट, लाइक करो यार। अंडी मंडी 10 के लाइक पे 50 गिफ्टेड दे रहा हूँ।
As he slides back around the corner. Flash now connecting. Read the name, don't look at the image.
हर बार
Try to
काम नहीं
follow the
करता.
action. Leaf. The final one slides down into drop. Jonathan will lose his life, and it's now this Leaf, who was previously noted, cleaned up. Paper X this time.
Chat shout out 69 एक और back to back shout out मिल रहे तेरे भाई को.
Only finds a single kill.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that G2 dipped
Last
into that
game
well
Jin
twice.
शांत अभी देख रहे
That
हो?
is dangerous stuff. Giving Paper Rex a huge economic advantage to start this second half. And that is
Pink has
great
got a
line
T1.
from something. Right as Jogamo's trying to dash in. This is what you need from something. That sniping is his calling card. That and shorties. He needs to be impactful
फिर
in
से
this
वर्ड
role.
नहीं
He
अभी
needs to get those
डबल
first
फोर्स
kills
नहीं करते लोग
going. He's going to be backed off.
B3 है ना हाँ.
Shoved away, and he's going to push forward.
Language चिराग भाई language.
Trying to collect that orb, but Jogamo will be able to collect the kill. Pushes forward, and that's going to be a solid amount of information gained, given that you do have Leaf lingering there
चिराग भाई
outside of
just
B. So
asking आपको
this
कैसे
tells them
experience
everyone
है
from Paper Rex is
तलवारबाजी
going to
का?
be pushing forward into the C site where Valen is waiting to try to
हाँ?
hold the line. Crunch from behind, getting ready to come through.
It's
Noise going to be
okay,
made.
आजकल
Now
सब
going to be
कुछ
noted
legal है.
as
Full
Jogamo
support.
is all by himself. The sheer
Full
wall
support आपको.
outdoing the two-person flank.
See if they're ready. Tight angle being held here by
मेरे
Jonah
हिसाब
P.
से
No prowlers.
चिराग
Check
भाई
the
चिराग
old-fashioned
घिसते
way.
घिसते
Jonah P
समझ रहे हो?
is holding just a little bit too high. Shot whizzes right over Jing's head. They're gambling onto the correct side of the map here. Leaf with the Bucky. What kind of position can he get in is the question. Seems like it's just going to be a backside affair.
मिला क्या अलादीन?
Shot flying, but still too much distance.
Clean.
Cannot find
Clean
that kill.
9-6. और करो 40 रुपए में बख्शू दिया.
Paper Rex looking to move up by
और
3
करो.
rounds.
So many of the little things here for Paper Rex that they're doing much better than we saw in that first half. In
Next
the Swiss
round
stage.
जीता ना बहुत बड़ा एडवांटेज है
Valen get any
PRX.
more damage done.
कैसा तो
And on the
करके अगर
hunt,
जीता.
Chapman's got him with the stinger.
कैसा तो
Paper Rex
करके.
goes
बस
up
एक
9-6.
सेक्सी मैजिकल राउंड.
Able to hold
कैसा
on
तो करके अगर
against
PRX
the
जीता ना.
4-5 of G2.
Heavy
Playing the
advantage.
follow-up.
Heavy
Looking good to
advantage.
start.
And now my question is, I mean, you've been bringing this Marshall out, something he's got a ton of money. So you go for an operator on the attack. It caught G2 off guard on split. Was instrumental in
Again change कर
getting that
रहा.
massive streak going, getting
का
over the line.
आधे में क्लोज हो गया. आधे टीम भी सिलेक्ट हुए बहुत बुरा लगा.
Situational
जब मैं
pick
3 दिन
for
से पिकअप्स
something
कर रहा
is
था.
getting that
क्यों नहीं
operator
किया रे
going. But you
बाबा?
have a showstopper here.
Not doing it yet.
Now this is a B call through and through. They're just
भाई अल्ट है.
gonna try to barrel in here.
Prowler doesn't actually get
क्या
the
आज
catch
किसने
there
मेरा
on the
वैलो
lead.
गेम प्ले देखा क्या मारा बे
Back to the right a
27
little bit too soon.
Jing के
Showstopper,
तरह.
does he check for it? Nope. And that is going to be Leaf absolutely tearing them asunder. Damage down
Miracle
on Patman as well, is able to get away from the
Miracle
snake
round
bite,
तो
but
था.
that is going to be a player
दोनों
advantage
ने
as
नहीं
well as
देखा.
health
कैसे?
advantage. Very much in G2's hands.
You would think
कैसे?
without the Prowler checking that angle that maybe someone would be aware, but they were fully committed to the top of sight.
I mean, I think it's just a minor miscommunication as well as a minor mechanical mistake there from Patman, not setting the Prowler harsh enough into the corner.
वो वॉल की वजह से प्लल
Sets
नहीं
up
दिखा
for
क्या?
a very
तो
difficult
लेफ्ट
clutch
राइट हुआ
position
है.
here for Paper Rex if they want to continue. Otherwise, G2 looking very good to close the gap, get themselves up to 7. Forsaken, feel like he's going to stick around here. The late linger, try to get a flank going.
We're going to get a nightfall off of this.
Oh, the push from Leaf coming through, and Leaf just so on top of things.
30 seconds
Gets
Gets himself a 3K. The spike will get planted, and now that nightfall way less likely to be seen in this round.
I think this should be a hold.
मेन
unless
प्रॉब्लम
somehow
ये है कि
he
ब्रिज
gets a
टर्न और
huge
ब्लाइंड
2K.
दोनों है भाई.
No connection from the fault line. Divide swung out wide in a risky spot.
Shot
Gets
timing
time.
है.
Trent able to find it.
लेकिन ऐसा खुले में क्यों
Further
क्रॉस
whittled
करेगा वो?
away at and Leaf starts around as a monster, ends it as
यार
1. 4K for him.
जीत जाते हैं राउंड का हिस्सा तो
Breaks this
करके
minor little
यार.
streak here from Paper Rex. G2 themselves back on the horse.
350 के होने वाला है. नहीं मैं बहुत दूर हूँ 350 के शायद.
Just one of those rounds where
चैट
one
10,000 लोग
angle
देख रहे.
basically
लाइक
ends
करो
the round
जल्दी
before
से
it
लाइक
starts to
करो.
make matters worse. You threw a
भाई अगर मैं
showstopper into
वर्टिकल
that
स्ट्रीम
and
करके
didn't
ऐसा
get
बात
any
करूंगा
value
भाई
out of it.
जाऊंगा क्या मैं मिलियंस
That's
में?
troublesome for Paper Rex. The buys are going to be mostly good.
यही
Haven't had
सारा
to buy
यूट्यूब
down
में
to a
स्क्रॉल
Bulldog.
होता है भाई. कब साफ होएगा मेरा यूट्यूब
It's
पता
going to
नहीं.
be the full buy now. Again here for G2, pit available for Leaf. Let's see what he wants to do with that, if he even wants to invest it. Maybe off the rip one. Yeah, Jog knew right away.
Immediate
like,
backpedal.
Nope.
Flash sent out. PaperX in control here for the moment. Sheer wall set up. In case anybody goes on a deep little lurk.
फिर क्या language है ये?
Actually going to use the TP deep towards A.
भाई नहीं तोड़ सकता भाई बूमबॉट लेवलर ब्लाइंड मतलब कैसा एम वो करेगा ये है अपने PRX
The sheer wall noted Leaf divide.
लक्ष्य मैं जाके उधर टूट जाना है मेरी जान करो रे
I mean Leaf still demanding respect.
हाँ यही है अपना PRX
had
2
far
सेकंड के
too
लिए
much put on his plate.
2 सेकंड के लिए फ्लॉलेस का थोड़ा लेफ्ट राइट हो गया था लेकिन
prevent G2 from building up momentum as they hit double
चलेगा
digits.
चलेगा
Love the way that they're exploding here. Once they make some contact with the Prowler, with the Boombot.
Same Meier 4 second by same बैठे थे पता है
and immediately
it's a sign baby
gained
it's a sign
for something to check in towards
this is known as the Gotesh move
and then the rest of the players very aware of the space that
जब
he's
भी
not
वैलो
checking
खेल रहे होंगे ऐसा करके फिर मारने का aura में
overwhelmed G2
उठा उसको 4 सेकंड उठा
looking very befuddled right now. This is the team that has handled PaperX with
हाँ बिफल्ड क्या हो गया वो लोग बिफल्ड
some confidence
हाँ
in the last 2 times they
ऐसे होना
played.
चाहिए
This time around, PaperX.
लोटस स्ट्रांग नहीं है अपना हो गया ना बिफल्ड ये लोग
Again, it's all about some of these little mistakes that PaperX has cleaned up. And today
Something
I'm
that
seeing them
वो
make
भी
quick
भाई है
adjustments. When something doesn't go right, they're not collapsing. They're not kind of just trying to beat their head against the wall, trying to figure out how to get through the defenses of G2. It's okay, that didn't work last time. Let's try something different. And let's make sure that we're a little bit more diligent. Make sure we're playing off of our utility.
baffled नहीं बोला था उसने बिफल्ड कुछ तो बोला
coordination's
अलग था
PaperX.
baffled नहीं बोला रे
Some of the
उसने
best in the world.
some of the नहीं भाई one of the please not some of the one of the best in the world PRX mind your language
Fury one charge off. The players, the coaching staff, knowing that they need to
ये round आ रहा match point
build
chat
up here from the side of PaperX. Can't just bet on another PRX TL situation occurring once again.
Nope.
Didn't happen
This
on
is
split for you.
Seemingly a different PaperX today.
So once again, G2 pushing forward, this time committing to the rubble control, and will be able to force the aura away. The pit immediately going to be invested here from Leaf, looking to try to make them reroute, and the Hunter's Fury similarly trying to catch them on the entry. The PaperX, they do okay, man. Batman.
कैसे
Dog kill, top of the door, so they can reposition. Grabs the spike, but for now, G2 in control. These players siphoned over towards the A site. Valorant still sat here on top of rubble, just with the stinger. But if anybody can get value at that range, of course it's going to be him.
मैं बताता नहीं हूँ भाई
Doctor try to whittle away at them. TP4, the paranoia is there, but Trent is there a little bit faster. Valen now on the repeat, gets his vision back. He's able to find Forsaken. Jing just with the 1 kill in reply.
लेकिन मैं G2 select किया था आपने नहीं PRX
Knocked down to 37 HP.
Jing immediately checking their flank. Sometimes G2 will make
भाई
quick
लोग भाई ये
rotations.
लोग ये
If there's
close
any
लेके ही
space
जाने
open on
वाले
the
के
map,
लोग
this may
यार
already be sort of a save position here for PaperX.
ये लोग
To
close
see
लेके जाने ही वाले क्या यार
30 seconds left.
that spike out in the open, no smokes to utilize. It's dangerous. Divide does grab it, but I don't know. There's just not enough time.
Yeah, with 20 seconds remaining, no information of what
Ult
awaits
भी
them
नहीं है
beyond
something
the
बस
doors.
Batman cult next round
just
A
staying
लोग लेंगे
clustered
मेरे
together,
हिसाब से
hold
A
on to
easy
these
है Batman
weapons.
cult के साथ घुसने के लिए
Coming on the rest of the players of the watch.
bro I think they
Reasonably
straight
small
up
for
go
G2
A
though. Very much a must-win round as they go ahead and have 4
A fight वो
players
लोग रोक नहीं
surviving
सकते
off
stun
the
कर
back
सकते
of
हैं लेकिन रोक नहीं
Trent's
सकते
timings is being so damn clean. G2 bring it now, just 2 rounds separating.
And Trent, just such a good player. You know, obviously
G2
so
क्या
well
था?
known for
क्या?
his KO. One of the best on the planet at that agent in the previous patch.
क्या
But
किया
here,
था
back
G2?
on the Sova, his old quintessential agent. He's stepping in and finding value when he needs to. Valen up on top with a stinger, doing some real damage. But that's just a classic round there from G2. Take A rubble control, you pop the pit on the other side, And you force your opponents into some really tough decisions to make.
PRX
You don't have any map control. You're going to have to find ways to fight out of it. PRX here already spamming Valen off that angle. Want to take Mound. They have successfully done so apparently. 3 players of G2 on the B site.
कल मैं refresh के बाद I think PRX गया मैं.
Maybe heard here. Either side of PRX. In fact, they're going to be the ones to open the door. G2 backing off. They don't like the lack of vision that they have.
पहला मैच PRX था, second match PRX हारा वाला किया था. Second match किसके against हारा था PRX?
Now PRX has that nightfall. Jing close to a showstopper.
पता याद नहीं मुझे.
Clear open the site pretty well.
SEN के against हारा था क्या? हाँ.
Here they go.
Yep. ऐसे कुछ.
Into the site for free, relatively cleanly. G2 playing back, playing respectful. Clone eating the shots. Paranoia, however, connecting on the multiple players. Shove them back. G2 try to get clustered together. Nightfall, I think gonna be a bit of a whiff here.
सबको miss किया.
That's what that push out was for.
Going onto the corner, relay bolt gonna be connecting something. Pretty much stuck here in position. And Jogamo cleans up new. Forsaken doing his damage to try to keep his teammate protected, but he cannot make it happen. The slide in divide. Cuts down the neon, but Trent finds Jing up over top of the box. A 2v4 now. Has to swing out, and Patman's only gonna be good for 1. Fault line does not connect. As divide tries to split his aim. G2 continuing to run this back 2 rounds in a row. 1 round separating from tying it up.
G2 masterfully dodging that nightfall was so impactful in that round. And then anticipating the crossfire setup that something got stuck into. Forsaken had to come to try to bail him out. And they're so ready for it. And the double swing there. Nice little jiggle peek from Jonah P as well. Really well thought out and coordinated by G2.
इसके contact में tech पे alt मारना था ना यार.
That aggressive push out by PRX was all about. You just need a paranoia to back it up. A pause to dodge the nightfall. Now it's going to be PRX's turn to take a timeout. Close the gap to just 1 round. PRX needs to start trying to find some answers. Needs to maybe be about that A-rubble control a little bit. Seeding that side of the map has kind of caused some problems because it's allowed G2 to play how they want over on B and C. Kind of overstack that side a little bit. Granted, that last round was all about just the retake, just understanding the utility that was going to be coming their way.
Being able to avoid the nightfall allows them to get back in that much faster, that much cleaner. Rough tidings for PRX. The final timeout gets sent.
थोड़ा technical analysis भी बताओ with game reaction. क्या technical analysis?
These early advantages.
जो भी read वाला बात मैं बता रहा हूँ.
Go for a bit of a forward peek over towards A.
इसलिए A जाना था.
This is a critical round.
Best
for PRX.
Try not to die.
They are spending a lot of money here.
Time to jump.
Even buying up to a Guardian for something. A lot of half armors.
Going out.
Have to try to find ways to get this done. Jing. Oh, that was so close.
Bounce across in towards the corner. Swings out. Valen continuing the challenge here, continuing to try to find that kill. Not going to be cleared. Valen will concede the angle. Allows for Jing to stay alive here for the moment. Tap at the door, gate crash back into a lobby. It's like PRX trying to see if they can catch somebody along the sight line. Speaking of which, Jogamo off the path already, swings in.
Short bro for a second.
Forsaken does get the headshot. Neon on the floor. 4v4. Jing though, just 32 health. Spike in hand here for Patman. They juggle it over. The answer's going to be no. So Showstopper not going to be built up, but a rare little oopsie from Trent on the shock dart.
Spike planted.
Unable to find an initial chip value.
Vice wall gets tripped. It's going to let him know.
Leaf का मेरे हिसाब से input नहीं रहेगा. I think easy angle होना चाहिए उसके लिए. दवाई के लिए. Plus एक ult मारने, ये kill मारने के बाद उसका ult भी आ जाएगा chat.
The haunt sent, nothing spotted. Trying to push forward with
ult भी आ गया. Ult भी आ गया.
Gets rid of the flanker. The time starting to dwindle. The swing out. The instant headshot into the spray down. Trent answering back though, trying to carry them forward.
ठीक है, time नहीं इतना.
Jing at 32 HP. They're frantically hunting, trying to spot them out. But they have him surrounded, they have him split. And PRX's timeout delivers another round win. 11-9. The tied scoreline.
And it's a little bit similar to their pistol round, where they're going to use something early to get to that tree door to open it. But this time he TP's back, they go for a stacked push. And that's a great call because they're able to shut that operator and Jogamo down and open up the site for themselves. Some great ring around the Rosie here. Forsaken and Jing in lockstep there. That duo so good together. Played together for so long.
कुछ भी मिलना easy नहीं है. By the way, DP check करो chat.
Aggressive play takes Jing out of the equation. That's that showstopper once again, not needing to be a concern.
Lakshya bhai, thank you for the $7 Canadian dollars मेरी जान के टोटे.
Telling the story here for Divide.
लक्ष्य भाई वहाँ कनाडा में जाके आपका नाम पुकी लैकी ऐसा कुछ हुआ है क्या?
In position.
Hey, I'm lucky.
Something
lucky.
Pushed up forward, finds one, gets his, gets out.
Chat, ये राउंड जीतेगा वो लोग का पैसा देखो.
To B or C the whole time.
हम लोग सब जगह पे अपन B पे अपन C पे अपन A पे नहीं है लेकिन है वाला भाई मतलब
to go to A again to try to double down into what is
सब जगह पे अपन.
PRX wisely changing up strategies
वो लोग को straight up सेव करना पड़ेगा अगर प्लांट होता है.
Info on the lurk potentially, and this is going to have to be pretty pacey from G2. It's going to take them a long time to get to the other side of the map.
Both teams worlds apart.
Please try मत करना.
Curious and Forsaken tries to send
ना
some shadows. Go
ना for it try मत करना ना.
Is there, cuts him off.
सेव करो.
Players split.
Try मत करना.
He's going to go sliding forward towards that one-way smoke.
गलत कर.
Steel guarded.
Try मत करना.
We'll find the weapons of the two.
Try मत करना. It's a win.
Recon going to be cleared out. This phone line does not connect
ult
to something.
किया. Try मत करना. Exit ले लेना.
Swung out forward. He's already got the headshot.
Try मत करना.
And it works. It's magic. PRX.
बोला था.
Up 12-9.
So
one away.
बेचना पड़ेगा तो पड़ेगा लग रहा है. Love you यार. Love you यार. मालिक अच्छा मालिक बोला था क्या? Thank you for the 40 and thank you for the 100 मेरी जान के रोटे चाय गरम कर रहा हूँ तेरे को अभी सेन के मैच के पहले. Last one पैसे नहीं है चैट बोलेगा. चैट 2-0 PRX 2-0 G2. Are you बच्चा करें?
Something with these early moves on the Yoru have been giving them.
PRX 2-0 G2 जिसमें जोगू में.
Something that we were not seeing.
मैं हरियाणा का जट हूँ. मेरा नाम चौधरी लक्ष्य सिंह ठक्कर की है पूरी दुनिया में. और पुकी लैकी भाई.
And then just getting kicked off, completely unawares of his surroundings. This has been something that we've known for quite some time. He's finding that impact on the regular, right there alongside Jing.
Chat प्यार दो, पुकी लैकी को प्यार दो.
A big bounce back from what we saw.
DP डालोगे?
G2 now though. And all in send. 3 rounds needed in a row.
Thank you for the $7. Puki laki bhai.
Do what Liquid could not. As they look to try to extend this over into a third and final map, to still have an opportunity to keep themselves in this upper bracket.
A couple big
याद रखना स्ट्रीमर हमेशा हरामी होता है.
Hunter's Fury, you've got the Rolling Thunder. Trent has been so on point with these Hunter's Furies. He's always seemingly good for one.
He has been. But that thrifty impact, that forced buy, hasn't been getting as much value for G2. It needs to right here, or it's all going to come to an end. Outlaw in the hands of something. TP, top of rubble. Opts to not stick around. Doesn't want to overstay his
सीधा जाओ ना C. लिया वो लोग ने 8 फाइट यूटिलिटी देखा है. सीधा W दबाओ. बस. मार. घुस जाओ रुकना नहीं है. मार. अल्ट मार दे जिंग. मार.
The Rolling Thunder out the door. Look at this, shove them back. Smoke gets cycled in with a Hunter's Fury. Able to find its value. Forsaken going to be taken down. Showstopper lobbed in to no avail. Something does manage to find one. Jonah P going to be traded out. In the end, as the dust settles, it's a 4v4. G2 have successfully staved them off.
Yeah, this Outlaw, there's 3 players left with 50 armor. Isn't going to kill anybody in one shot except Valen. So this buy, see if something can still get value out of it. Another great lineup there by G2, just pushing for that space to get the easy angle with the Hunter's Fury. onto that choke point.
टेक्निकली देखा जाएगा तो एक ही है ए पे, लेकिन यहाँ पे एक ही रिवील हो गया करके अभी वो लोग
trying to reposition. Favors his
Now
chances.
this
if he
is
goes
bad
for
for
this push.
PRX.
On the closer angle. Something looking for the second shot. Wow. Able to find him in the end. In the head is Jogomo. Similarly, tearing them apart. Outside of A, the swing in, divide.
वो पिंग कर रहा था यार बेचारा.
Right there, Trent. We'll get the pick, and that is
वो
going to be
बेचारा
over. Nothing
पिंग
more
कर
than
रहा
something to do.
था
It's 2 HP.
यार.
G2.
बेचारा
They will
जोकोमो
scrape by
यार.
with the win. They find their stability. The ult usage is perfect. And now they need 2 more rounds to take this into OT.
This is a great call here from G2. Willingly giving up space on C to set up for this ult combo. Works a treat.
Thank you so much for the $7.
Somebody being at the door.
Cute fam, Lakshay bhai, my Pookie Lucky, ole 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 ole. Thank you for the $7.
Also giving G2 the ability to get some guns into this round. They get a little bit of their economy back. Leaf is going to have a judge. PRX is a little bit scattered.
Stinger and a Bulldog in the mix, plenty of half armors. It'd be a great time for Jogomo to try to go for that outlaw, but wants to play pacey. Speaking of which, Dimensional Drift immediately sent here from something. Bounding out of it. Short as
भाई मारा उसने.
Trent pushing 40 with the fight.
Bro, अचानक से सब मर गए.
A 2v4 with Leaf for the judge. It's Fallon fighting 1, fighting 2, fighting 3. Fallon. The captain, the IGL, the Omen God, looking to keep them in it, and he has it! The 4K, the dominance! As we are 1 round away from being taken to overtime.
Another just round where it feels like PRX has a good opportunity, and then one position that they can't beat. 1 by 1, they swing. 1 by 1, they fall. And Valen steps up, and that's got G2 right back into it.
All it has taken to change a map for G2 has been that one
Language
play,
very
that
सारे
one
तो देख
from
सकते
one
हैं.
player. We saw
तो
from
बस ट्रिप है फाइनली कुछ
on Abyss
मिसिंग
versus
लगा लवी
G1
मालिक
Bangkok.
वेडिंग वाले
Fallon is
सिटी में
hoping
घूमने जा रहा.
that he
हाँ
has done
क्या?
much the
वो
same here
वाह.
for his team
लवी
as they
बिंक्स
look
की
to
चाय
get this
लवी. अब क्या है अपना विनिंग कंडीशन? दवाई का ही अल्ट है और क्या है? और कुछ नहीं है.
He's got that overdrive to boot. That is so scary. Saw what he can do with it earlier.
Blind spray out. No contact found, Patman. Forced to tuck back here for the moment. Tap on the door, Jing. 1 blast pack, the judge in hand. Boombot to try to check. Jogomo pulls up the angle. They look to back away, but a lot of this is on Devi. Spike being planted, finds the first, but he doesn't anticipate the second layer. Turns back.
अरे बाप रे क्या मारा बे ट्रेंड पे.
Able to find Jogomo. And that's going to be a player advantage here for the side of PRX.
Chat 4v3 है.
Hasn't meant the ton for
The
them in these
blue
past
blind, the
rounds.
blue.
Paranoia will stave them off here for the moment.
The blue blind ray
Player
for
split,
second ray.
Fallon, Trent,
The blue blind.
through tree. Jonah P.
Chat 4v3 है chat.
Checking stairs.
4v3.
Watching for a late wraparound.
3v2. 3 बादाम 2. 3 बादाम 1. 3 बादाम 2.
Come to this tournament seeking redemption.
बेचो G2 कहाँ रहा? G2 कहाँ रहा? G2 कहाँ रहा chat? G2 कहाँ रहा?
This year, PRX
2-0.
beaten down by G2, and they find their revenge here, and they go forward into the playoffs.
The
pride of
fuck?
PRX will continue on.
The
After what
fuck,
looked like
bro?
It might have been what you could call a heartbreaking loss, or win, excuse me, a heartbreaking win that would have broken some teams, and they came right out here, and they beat one of the favorites to win this event 2-0.
The mirror image, the reflection is inverted.
अपना W ज़्यादा better है baby.
And keep themselves
हाँ अपना W वाली टीम ज़्यादा better है.
They will take their
The
bows
fuck, man!
in front of these elated fans. As they
इतना
pulled on
फास्ट तो
something that
इंटरनेट
not
भी
many
नहीं चल
people
रहा जितना
thought
फास्ट
was
हम यूज
gonna
कर रहे
happen
हैं
here
लैंड भाई
today.
लैंड
You know
भाई
what?
भाई
He's abandoned the train. I'm happy to take
भाई
it away.
हार्ट बीट
Ladies and
भाई
gentlemen, all aboard Choo-choo.
निकालो
Full
सारे
speed
वीडियो वीडियो सारे निकालो
ahead As PRX look immaculate.
Oh,
We're gonna go ahead and
बाप रे।
send it down though, as we will hear from our players in the Verizon post-match
The
interview.
fuck
Track by track, this PRX train just keeps moving, and as they pick up their first win here at playoffs, I'm going to try and grab Devi over here
Concept
for
in
a
the
quick
world, chat
interview. Hello,
hashtag?
come and join me,
Ah,
come and
one.
join me. Come and stand
Lol.
over here. First of all, congratulations, Devi. You get your revenge on G2. You pick up this massive win here.
Ah,
but
hashtag
my
one.
question to you is,
Lol.
how did you
Apna
mentally
what's the hashtag
recover
three?
what happened against Team Liquid? Because often that is the most difficult part.
I mean, after the
Huh?
Liquid game, it wasn't easy, I would say.
अपना हैशटैग करिएगा चैट निकालू क्या अपना हैशटैग वन टीम को बुलाओ क्या भाई ट्रॉफी दे दोगे सीधा
each other's POV, and from there we work on that because we knew that coming to the playoff is gonna be easier than the Swiss, you know.
What was your reaction when you saw the G2 pick Lotus? Because it's still a little bit traumatic, right?
I mean, we kind of knew that
क्या
when
खेले
G2 got the
यार
third pick, they're gonna choose us
मेरा
because I
वो
think at the
इधर ही है
moment
क्या?
everyone wanna avoid Genji.
मेरा एलेक्स भाई का
we
फैन
knew
किधर है
that
ऐसा
G2 gonna pick on them in that moment, but
किधर है मेरा
I
एलेक्स
mean
भाई का फैन
you can't really complain much.
ढूंढ
You
के
just
रखना
have to
पड़ेगा
work
नेक्स्ट मैच के
harder
लिए
and the better team win, you know.
When it comes to the conductors of the PRX train, there's a few of them, but I want to ask about Mini because throughout stage one back in Pacific, we heard you guys talk about Mini's helping you a lot with your defense side. So coming into this tournament,
Yes,
is
seen
he
some
still helping
weakness
you
in their
guys, or
car
what's he been
घर
up to?
पे चैट जो लोग स्ट्रीम पे नए हैं make sure to like and subscribe मेरी जान करो 10k likes पे 50 gifted तेरा buy करेगा
on defense.
डब्ल्यू ने रिप्लाई चाहिए G2 भाई लेकिन फुल इज्जत टू G2 एंड जॉगमो लेकिन आज मेरे को PRX सपोर्ट करना था बट वैसे फुल इज्जत लोअर ब्रैकेट में आप जीतो कोई टेंशन नहीं
specifically what did he say you need to do?
I mean,
जिंक को देखो ना मान
just
रहे
focus on the ulti because sometimes I don't really use the ulti much because I was lurking and stuff. So yeah, just the utility wise.
Very last question. 3 Pacific
bhai,
team
na
in the
maan rahe.
playoffs. A lot of people underestimate
Yeah,
your region.
apne
So
video loge
what
kya?
is it about Pacific that you think is so strong right now and is better than the other regions?
I think
it's easy for us.
I mean, every region has good aim and stuff, but I would say just in terms of aggressiveness, I think the Pacific play better in terms of the other region when it comes to good day, you know.
Please,
so yeah, I think in terms of aggressive. Yeah.
Well, it's a very good day today, Devi. Thank you very much for joining me. We'll see you again in a couple of days. Up next, XLG versus SEN. Don't go anywhere.
हाँ मान रहे हाँ सारा फोटोज बाइक को आज ही लेना है हाँ? एक क्वेश्चन है भाई आपके जो फेलो टीममेट्स और जो फेलो कोच है ये ग्रुप में फोटो काहे ले रहे 4-4 5-5 जन हाँ सोलो फोटो सोलो ना मान रहे भाई enjoy watching stream instead of official keep it up love you madhav bhai love you thank you for the 40 मेरी जान के डे ऐसा मत बोलो जिस दिन मैं स्ट्रीम नहीं कर रहा हूँ तो ऑफिशियली देखना पड़ेगा एक दिन ये चेयर तेरे भाई लेगा याद रखना ये चेयर का पीछे सेटअप डालूंगा मैं एक जेट वाला एक रेना वाला एक ऐसा वाला चेयर एक ही रहेगा उसका कवर अलग अलग रहेगा ना यार समझ रहे हो अलग अलग चेयर नहीं करो इतना भी पैसा नहीं है स्किन्स लेंगे हाँ चेयर एक लेंगे कवर कपड़ा उसका चेंज करते रहेंगे सेन हैशटैग 2 मतलब सेन हमारे हैशटैग 3 से भी गंदा है ऐसा मैच मत करो यार प्लीज सेन है वो प्लीज लेकिन आई एम अ स्पेसिफिक लवर यू आर राइट भाई मेरे हिसाब से अब कोई भी टीम का PRX के सामने मैच रहेगा ना, वो लोग को सीधा बोलना चाहिए, गो डिफीट योर #1 टीम देन फेस अस, स्ट्रेट अप, हैव दैट ऑरा। सीधा ऑफिशियल को बोलो हम लोग को मैच खेलना ही नहीं है, और पहला तुम लोग जाके G2 को हारोगे फिर खेलोगे हमारे साथ। ऐसा ऑरा चाहिए, ऐसा। लक्ष्य भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 10 गिफ्टेड मेरी जियान की टूटी। वंशिका जी थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप, थैंक यू सो मच। एक सेकंड के मैं भूल ही गया था कि 10 गिफ्टेड आ गया। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर स्वीट मेंबरशिप, थैंक यू जेन्युइनली, दिल से आपको शुक्रिया, थैंक यू। इट मीन्स अ लॉट, आपको पता नहीं है, it means a lot. मुझे लोअर ब्रैकेट के थ्रू आएगी G2. I love G2 bro, but PRX is PRX. PRX is PRX baby. भाई टोरंटो इज वेरी हार्श रे भाई। मेरे को, मैं पूरा टाइम रुकता हूँ कि टोरंटो मतलब जो सेकंड जो मास्टर्स होता है ना वो, और चैम्प्स तो ऑब्वियसली सबसे बड़ा है, अभी तो उससे बड़ा स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप है, लेकिन चैम्प्स मास्टर से भी बड़ा है। लेकिन तुम लोग लेवल ऑफ कंपटीशन तुम लोग देख रहे हो कि कितने सारे टीम्स है, और मेजर 2 टीम जो मिसिंग, इतना कंपटीशन में मेजर 2 टीम जो मिसिंग है वो बेंचो कांगकांग का टीम और आसपास का टीम। इतने 2 बाप प्लेयर्स के टीम मिसिंग है। बच गया, वरना डांस करना पड़ता। मैं बोला था ग्रीड इज बैड, खोपड़ी के सुधर जा, और पिछला सुपर चैट देख। अरे दिख नहीं रहा है, एक और बार कर सकते हो क्या? ना मान रहे। और डीपी वाला है सुपर चैट गिफ्टेड के मेरे लक्ष्य भाई, और आपका नहीं दिख रहा। अच्छा ये रहा, जेरी का देख अब डीपी फूकी रनवे। ये क्या लैंग्वेज है? आपने और जेरी भाई ने टीम अप किया है मेरी गांड मार, मेरी गाफ मारने। सॉरी फॉर द लैंग्वेज। Hey G2 fans, time to wake up. It's time to wake up. Huh? Hey G2 fans, it's time to wake up. Hey G2 fans, time to wake up. हाँ? अपने लिए गाना बजाए बे ऑफिशियल ने। हाँ? Hey G2 fans, time to wake up. PRX अब इंटरव्यू डाल रहा मेकअप। गाने का नाम पेअप है, लेकिन कैसा मैंने चेंज किया देखा ना चल। देखो मैं चाय लेके आया अभी XLG पे, अभी XLG 2013 मेरा नेक्स्ट मैप XLG, मेरा सेन मेरा नेक्स्ट मैप सेन। विशाल बैडांसी 10 के लाइक्स करो, 50 गिफ्टेड मेरे तरफ से, 10 के लाइक्स करो। चाय लेके आ, मैं कौन सी चाय लेके आ।
Welcome back, everyone, to Masters Toronto, and it's time for our second match of playoffs. It's the China #1 seed, XLG Esports, facing off against the America's very own Sentinels. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here, back on the desk. We got Kakuka and Mimi. We're going to yap about some video games for a little while. Thank you for joining us here. Now, folks, it's going to be a crazy day here. I'm excited for this one because we got a wild story coming out of the Chinese region with this XLG lineup. Kukuka, this is a squad very similar to G2, right?
Yeah, back
They're
in
an
the day.
ascension team, and they have found success. And we're used to seeing EDG in this position, but instead, it's a different set of letters put together to form a word.
Time and time again, we have been surprised about how the Chinese region has been surprising us in Valorant. First, it was EDG, but for this tournament, it is so special because we're speaking about everybody making their global debut, orgs going into this global spaces for the first time, because back in the day, even when we had lock-in, only 2 Chinese teams were invited. So we're speaking about literally the first time for the orgs even being at this stance.
And every single event we've had in CN thus far, EDG has won the trophy. Every single global event, they have come in as the #1 seed out of China. This is not only the first time a non-EDG Chinese team is coming into this tournament as the #1 seed, but it's also the first time that these players will make their appearance at a global event. It was truly an unexpected run to make it here.
Yeah, Cinderella story without a doubt. Now they find themselves not just hoisting the trophy in the Chinese region, but also a big opportunity to hoist a global trophy over their heads as well. But let's go ahead and take a look here at the map pool and how this favors XLG Kukuka as we get ready.
I mean, things might be a little bit scary because as you're seeing, they were pretty good at that fracture with that 4-1 that is going to be removed from the map pool. But I want to go back and again and think about how you were saying this is a Cinderella story. We cannot forget that even though, and it's so weird, they are the first seed, we would be very surprised to see XLG making a real good showing here in Toronto, making it to the finals, even though they're that top seed. In many occasions, we've spoken about teams, oh, they were able to dodge this team and this team, so maybe they were lucky enough to get in the position that they are. It is not the case for XLG.
Yeah.
But they are coming in with a substitute playing on the roster. YOU is not going to be here for Masters Toronto, so they've had to bring up Midi onto the team. And this is tough for any team to have to make a substitution coming into a main event like this. But I think it's especially true when it is a team who all of their players are coming and having this experience at a global event for the very first time.
Yeah, it kind of trips me up too because like XLG, this is the debut for them. They chose Sentinels.
That is so crazy, the fact that they could choose to go up against any of the 4 teams that made it out of the Swiss stage. And there was no doubt in their minds they wanted to go up against Sentinels. But again, Mimi, I think that we have to go back a little bit into what you were saying, not having, well, you having Midi coming in, a player that does not have that much experience. And yes, we could say that for some of the players in this team, but especially having that change coming into this new meta, knowing the Tejo usage that already the team had, plus Midi being a player that mostly has been playing on the Tejo, leaves us with a lot of questions, right?
Yeah, if you look at this XLG team, I think the most simple way to sum up how they play is they are a squad that is built around letting Rarga thrive. He is their star player. He had the best stats in pretty much every metric of anyone in China for stage 1. And a lot of their play, especially on the attack side, is just 4-1 lurks with a 4-1 looks with a lurker on one side, and then just setting up a ton of util for Rarga to go in and have these massive rounds. But it's also in the Breach Teo meta. So now not only
अब देखेंगे hashtag वन चाइना का chat.
but they also have to kind of deal with
अभी अपन चाइना का hashtag वन देखेंगे. Support Sen का है लेकिन
but what I
मैं
do know
सच्ची
is that
XLG को देखना
Rarga
चाहता हूँ.
should be expected to perform because he was so outstanding in CN.
And look, I'll be honest here, right? Rarga's coming in here with a lot of weight on his
भाई
shoulders because
कुछ crazy होएगा मेरे को
is
लग
he
रहा है.
coming in with a lot of hype, but also let's
हाय एक बार वोट देखो और लाइक देखो. हाय
stage. Why?
69
Because
इधर भी हो
who
रहा है.
knows? Maybe PRX had more time in the oven, more time to be able to work on some stuff. Sentinels had that same kind of time as well. And XLG are coming into this one pretty much fresh because they've never played at a global event before. So you're looking to really see Rarga step the hell up and carry this team. Not carry, but really shine.
The thing that is definitely going for them is having the extra time to deal with all the things that are against him, like having to change the player, bringing him in, also learning from what the things have, the other things the teams have been doing. But I agree, GB, we have to look at G2 and what had just happened against PRX. I just pray that them picking onto Sentinels without having a single thought about it means that they really have a read on them.
Yeah, I hope so as well. For this team, you know, historically when we've seen non-EDG teams come out of China, a lot of the time people think of a squad like FPS, who was crazy, who had like their own like super unique style. I think XLG have been playing like really normal meta Valorant. They don't play a ton of super out there comps. They've been pretty into the Yoru. They were super into the Teo. They're just a fundamentally sound team with a absolutely excellent, maybe arguably best in slot duelist player up there with Kong Kong in CN, and then you have Happyway, who also has had some excellent showings. They don't do a lot of crazy stuff, but they just have great players and solid fundamentals.
Yeah, and those fundamentals are certainly going to be a thing that they'll have to lean on as they take on the Sentinels in just a little bit. But we did get an opportunity to catch up with the player who, by the way,
एक बंदे पे तुम लोग मेरे को बोल रहे हो एक बंदे पे मैच फिक्सिंग का एलिगेशन है और वो टीम जीता है, तो मतलब उसने फिक्स किया कि अपन जीते क्या करके? ये कौन सी फिक्स हुई भाई?
It's our coach Hoyo's birthday, so you know we gotta give him a good birthday gift.
अरे यार बर्थडे कर भाई लग गए लोग के.
I do sincerely hope Coconut got that fist bump.
लग गए, straight up लग गए. ये नहीं बोल रहा.
We have Sentinels who took down 2 Chinese squads
ये लोग को बर्थडे कर नहीं मालूम.
and now they have a shot to shut down the whole freaking region. But of course, you know, I think it's safe to say maybe the road was not a cakewalk for Sen City.
No, they had a pretty rough kickoff, missed out on being able to do that much at Bangkok, going out in the first round at that tournament. But now they come back here, they make another Americas final, they play some really good Valorant, and they've showed up to a global event and made it out of the group stage. Which I do think there was questions of how that would go, because they weren't a #1 seed. They didn't have a huge amount of time to prep for this event, and they were one of the biggest Teo teams, at least coming from the Americas region, but they looked really strong in that group stage.
Yeah, one of the players we were just seeing right there was now
जिसको भी membership gifted मिला हो कभी भी मेरे से इस
होपड़े को
but
them being alongside
मेरे को
Gen
पुकी बोला
G,
शर्म आते
qualified out of that group stage. As you're saying, just going up against the other two Chinese teams, they could go 3 for 3. Why not? You're Sentinels. That is the way you do things.
Oh man, yeah, this Sentinel squad comes in with a lot of
hype. Thank you so much for the $10 and the $5. Thank you so much. Love you.
You got this
team. Aura देखो भाई slow motion में चल रहे हैं. Actual में normal speed है उनका.
This is pretty scary. And you also
have aura करके वो लोग ऐसा चल रहे हैं slow
some
motion.
really strong key players on the squad. One of those individuals, without a doubt, is gotta be Celsius, right? Because this guy is really, and he shaved his head, which by the way, I'm very proud of him for that. As someone follically challenged, I feel like he did that in solidarity. But the jokes aside, though, he still has hair, but maybe not for long. Now, of course, so look, the reality is that Celsius, he may not be the guy who puts up the craziest amount of stats, but he can, and he's also the guy who's going to be there as like the moral support for the team as well.
Yeah, you say that, but he did have some really big
without a doubt.
Absolutely, yes.
And
we have to put account for the amount of times that he stands up.
True, because he was.
G2 का long break था, lower bracket में मिलता है.
They had some you know, tougher games back in America. Played 1-2-1 in the Swiss stage there as well, and not only is he playing so well on the Vise, I think when he's, especially I think like Lotus Seaside anchoring, he's so good in those solo anchor positions. But he's also bringing huge amounts of energy
आशीर्वाद
to
भी
the
दे दे
team,
बंदी
keeping them in these
मिल जाए
matches.
200
When
gifted
they
जिस दिन
bombed
मिल
out of
गई.
Bangkok, they talked about the fact that
इसका मतलब मेरे को दिंग्स करना पड़ेगा. लक्ष्य भाई, मेरे को नहीं लगता कि आपको ये महीना कोई भी बंदी आपको मिलेगी. लक्ष्य समझ रहे हो? चैट रेडी रहो 200 गिफ्टेड के लिए.
Get up on very high highs. If they are able to keep that up for today, they could be.
Thank you for the $10 मेरी जान के
रोटे. To the grand finals.
Who knows? But Yinsu had an opportunity to catch up with the man himself, the Vibes Merchant, to get his thoughts ahead of the match.
पूरी चैट आपके साथ है. लक्ष्य भाई टेंशन मत लो.
I've got the Vibe Merchant himself, Zelsis from Sentinels with me today. Now, Zelsis, I really love seeing all of the beautiful friendships you've been able to make so far in this tournament, particularly against some of the CN teams. And now you're running the gauntlet, this time against XLG. Tell me, who's going to be your bestie in this one? How do you win them over, but without losing your perfect record?
Rarga, I guess, is going to be my bestie. I mean, I'm going to try and get in his head because I think he's like their superstar. So I'm choosing him as my
superstar?
I can't wait to see it. Thank you and good luck.
Zelsis has the strategy to get in his opponent's head, but the strategy comes from guys like John QT in the server. But you don't got Tejo no Mo. I love that lower third, best one we've ever done. And look, this has really been interesting because, guys, I don't really know what to expect as far as, well, I mean, we've seen a lot of Sentinels here, but I just don't know what to expect when it comes to the XLG.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's always weird playing an opponent that doesn't have that history. But for John, it's cool to see this kind of come full circle. He moved from Morocco to Canada to go to school in Montreal.
बहुत गंदा नर्फ हुआ है. मैं तो बोला था last time in नर्फ होएगा और कोई नहीं उठाएगा.
Playing with M80 in the online era, and then finally got this opportunity with SEN. Went down to play in Los Angeles and full commit to this career, but now gets to come back to Canada, play another event as this leader, and try and push Sentinels through, which I think is such an interesting full circle.
उसका तो पट करा SEN लेकिन मेरे को देखने का है.
Look at also where he's come from, where he started to where he is right now, ready to be one of the best IGLs in the world. Time and time again, every single time that we go to a tournament, this is one of the pivotal parts of Sentinels that you have to deal with. It's not even only about superstars here and not. You need to get into his head if you want to win against Sentinels.
What were our predictions again for this one?
The only prediction that apparently matters is Achilles,
and
he
I
had
hate
Sentinels
that guy.
winning, so whatever.
You had Sentinels winning, right, Mimi?
I did as well. I think the pressure is going to be huge on Raga for this game. It's so tough to live up to those standards, especially in a new meta with a sub when it's your first time at a global.
And it's also wild too that we didn't even get a chance
What
to talk
if
about
best
second. That's just how
number
stacked all of these players are, folks. But you see that time ticking down. It's now time to jump into our second match of the day, and let's bring out your two teams. You have the Sentinels and XLG.
Fade ना हो नर, fade नहीं आएगा नर.
Versus Sentinels.
अबे होया इसमें. ये होया कोच का प्लेयर था ना चैट वो. इस टीम का. Bro, don't tell me coach है. चैट वो प्लेयर नहीं था. ये मेरा ब्रेन लग कर रहा है.
All right, everyone, this is it. Sentinels, XLG. The Sentinels have it in them to defeat yet another team from the VCT China region. It's gonna happen here. Can XLG shock the world and be able to pick off a win against a prolific team like the Sentinels?
That is one way to start a tournament and to have a global debut. But for the side of Sentinels, with G2 already losing today, this could be a terrible day for Americas.
And it's an interesting story. XLG will hit into Sunset. Historically, this has been a fantastic map for Sentinels. You look back at the previous times this was always a home ground for them. It's been, you know, kind of a question mark, right? XLG, that was not in the pool in China, so they're going to be coming with something fresh on Sunset.
Yeah, and then Sentinels picking onto the Lotus. If I look back and I think about what XLG were picking, especially on that playoffs, it was that Lotus. But now Sentinels get to play that Sunset that they have already picked in the past, and that Lotus. I do not know how to feel about the Sunset pick. I want to think about the time.
आपका pick'ems क्या है? अभी SEN जीतेगा ये वाला.
Ever the showman. Ever the showman.
Yeah, why not?
You look at this team, I mean,
he's in his element.
Those XLG players, they're stepping on a stage like this for the first time at this scale, away from home.
I'm getting a little inclined towards XLG
in those positions, trying to get in the heads of those XLG players.
I still think it's wild that XLG picked Sentinels here, but you know what though? I think there had to have been a reason. There had to have been a reason for them confidence-wise. They felt like they can't take them. I mean, obviously, they said it was a clout match, all that stuff, yada, yada, yada. But I also think from a technical perspective, there might be something here that XLG could very well be keeping under the hood to maybe catch Sentinels off guard. Who knows what that could be? But of course, Sentinels, they have a lot of hype here. And what I'm worried about is if that hype begins to die down because XLG starts winning those rounds, how does that play out in the mental? How does that work out in the server? There's a lot of question marks here, Mimi.
I think that's where you see the growth from SEN, from Bangkok to now. Players like John, like Zels is really stepping up in those moments to keep the team in it.
Yeah, no, very good point there, right? What a turnaround that this team to deal with those teams.
मेरा भाई ready
So
रखता है
this is
tap.
of course going to be some familiar territory-ish, but at the same time some confidence for Sentinels. They've been playing for such a long time here. But now Kukuka, XLG, this is it, right? Your debut on the stage, lots of hype, fans
मेरे को
cheering
जानना है
you
total
on.
कितनी
It's a lot of
SEN
pressure.
bundle
So I have mixed thoughts about this Sunset. Like I like the fact that they can come in with a surprise, that there is no way the Sentinels can prep for whatever is on the other side. But Sentinels have already had such good showings in the Sunset. So for them, this veto is looking so favorable. But at the beginning of the day, I thought the same for G2 and PaperX. Like that veto looked too good for G2. And it feels like on the other side of the world, things are looking better for the other teams.
It is interesting to consider XLG's position here. Most of the time when you're a debut team at a tournament, you have basically no pressure, right? Maybe you squeak in as a 3rd or 4th seed, but they won their region. And now they have their chance to live up to that, to do what EDG has done in the past. And looking at the composition here, seems like XLG, as they did in the past, kind of going with the meta. A double initiator look with Rorga.
Thank you for the 9 months.
I mean, no surprises. Very, very vanilla in that sense. I mean, I like the fact that Rorga is going to be in something that gives him the mobility. I believe it was the first waylay that we had in Tier 1 back in the moment. So the innovation is definitely there, but they're playing it pretty safe for what I expected them to do. I expected something like, I don't know, the deadlock and whatnot. Like, I love the deadlock on this map.
Yeah, that was kind of perplexing. We saw the draft come in the only map select, and we're like, oh yeah, you know, XLG picks Sunset. Wait, they're debuting on stage. This is
Rolex
gamble here that XLG are running.
But I don't think there's a better comp to set Rorga up to shine in his opening match here. He gets to play Neon, which he is excellent on.
Because by the 10 months,
pumping a ton of utility into supporting him. This should be a really good map for him to start hot.
Proper mirror comp kya nahi.
Their final agents should be doing so in a minute here. Don't expect anything too crazy.
I love Fate.
But of course, anything is possible in Valorant. As
I
come to
love Fate.
Years of covering this game.
But
pressure's on though. Since just had to watch
on this map,
#1 seed
G2
lose in that opening matchup. Can they bring it back
for
the Americas region?
But XLG had to watch the same thing. The Sen squad beat both of the CN teams back in the Swiss stage, trying to get revenge for the other teams.
आगे cameraman ने भी Rolex पहना हुआ था original. हाँ
You want one narrative? This is the first time that we're even going to see mid playing breach on an official. I know that we're speaking about setting players up and whatnot. Well, this is no YOU.
All right, folks, we're all locked in and we're ready to go. Toronto, let me hear you as we send it over to your casters, my coworkers from America.
Thank you for the $5.
Sentinels have been on a bit of a cycle here in Toronto, folks. The Chinese team gauntlet ends with the final boss, GEELI Gaming. But what's crazy about this is they just ascended. I mean, 6 months ago, these guys are playing in Tier 2.
It is absolutely mental. And to get here,
सोचो चैट 6 महीने में भाई
beating Wolves, beating Billy, beating EDG, the biggest favorite to be here, and now replacing them as the Titan of the region for their international debut. First showing for all of these guys.
GEELI Gaming, the last line of defense to redeem a whole region. It is the Wonder Kids from China versus the unredeemed Sentinels. Make some noise, Toronto. Let's get this one started.
Now Sentinels just the other day did debut their Sunset against Billy. You know, curiously, after banning it in their first game against Wolves, they have an all-time 75% win record on this map.
XLG on the defense here. Raga gets flashed onto the corner. The back is waiting for
मस्त हेडशॉट मार रहे
sticks it, hangs around, and John.
लेकिन क्यूटी है भाई प्यारा हेडशॉट मारा उसने पीक लेके
with Coconut.
रागा ने
Now it's Beaver and Happyway. Neither particularly proximate to the site as Happyway steps up first, going on a little bit of a solo endeavor. Was able to sidestep that relay bolt and aware that Zekin is still on the corner, and eventually there's going to be a multi-swing coming his way. He has to know it. Viva still not here. Happyway's fighting for himself right now.
Viva slowly creeping through the link. No, going to double up. XLG opting to play together here. They know where Zekin is. We can't going to get that information towards the backside as they scale forward. Time dwindling a bit.
At some point, they've got to give us a tap. Here's Zelzat on the swing, but again, the spacing. Zekin finally arrives. Happyway got into half the slide on it. It's good! Red ball comes to Zekin. Picking up where he left off.
Now that was a 20 for 8 that he dropped on Billy. The first time that SEN played Sunset
Pucha
in
liya
this
Zekin ne
tournament,
bhai.
he was lethal in that game. White hot
Huh?
right now.
This is how it plays out. A lot of individual moments in this pistol round.
Really comes down to John here.
अपन रारगा को देख रहे हैं अचानक से कोकोनट कहाँ से मारा दो?
But they just can't connect the shots. And the IGL, who has also been individually
Hello,
really good,
hello.
a lot of multi-kills in that aforementioned Billy game, turns up already too.
Watch out for GEELI Gaming on these eco rounds, folks. Astonishingly effective when it comes to the thrifties. BLG
That was तो sexy खेला था लेकिन XLG
getting
ना.
thriftied 5 times over their last series against XLG.
There is no free round against this team. Rargo, when he picks up that Sheriff, is so dangerous. But what I like from XLG on these rounds is that they play it basically like they still have a full buy. Really strong fundamentals in these rounds, really great trades.
This is का round हो सकता है.
In mid though, wants to find a timing with that stinger after the spike spin planted.
And he's heard the obvious rotate through Boba.
There.
SEN, no, GEELI Gaming are coming. What degree do I want to challenge forward to the Outlaw? It's a tough ask. Zekin's able to cut them down and then happy to walk away. Sonmini and Coconut. Sheriff.
दो run point है.
And Midi says, you know what? Yeah, I think we're probably pretty cooked here.
Stinger वाला मारा
John
कोई.
though would love an early rolling thunder. He's about to get more than he bargained for potentially on this swing out. And yes, we'll be dropping that stinger away.
जल्दी
Also
मारना
should be
पड़ेगा.
quick enough
वो
here to
smoke
take
में गया तो
kill.
लग गया.
Midi will be unaware, not on the line.
W.
That's XLG all turned into all dwarves.
उसका लेकिन घुस जाना चाहिए था smoke में. Bridge को.
Shots there with that Outlaw back.
इतना time tick करो ना. Smoke में घुस जाना चाहिए.
Rargo wanted to create some space, but was picked off before he could even really get through that. Choke point at Boba.
दो 10 में PRX G2 को आ रहा है भाई. बाप मैच था. बाप.
It's looking good for SEN right now.
देख के आओ. बाप मैच.
John has actually picked up that Outlaw. They want Zekin with a rifle in his hand so he can be the space creator, get deep, take strong duels around, you know, with that strong weapon, take duels.
Amen तो ले नहीं सकते, बाद में लेना पड़ेगा
Amen. Early in mid. That's the standard top mid.
भाई SEN util भी waste नहीं कर रहा है भाई Amen के लिए. Amen space लेने के लिए util भी waste नहीं कर रहा है. सिर्फ देख रहे हो.
How effective Midi is going to be. And this breach debut for him hasn't played it at all with Trace's team this year.
They're going to play off the fault line here. Sentinel starting to make their way on towards this B site. C's thrown in. Happyway is going to be forced to remain in this position. Paranoia though coming through from that Boba direction. That's XLG trying to set something up, but they're
blind or
play off with that util. But there's Coconut and Happyway coming alive. And John brought down in seconds. Raga finally joins the party, but his team has paved the way.
Look at that from XLG, the way that they all just swing out of that dark cover together. What is so impressive about this team, the fundamentals. Their players are rarely, if ever, caught making individual mistakes, overextending on their own. It's always a double face, a triple face. They love to push out of smokes together. Look at the way that they're able to support Happyway. Really beautiful stuff.
And in that sense, this team is nothing like Billy and Wolves.
Exactly. It's so juxtaposed how wildly aggro those teams are. Not that they don't up the pace at times, but when you think about a guy like YZ who is just going to extend constantly, XLG are really the opposite.
XLG don't want to try and play for halls here. 2 players in alley. It's an easy position to smoke off. The one way that was a little bit intimidating for them. Happyway wanted to linger. Bank can obviously TP across the side. They've dealt with this tripway. Here comes a rolling thunder. This will force the players out of alley. Now XLG have lost that strong defensive position, the ability to set up a crossfire from Link as well.
Hoping that Zekin could have caught someone there, but XLG able to round the corner. Drone to reclear should be pinging out. Bang, Paranoia, but just doesn't want to take his fight. Wants to cycle the dark.
Next level fucking delay. Next level fucking delay. City से नहीं आ सकते. City छोड़ दो. सबको यहाँ से आना पड़ेगा.
Narrate knows the pressure's coming.
भाई नियॉन ने साइफर के एम पे गेम पे जाके मारा.
Zekin is here to mow them down. One more for the blood god. He says, "I'll have them all."
Absolutely stunning. The form of Zekin from that playoff run in Americas to qualify into this tournament has been phenomenal. Already 9 kills on the board. Perfect swing timing. XLG so distracted there. So
Good
distracted by their
Good
barreling thunder to
कहते
deny
ना.
alley away from the defenders really hurts them. They've got to put all their eggs in the basket of the push-off link.
Gotta say, a story I saw many times watching this team in China is that they would go down early, win an eco, and then come right back barreling into the game. Got a few sheriffs here, Raga with that ghost. They want to go for a push down A, take a little space off of this one-way. It's got up standard to control this area of the map.
And they'll always be looking to double or
उसका
triple
peak
up.
timing मेरे को हमेशा से अच्छा लगता है.
Even in this sort of pistol round. Those XLG fundamentals have been
एक बार कैम देखो
instrumental
बे कितना
in
locked in
turning
है
them
बे
from a
बंदा.
5th, 6th place team in kickoff to by far the #1 seed. Only dropping maps. And
ये बढ़िया player है ना,
to BLG. Coconut here caught by the fault line.
Where are you?
Now it'll slowly scale into that area given up.
There.
दो बंदे वो लोग को पता है. ए पे अभी भी. सीधा भी जा रहे हैं वो लोग. अभी भी दो बंदे.
Again, Viva with the first shot, second, and a little bit of trouble, but John's there to support.
ए मारते तो है बे वो लोग चैट.
Now vacant.
मारते तो वो लोग है. गंदा वाला मार रहे वो लोग headshots. Don't
That's the
think
kind
to
of
the
training
thing.
Sentinels had to have into the site like this. No free rounds, no clean rounds against XLG. Zekken will be waiting on this now. Coconut sets up, of course, with a smoke of it all to B main. That does leave Zekken as the sole player in the site. Just a little bit of a shoulder pick there. Raga not in a position to follow. Okay.
Nah, Zekken
Headlong into that
ज़्यादा
one he
mood
goes, and Zekken wants a little more. Get away!
Zekken ज़्यादा
in a
mood
dream.
में.
Of course, that overdrive develops. Fast lane, you'd think would get him out, but somehow Mini's just picked his spot perfectly.
The headshot.
It didn't have to be, really, did it?
No, that's some ridiculous overkill. Mini just
Montage
going
बना
to
रहे.
fall to the spike here. Sen will
इतना discipline था
very
Zekken
content
में.
to get out of this round. Only
इतना
got a
ज़्यादा
couple
discipline
weapons.
था बेचारे में यार.
Closer to this point, and they get
हाँ?
narrate that plant earlier. So
अब Zekken भी like
got
मैं
the
बस हो गया
next
discipline.
five
मैं
rounds.
अभी जा रहा हूँ मारने मेरा हो गया.
Sen realised they really have to wager a bit to get into market. They're going to be forced to fight for it fairly doggedly, but the fact that Zekken's been able to get out to 11-2 after 5 rounds, that is exactly what you need from
बेचारा
Sentinels.
यार.
He was really disappointed, Zekken, in his Omen game on Icebox. He just felt like, he was even asked, like,
Caretaker map पे यार
would James be
defending
proud of you? And he's like, I don't think so. I wasn't proud of it at all. But he feels really,
A
really good about the
little
rest of that
defensive,
series.
लेकिन उतना भी
Can't
नहीं.
blame him. Fantastic neon play so far on this Sunset map.
Timeout called by Coach Havoya, who's really been able to, in tandem with Viva IGL, install such a great system that has created a very consistent XLG team in their region. See what they opt to do out of this. They've gotten a few.
किसका pick है? अबे पूरा team ही pick कर दिया है भाई XLG ने. कोई भी map रहने दो. सीधा बोले हम लोग को सेन के साथ खेलने का है.
Their own throughout their run in stage 1 of China. So, Coach Voya's had to pivot them into adopting the Sunset play. Glad to see them pick it here. First cab off the ranks, so to speak. And we're still looking to see how Midi is, integrated into this team. It's tough, obviously, to have to make a player adjustment before a big event.
आ रहा है comeback आ रहा है.
Rosters there.
भाई Zekken mood में भी बाकी लोग मारना चालू भी नहीं किए भाई. 11-2 है वो बंदा. 11-1 लास्ट तो उसका हेडशॉट लग गया लेकिन टेक्निकली वो बंदा 11-1 है ब्रो.
Their entire region would demand it.
Midi ready with this fault line over towards the A side. Crossfire set up by the two players.
Take the jet miss.
And that's Coconut and Viva either side of main, and they are going to run into a couple. Fault line does connect, but
Hello chat. Apex on top.
off the way.
ओ बासुंडी भाई. हैशटैग Apex on top नहीं. हैशटैग अपुन on top चाहिए जल्दी. ठीक है? हैशटैग Apex on top. अपुन on top करो जल्दी. हैशटैग. और टेक्नो कैसा है?
A bit picked off by Zekken and narrated by coming
भाई Zekken नहीं रुक रहा है ब्रो आज.
At the moment, taking a duel against Zekken is just a
Zekken को आज ही ट्रॉफी चाहिए. Zekken को बोलो भाई ये गेम जीतने के बाद भी 3 गेम और है. हाँ फाइनल्स खेल रहा है.
Have still really been existing under the
Yes,
shadow
of
of the
course,
success
split
of
three में देख
last
लेना,
year's
dance it.
roster. I think you mentioned still in the press conferences being
Dance
asked
it, Tekno
about
bhai,
Tens
dance
and
it.
Saucy.
Yeah, literally,
Still.
what would Saucy think of this performance? Would Tens be proud of you? still these old legends of the past are being brought up compared to the current roster. And I do think, I mentioned unredeemed at the start of this game, I do think that a lot of fans are still unsure if they're back on board after the disaster in Bangkok. And you could even suggest
PRX versus SEN
like,
इसके बाद
what would it
उसमें
take
SEN जीतेगा.
to get people back in SEN City.
मेरे को इस बार लग रहा है मेरा pick'ems एकदम clean जाने वाला है मेरा pick'em.
From the fans, but they are growing closer to that as this tournament goes on.
Judging too early, but Wolves is better, I guess. You cannot compare, यार. मतलब
all game now that he's up to.
ये लोग सीधा SEN के सामने खेल रहे हैं.
13 and 2.
वो भी इनका first बंदा है नहीं.
Rivals have carried over, picking up.
Aim wise जितना भी अब तक shot देखा XLG के लोगों से cracked shots तो दिखे.
I'm surprised even that Roger hasn't thrown that rifle to someone else just to use the overdrive late.
लेकिन currently अभी
kind of teased at it a little
second
bit
show
early, just how dangerous XLG have been on rounds like this in our home region. So if our Sentinels have respected them, focused on their own protocols to clear some of these more dangerous parts of the map, like that multi-push into market, for example, it's quite clear they are extending every necessary ounce of respect to their opponents, the #1 seed from China.
Playing quite passive at the moment. They were waiting out any aggression that would come towards A main. Narrates Prowler reclears as Zelsus just holds down B main. Nightfall is going to
भाई लोग retake तो कर सकते हैं ऐसे fights के साथ.
Second extending through elbow. Second Prowler used to
Bro, I genuinely want कि plant के बाद ना वो लोग breach turn और sword के साथ try करें.
Happyway reluctantly gave up elbow as the Util came in wide, but he never really left.
Fuck.
That's Roga able to take a clean duel against Bang, who was trying to get through that one-way dark cover. Look at Zelsus on an absolutely mad flank. He was just chilling in B main. And now, John looks like he wants to get out of dodge from
Jordan, come on. Into spawn he goes. Coconut with only a sheriff. And he's got a sense that Zelsus could be somewhere close by. Perhaps not that close. Cybercage there for Zelsus. He might look to play around that neural theft. Also, John holding it down in mid, but time is short. They've got to get John out of mid. And it's brought down by GEELI. Zelsus would have to try and salvage. Rolling to find Raga, but he's run off. There's no chance for SEN in this round.
He's just on the run with the movement. Catching off the spike in mid. John was operating slowly, a little hesitant to cross. And by that time, XLG have already began the rotate towards that B site. And Marga just heads up play. I'm going to just run. There's no way that Zelsus can get this plant down in time.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, Happyway had one of the only two rifles brought into the round by XLG. There was a ton of util to force him out of bed, right? Relay Bolt, there was a Prowler. He hung around in the dark cover and then
और ये लोग के region में mobile आ रहा है पहले.
Instant snap onto the second, milliseconds before getting traded out. Same for Happyway.
ये लोग अलग से tournament करा सकते हैं.
That is a wild TP
रोहित भाई अलग से.
Pinged out though, they've heard it. Coconut by no means is committed here, but look at XLG fighting for mid. They've got Raga up there in the middle as well. Paranoia, Bango has got around in a bit of a timing that XLG aren't ready for. One by one, they crumble. He's able to get now, but Happyway's going to fight for his damn life. And I'm sorry.
The advantage okay
Are we not interested in the extremities of the map anymore?
3v2 पे गए
SEN
बे
are
what the
just
fuck?
winning so many of these crucial duels. Everyone from XLG swinging out.
भाई कुछ players वो लोग को crispy मार रहे बे.
Those players in market did not have
Round
the
10
angle
जीत रहे
for a
लेकिन
close
bench
peek.
shots
And so
देखो
this is
बे.
just so free for Bang.
इधर भी मेडी 2 मारा और उसने भी मारा है हैप्पी ने. कैसे?
They don't expect him to be so far forward. And he's there like a second or so early.
पहले 3 pick मिल गए थे भाई. Almost हुए था.
Consistently kept the economy broken for XLG. Zekin feigning some presence towards A main, popping that fast lane, jumping about.
W खेल रहे सर.
In the meantime, down mid, Raga taking a lot of space with our hero right
भाई ये तो SEN का वो था ना, one of the favorite map.
SEN now pivoting to B main, break the cam. They want to accelerate off the back of this. There's no one to really anchor here for XLG. Maybe Midi can hit another lucky headshot with a Sheriff through smoke, but it does not seem likely at all.
I mean, look at Johnny's also got this rolling thunder to punish a potential flood back in from these Sheriffs.
Bro, high risk, high reward वाला play देखने का. Please, bridge turn और ulti
This is a
वाला.
little bit dangerous. He's able to back off the line. Here comes a rolling thunder. Narrate trying to get to a safer spot. Zekin taken down. Over towards Marker was where the Thunder went. And XLG now with these sheriffs. Recovered rifle. Raga still working with it. Narrow with the shorty. Flattens. Raga gets on out there, but Bang steps up for 3. Make it 4. And Viva. Sideline cut off. No step to the side. And Bang is waiting for his just desserts. Not quite the ace though. Viva's recovered rifle goes to work. Sen have still made it a 5-round game.
भाई ये लोग के प्लेयर्स डाउन होने के बाद सामने वाले के जो बचे हुए प्लेयर्स उनमें एनर्जी आते क्या कि जैसे एक्सएलजी के प्लेयर गिरते हैं ना उसके बाद एक बंदा अचानक से ऐसा शॉट मारता है कि भाई छोड़ कैसे वे
fighting close to
हाँ
really well done.
क्या मारा हो विवान है
opportunity to get back in on these
ये लोग का मेन क्या प्रॉब्लम हो गया मालूम है ब्रीच अल्ट और सोवाल्ट बहुत अलग-अलग टाइमिंग पे मारा बहुत अलग-अलग टाइमिंग पे मारा बहुत अलग-अलग टाइमिंग पे ये लोग रिटेक कर सकते थे बे 3 अल्ट के साथ ये लोग रिटेक कर सकते थे वैंडल दे देना चाहिए था ओमेन को या फिर साइफर को और नियॉन अल्ट पे सीधा स्ट्रेट अप
if Sentinels execute in here, there are 2 kill trips that Happyway wants to play off. Aftershock forces out the cage.
Heavy winning chance.
Simply cross to back. Sight has a great cam for retake potential.
It's like Coconut just made use of from the shadows for information, cancelled it and is back at A.
There's going to be a push down mid from XLG. That drone got so deep. Look at Raga. Oh, they get mid.
Second at least knows
I feel मार्केट से अगर ब्रीच अल्ट मार रहा है
close by. They know they have
तो आधा साइड ब्रीच अल्ट से खाली है वो लोग मार्केट पुश तो नहीं कर सकते ब्रीच अल्ट के इसमें तो बैक साइड में सोवा को वही लाइन से मार्केट के वो लाइन से बैक साइड अल्ट मारने का और नियॉन और साइफर और उनको घुसना
Sentinels, they want to opt to get into a B split. Again, the tripwires still here, going to be very dangerous. Happyway wants to angle backside.
Coming from the top of the map, here's the timing, he can get into mid. But Zekin has already gone to work on the defenders. There's Raga turning up.
सामने वाला भी नियॉन पागल हो गया है ये लोग कैसे राउंड जीत गए मैं छूटिया हूँ कैसे राउंड जीत गए
Love XLG's play towards mid there.
क्या हो
Throwing in
रहा
some
है
proactivity and then retreating to play together. When it comes to this site retake, second adding more to the board, gets to 17, but even that 2-piece is not enough. Raga coming to life. Happyway still able to maintain control of backside throughout everything.
हाँ एम थोड़ा
XLG can definitely hang, but they've got a bit of a deficit to work on now. SEN definitely in a position to buy for this round at least. This time they show a little bit towards A, where XLG characteristically make use of Raga. Stave any push off.
Shadows traveling. Dark cover is going to be thrown top mid, but there's a drone re-clear. No, I do believe it was broken. Coconut wants to get the info here. It is going to be stunned up, but second can't go in too fast. Dangerous drive beats that. He is punished for his aggression, his recklessness even.
Yeah, with Coconut already forcing back, that doesn't really feel like XLG.
Viva wants to get here, only has the Sheriff, and now SEN opt to just take her time. Still a minute on the clock, no reason to force things. Again, dark cover just used to obscure the view from top mid. Hathaway's going to need to go off. Tight angle connects the headshot, and now doubled up backside. Midi, that duo ready to defend. But look at the insert from Zekin all the way towards elbow.
Door closed over towards market site.
Bro.
Spotted on that flank. It's going to be John. He'll have utility's hand. There's an easy kill. Oh, it's the spike as well. Now he can refresh the one way. Paranoia comes in. SEN can't really afford to respect that. They've got to go for it. Zekin doubles back at least with the Omen that gummed up the works. Now Stinger Sheriff. Rifle for XLG, but Zekin is waiting again at box.
They want to swing while the spike is going down. Zekin can't connect. Neither can the XLG players. Aftershock going to force him right into the fault line. Zekin in danger.
It's Bang though that's really under pressure.
Oh
Cosmetic stun. Apparently the fault line is. And this has bought time. Narrate's now been able to join the rest of Sentinels. GEELI Gaming. I've got Viva here trying to shock dart his way on out. Bang! Caught by that one. A whole 46 points of health stripped off of him, and now it's down to Narrate and Zekin, the latter, who's just too sharp. 3 for the round, and Happy Way, as brilliant as he's been, he's going to have to bring a world-beating performance to deal with this. Crosshair positioning broken. 5 health for Happy Way. Narrate needs to get in here, and he should be able to finish the job. Sentinels keep it a 5-round lead.
Who's but a moment away
Players
from being able to get a
players
shot off with that Phantom. Perfect timing from Narrate. Zeki is simply inexorable on this map. 20 for 6. We're still in the first half. Come on. He is unreal right now. And there was a little timing mishap from XLG that was Midi's undoing. And the attempt for Viva to throw up the recon so the player on site would have to turn. Look at it. But Midi swung just a moment before it actually fired off.
We got to contrast this with the starts for Sentinels in their last 2 games. Right? They started slow. The question about it, Captain said, it's been different each time, the reasoning for it. He really felt it was important that the boys were energetic for the first map, for the first showing on stage. It looks like today, whatever they've done differently has worked.
The highest contrast is the Wolves game, where SEN could simply not win any duels. They're winning a couple right now. Second is unstoppable. Sentinels taking some control of mid. Dark cover, so they have safety on the cross. Trip is going to get this information for Happy Way.
Top mid play.
I mean, he just might want to swing. Yeah, this Trip would have to be broken, though. That'll give up the game. Second wants to go through. He wants to split this B side from 3 angles.
Relay ball doesn't connect on anyone. He's not happy. Not ready for Happy Way to be tucked in on that corner.
That was a cosmetic stun. Rogo wants to get into backside. He wants to anchor Happy Way duo. The 2 stars of XLG. The best gamers here.
Okay, that's good. Happy Way is going to make the trade. Normally, Raga's used to being set up by Happy Way, but here they're going to have to go with solo. Delta's around the cyber cage. Narrate was able to get bought tight and push up the right. And he is a multi swinged in theory coming out from Mars. They don't respect John's position. Even in numbers, Midi though has to step up to the stage. And it's a big ass as Coconut. Doesn't fall far from the tree, in fact, right on the noggin of John. It's a Red Bull clutch for XLG to end the half.
The trade attempts are going completely awry for XLG, but Coconut clutches up to get them 4 on the board. As you mentioned, Sentinels here getting the exact contrast of the beginning against the other 2 teams from China. They are white hot. Second,
भाई मेरे हिसाब से हैप्पी वे
good start.
कोकोनट और अर्गा ये 3 प्लेयर
coming at you on the other side.
चुम्मा हैप्पी भाई का थोड़ा ज्यादा क्रेजी लग रहा है मेरे को देख के ऐसा लग में रहा है ना कि सेन इतना राउंड जीता जब से खेल रहा है XLG चैट वी आर क्लोज टू 10k लाइक्स जिसने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो चैट 10k लाइक्स कर दो जल्दी 1 मिनट बचा है गाना सुनते लाइक कर दो मच्छर बीट नहीं दे रहा है भाई लोग कुछ ना कुछ करते रहते हैं ना प्रोडक्शन फ्लेक्स कर रहे हैं आए दया आयन दिखा दिया उसको
Here's a Coinbase econ report coming into our second half of Sunset, and there is a number there that is very large and definitely bears talking about. Remember, this
100.7
is a measure of how much damage you're able to get out of the credits that you spend. Zekken, of course, only dying 7 times and getting 20 kills. He's obviously going to do well here.
I think what's actually most interesting is the fact that Varga and Happy Way, their numbers are actually very high, despite not being able to get a ton of kills. That's because SEN were constantly putting them on the eco, so they weren't actually spending a ton of money throughout the half. It was just complete control by SEN. You look at the
XLG
timeline.
XLG 200 चाहिए बाबा 200.
Getting one round win every couple, then broken economy again.
We're going to check in
wait and watch
with XLG,
हो सकता है
who have been called upon
crazy
by
करें
the
लेकिन
whole
मेन क्या
region to
प्रॉब्लम
stand
मालूम
in
है
the way of this
ये लोग
Sentinels
बस
juggernaut. And
दो
so
टाइम
far
आउट है
has
सन के
picked
पास
and been picked by only Chinese rosters.
हाँ ना
Every single time, SEN have had to adjust coming into a series. Slow starts for the BLG and Wolves games. This one, though, looks like SEN are focused on their own game. Let's see if Raga, though, can get into the works and show some of his mastery.
Let's go quick, hides in the dark cover for butt.
डबल एल्बो पुश मस्त है ओमन के साथ
Going to acquire that orb. As the rest of the team sort of passively want.
आई इंटरेस्टिंग मैच इंटरेस्टिंग राउंड में डाल दे लोडिंग मेरे मुंह पे
No one from Sentinels is getting too active. That they're not
अभी
trying
मैं
to
रिफ्रेश नहीं कर रहा
throw an early haymaker at them.
देखने दो राउंड
As the second half begins, Shock Dart to break a potential trip, but it's not there. To break another potential trip in market, that's also not there. It's just a cam watching, which Raga will delete.
But I like this early round activity for XLG, just trying to take this Sentinel util off the map.
फिर से जा रहे लेकिन वो लोग का रीड देखो चैट सेन का
The opposite side of the map. Happyway he's in the B site while the team is trying to execute onto A.
I don't know if Celsius is aware. Oh, he's not!
Oh my
Happyway's able to get the jump on him and now. Quick pivot back as
triple
you would
fake किया है
expect.
bro
This guy, he's been the
पहले
star so
round
far for
में
XLG. Previously, you know, considered a brilliant but
triple
often
fake
overlooked
किया
player in
bro
Raga's shadow.
उसको लर्क
Happyway's
एक्टिव
really
करने के
taken to his
लिए
debut on stage.
And now it's actually Raga who's left in this lurk position. Trip is going to have to be broken by Narrate. Just aware that he has some opportunities to take tools against players as the spike goes down. Planted for B main on the stairs.
Zakin hoping an opportunity might present itself.
गन भी नहीं है कैसे
XLG disciplined in this post plant.
Yeah, Midi has a full kit to play with in this post.
Blind
plant. Just ready in B main with the stun.
Aftershock already getting drawn out now. Relay bolt throw on the side of Happyway.
Yeah,
The one who set things up. Who all of a sudden Sentinels back in with numbers. Midi trying to hold it down. Has two flashes to work with. And Raga tucked to his left. Surely you can do something with this, but instead, Narrate just ruins him. John taken down through the smoke, but does he know Bangers on the defuse? He found the timing! And Raga's arrived! Red Bull clutching the pistol to close the gap.
He's just like that. So late coming back to the site. Into a horrific position because the team were just failing to win duels against SEN, spilling back in from Boba. Midi caught awkwardly alone.
He ran him through with a bayonet.
Desperately needed pistol round pickup for XLG. There are some smiles too.
Hey, just saying, ये लोग मैं
Close
मोबाइल
one though. Sentinels
जल्दी
really
आने वाला just saying guys
the commanding position before Raga got to them. Fault line player finding a little swing here. Fever at least though not stunned up enough to prevent him from letting loose these balls with the Spectre. Sentinels feed themselves
hey,
into
ये
the
fight
wood
जीत
chipper.
सकते थे SEN
Making for awful good fertilizer out
aim
there in
left right
LA.
हो गया अच्छा stun blind
Wave
सब
of
कुछ था
utility, a nice trap setup from SEN.
हाँ,
but
trap setup
simply
में zero
not the
kill, कैसे?
weaponry to capitalize off of that effort. Celsius all alone and with little to no hope at this point. XLG do a great job absorbing those swings.
लेट चल रहा है हाँ मेरे को refresh करने
Even
दो
stunned up, dealing with just a bit of damage to Midi. This is exactly what XLG need to get back into this half. They know they're right back in the mix.
Well, Celsius trying to get busy.
Trying to get paid. Trying to get a little extra cash from the bundle.
Listen, it's about just maximizing
Oh,
every
yeah.
cut per second out there on this
Oh
stage.
yeah, he was min-maxing the classic 1v5 for sure. Respect.
पहले मोबाइल में
So
गाफ
Sentinels
मारेंगे
trying
ये
to go
लोग
for the gambit into B main here, but the ball line is not really enough to give them the edge.
लग रहा है
Flawless now giving XLG prime opportunity.
Avert your eyes, Cubit, if you're
हाँ
squeamish.
बे वो trap plays
away.
अपना था बे कैसे
Prime opportunity here for a bonus round pickup from XLG.
Breach
This
stun
fight
और
is
Omen blind
pretty
के साथ
solid.
अपन
Couple fully
नहीं
upgraded
मार
rifle
पाए
standard first recon to get
गन भी
towards
गिरा
elbow.
नहीं पाए
Broken, however, and Raga wants to slow down.
But for how long? Sees what he needs to at that shoulder peak. Fault line comes in and Raga tries to soar into the side, but Narrate clips his wings.
What a sick off angle from Neri. That was lovely.
Bang was hoping to set up a crossfire with him. It's still a possibility.
ये ट्रिप का ना एक अच्छा है
Always
तुम लोग लेफ्ट से वो नहीं कर
lesson about leaving that B side early.
लेफ्ट से नहीं घुस
He
सकते
just throws
ये बार बार वन वे भी आता है प्लस ट्रिप भी है तो तुम लोग डबल एल्बो ट्रिपल एल्बो खेल सकते
Sure, pretty easy to break now. You don't have to
But
commit a paint
बुरा ये है कि
shells or
मिडलर
aftershock like you did on the very old
ये
version of
सेटअप का
Sunset.
मेन
That's going
बुरा
to
ये है
be
कि
taken
मिडलर
out by Happy Way and
मिडलर पनिश हो सकता
Celsius has to fear a little bit, though that cam is going to cover the full cross. The one he's got thrown up in market is XLG, taking their time, peeling away from A.
I can feel India can do good in Valo Mobile.
Zekin likely going to be in one scenario in a moment.
Cam broken. Happy Way working his way into B.
I like that idea. Let himself be pinged, but the timing doesn't quite line up. Celsius realizes, yes, yep, Happy Way is here, as always. Able to get the better of him.
W cross रे mid में भाई तीनों गेम 6 में हुआ है नहीं कमेंट्स W रे बैंग दो मारे
rifles carried into round 16.
That's clean stuff. Zekin made a nice rotate there to pick up the double face with Celsius backside.
W एक और शाउट आउट सर तीन मैप मेरे को शाउट आउट मिला
High impact kill. The angle that Neri chooses to take there is so unexpected,
bang
unorthodox.
sexy kill रहा है बहुत प्यारा
And
kill
because Raga is running forward on the neon, no one has an opportunity to trade that at all.
Second by शांत हो गए थोड़े से
Plays that full buy from XLG. Economy on the line. They are
इनको
maxed
टक्कर
out.
तो
They've
दे
got
रहे XLG
all those
भाई
head
कुछ
bombs,
राउंड्स मेरे को
everything
लगा
that
नहीं
they
था
need.
कितना क्लोज जाएगा मतलब XLG
That recon bolt not exactly having the intended effect.
कन्विंसिंगली राउंड हारे लेकिन फिर अचानक से राउंड जीते और फिर हारे वाला राउंड्स गए समझ रहे हो जो राउंड्स क्लोज नहीं जाने चाहिए वो राउंड्स को एक्चुअली क्लोज लेके जा रहा है जीतने रहे राउंड्स वो वाला सीन
Don't want to overpush this.
This mid pivot for Sentinels is probably expected, but maybe a little earlier than otherwise. Didn't think it would come.
Look at how much Mithul they just threw at Coconut to get him out of there. Aftershock, Prowlers.
Raga spotted out early. Relay bolt thrown to at least give Zekin a safe retreat.
Ball डालने का.
Narrate here. Might have an opportunity. Raga's pushing in on me. He's so deep.
अरे क्या एंगल में खेल रहे नरेट
really declawed XLG with that pick off on the neon. Viva very patient on this line, but Celsius doesn't give him enough leg to make use of. Remember, Narrate is in this A side. He's in the A side, creeping up on the Prancer. What a timing! Sentinel's looking dynamic here. 2 rounds in a row after a shaky start to the second half.
XLG just getting
भाई
far
नरेट
too
का एंगल्स
disconnected
देखो
from each other.
बे
Raga running all the way up
नियॉन
through mid.
इतना अच्छा स्पेस वो कर रहा है लेकिन
Up in these rounds.
बहुत क्रेजी
I was talking about in the press conference the other day
खेलते अच्छा पर जीतेंगे नहीं
that
मतलब
tragic showing at Bangkok early in the year.
लैंग्वेज जेरी लैंग्वेज जब जी जीतेगा ना तब याद
And it
रखना
makes sense when he was in E.
तब याद रखना जेरी भाई
more of a star.
जी जीतेगा तब याद रखना
But on Sen, realizing his time has gone on, just needs to support everyone else.
Let me AC
But he still picks his moments. He still wants to find the moments to step up, but he's not forcing it.
He always talks about how stronger the voices are on this Sentinels team. Finding your niche a bit harder. It's going to be a fast hit over towards the A side of the map, though. Wide second already on the line. Raga chunked down to 10. John is able to finish the job. The classic 1-2 punch. As the Outlaw rings out, it's Narrate again. Always in an awkward spot.
पहला मोबाइल में चांस तो है अपना हाँ
Stuck in
इसी
elbow.
में भी है भाई
Entire Sentinels team here. You can always
तो
expect
हो गया
Second to have the
basically
outlaw on hand on one of these rounds.
बहुत प्यारा खेल रहा है
Opposing
आज
team has a depleted economy.
Happy Way can only do this for so long.
कोई एक ऐसा
MIDI.
गलती वाला
Get
राउंड
into
है
the
सेकंड
side.
का अभी तक नहीं ना
There's none of that breach util for the attackers
एक
to
भी
play
राउंड
off
ऐसा
of
था
it.
कि
Only
फक
2
इधर
stingers.
पीक ने लेना चाहिए था फिर ये नहीं
And a
करना
team
चाहिए
on
था नहीं
defense
ना
that is
जीरो
respecting them
राउंड
enough to
ब्रो
hold these lines, not good chasing kills.
Midi is just hoping that someone may overextend and push into elbow,
By
but it's
5v2 में कैसे
simply not
बैठे
going to
भाई
be
वो
the
लोग
case.
ओए
The hope for XLG is
VCT
going to
खेल
be
रहे
this
SEN
next
वाले
round, the full buy, where they have both initiator ultimates to work with. However,
30
it's
seconds left.
likely going to be the exact same case for SEN. Midi dealt with Happy Way. Now spotted out, and it's only a matter of time for him. John will love to get involved, and that's going to get him
को
the
बोल क्यों
rolling
नहीं रहा है लास्ट
thunder.
बंदे इधर है
Next round is looking to be explosive.
And to be clear, this of course is XLG's map pick. The map that we
After
don't
saying
really
this, you
see
think
anything
SEN are
of
the
the
new
prior,
favorite?
and have just started to see Sentinels pick this
SEN
map
are the
themselves
new favorite.
after banning it in their first game in Toronto.
That was a ridiculous first kill from John. Just spam through the box and caught a headshot on Raga. That is tough.
SEN ही
Not the first time
favorite
it's
है
happened in this game.
New
Happened there
favorite
on the
कौन सा?
attack side, and Raga was walking up for a swing in that same position. Timeout called here by XLG. You can see some frustration starting to bubble forth from Havoya.
See, Fnatic जीतेगी वैसे excuse me.
Yes, Lotus is a great map for XLG. It's one that SEN are happy to pick into them. They're really hoping to show us a little bit more on this sunset. So far, it's been
कल कुछ लोग SEN में weak बोल रहे थे chat में. SEN event जीत सकते. Genuinely event जीत सकते.
And that's really touching on one of the criticisms that has been levied against XLG during this run, is that they're too reliant on Raga and
Hashtag 2 और hashtag 3 अच्छा खेला. सारे hashtag 1 down ना अभी.
Fantastic team play, great fundamentals, and a consistency.
दोनों hashtag 1 down ना आज.
Weren't when you think about the volatility of Billy Wolves, their play styles. But this
Language Masoom
is a case of Happy Way and Raga being the two that are really doing the heavy
It
lifting.
is now regretting picking SEN.
Love to see the
I don't
other
think
three
anybody
get
will
involved.
regret.
Coconut had that clutch, but
You only
so
learn
got
and
to
move
his
on. There is
name
no
really at
regrets.
this point. As we were talking about, though, as the last round was concluding, this is going to be an explosive round. So
भाई
many ultimates
Celsius को
across the
मारना
board.
चालू
The
भी नहीं
initiator
किया यार
ultimates at
chat.
bat.
मतलब ऐसा नहीं मारना चालू नहीं
Likely
किया
XLG's
मतलब
last chance to get
वही
into this map
वही
in a real way. Absolutely throwing themselves
मतलब
at this.
अच्छे वे में
rolling
मारना
thunder, they're all
चालू
theft.
नहीं किया.
Plenty to work with, especially if you can find an edge, a first kill, a ping on someone with a recon bolt, a post plant.
Like करो बसंडी. Uki.
There's some work that needs to be done to set up those win conditions for XLG.
Dark cover being thrown down there over on the B site, just to make it seem like there could be a lurk coming in. Happy Way has certainly been happy to do that.
क्या
on his
pixel angle
lonesome,
दिख
but
रहा है दिख रहा है क्या?
all the
Oh
players
my
are
god.
towards A-Bang. Oh my god, barely caught twice on the run. Raga's hungry.
Happy Way actually pushed
क्या
up the left side at the
pixel
same
angle
time.
में
It's a
था
great
भाई.
explosive moment there for XLG. Again, it's Happy Way and Raga leading the way.
This is exactly what they needed. They have to worry about
Retake
Link right now.
कर
There's
तो
no smoke
सकते
to
हैं.
cover it up, and Narrate is just happy to get a forward position. This could certainly catch someone off
करेंगे
guard.
क्या faded और pen के साथ?
Direction he does. God, he's been good here. Trying to back away now. Rolling Thunder comes
shit.
through from the attack as XLG want to disrupt Sentinels as they make this push out of Link. Timing is everything though. Rolling Thunder. God, they're using all of it as well. Nightfall
shit.
expended now by Sentinels. Narrate not quite ready to get up on this line. Good damage though through the wall, and Zelsis has come to the rescue.
Oh shit,
now,
कर लिया
the
शायद.
Debate can keep moving.
W ult.
Raga is here in halls alongside Viva.
बोला
Try and
retake
keep
कर
eyes on
सकते
this.
हैं.
But that fast lane makes it tough, and Raga's chunked down to 8. These next couple of shots critical for the duelists, so they do get second. But now it's on Viva. 1v2, Zelsis on the line. Viva down to 20, and
Oh,
that'll do it.
W retake बे.
Done enough,
भाई
Sentinels.
नरेट का पहला किल क्रूशियल था लेकिन अल्ट बाप था.
XLG just could not extract
अल्ट
enough
बाप
value
था.
out of the Rolling
वो लोग को
Thunder
नहीं
and the
मालूम था
Hunter's
क्या
Fury
अल्ट आ रहा है?
combo that they sent out towards Link.
वो लोग ने स्पेस ही नहीं लिया.
Summed up. Narrate was launched into the air. I thought spotted, but spam never came through. Coconut just fully isolated, wrapped by the flanking Zelsis, encircled, dealt with.
नरेट सेक्सी
And
खेला ये
trading
राउंड.
things out in the 3v2 are SEN. They are too clean on this
XLG
map.
का
It
round
was
था,
a
XLG का
bold
round था,
choice
लेकिन वो लोग
for
को कहाँ पे
XLG to take them here.
push करना चाहिए था.
Historically,
City
a
FX
home for
तो
Sentinels
क्योंकि जब भी अल्ट
since the
आएगा तुम
John
लाइट
Curie and
बैक ऑफ
Zelsis
कर
iteration
सकते
of
हो.
this
फाइट में
team
तुम बैक ऑफ
began.
नहीं करते, तुमको लड़ने
They are
पड़ेगा.
as good as ever. This would require a monumental comeback, but second is too good right now.
Bro,
In a
Zekken
market that
आज
would
mood
lead to
में है
XLG,
bro.
but now to set up a staging ground. This
Zekken
will
आज
lead.
गलत mood में है bro.
Zelsis looking a little bit stranded, but do they check this corner? Absolutely not. A freebie for Zelsis there as Raga deals with it, but it's electrified play from Zekken. then on a fundamental level, there's not much of a game. Sentinels, a cut above China's #1.
Second just dropping a 20 bomb in the first
और मच्छर कौन काट रहा है भाई बा?
had XLG on the back foot the entire time. They were getting constantly echoed. They look a bit out of sorts, perhaps a little
भाई
nervous.
genuinely बोलो, genuinely I felt जिस औरा के साथ जैकन भाई ने खेला ना, it looked like very easy game for SEN. लेकिन जो शॉट्स कुछ प्लेयर्स मार रहे ना ब्रो, XLG, अगर थोड़ा बहुत चीजें वो लोग ने फिक्स कर दिया, थोड़ा बहुत, आई थिंक अच्छा कंपटीशन दे सकते हैं XLG. मेरे को लग रहा है ना, पोटेंशियल लेवल पे एकदम टॉप लग रहा है मेरे को. लेकिन सेन के सामने उतना वो दिखा नहीं, क्योंकि सेन का देखो पूरा गेम प्लान वही है कि जैकन को एक्टिव करना. वो मार रहा है एक से ज्यादा पर राउंड, वो तो चेरी ऑन टॉप से. लेकिन जिस हिसाब से तुम लोग देखोगे ना, उसको स्टन मिल रहा है और फेड का सब यूटिल्स मिल रहा है. एक चीज वो देखो कि जैकन को कितना ज्यादा स्पेस और यूटिल्स मिल रहा है, और एक तरफ रारगा उसका देखना, उसका मोर ऑफ अ सोलो एम, और वो वाला है कियोस में वो उतना मूव नहीं कर पा रहा है. लेकिन जैकन तो जैकन है, ऑब्वियसली उसको तो आदत है. बट नॉट बैड. आई थिंक विद द लिटिल बिट ऑफ सपोर्ट और बाकी टीममेट्स भी अगर स्टेप अप कर ले, कि अभी तक मेरे को 3 प्लेयर दिखे XLG के. कोड़क एम वाला है, कोड़क एम वाला. बाकी 2 भी अगर उठ के आ गए ना, कुछ कर सकते भाई, कुछ कर सकते. ये मैप तो इजीली 13-10 तक जा सकता था XLG के फेवर में, मतलब 10 राउंड तो निकाल सकते थे. वुल्फ और बिवेल बेटर खेल रही थी इससे, वो तो तुम लोग ने देखा नहीं ना सेन के सामने खेलते हुए. वो मैच तो हुआ ही नहीं ना. ये लोग का मेन क्या, ये लोग ने सीधा सेन को उठा लिया, जो कि पूरा फेवरेट से जीतने के लिए, और प्लस सेन मूड में भी है, प्लस जैकन फॉर्म में भी है. तो मतलब ऐसा लगा कि XLG दिखा ही नहीं, बट आई थिंक दिखेगा. आई थिंक लोअर ब्रैकेट में दिखेगा.
That's going well. Anybody else drinking in the crowd? Put your cups in the air.
Huh?
We're gonna try to find you. Just drink like it's Harbor. You know, Harbor's all full of water. There we go. Oh, we're back
ये
and
लोग
forth.
पानी पी
We're
रहे
going back to
इतना.
me. What's going on? Come on, let's cheer for Settles one more time, Jack.
पानी करके कौन पीता है?
There we go. We got a little bit of it. There we go. Take a sip. Take a sip. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. It's okay. That's right. H2O. High quality H2O. That's good to go. You don't have to cheers. Get that sip. Get that sip in. Get that sip in. Chat, do we know how to drink?
दारू
Do
नहीं
I have to
रहता
give rules on how to drink as well?
पानी है.
There we go. There we go. How's that water? Oh, got caught off guard. Oh, right away.
पानी है.
Okay, make sure you get your bathroom break too,
Claro,
because the
mira,
mat's about to start soon. So let's go ahead. Thank you so much, everybody. We're gonna go for a quick break. We'll return for map number 2 between Sentinels and GEELI.
PRX का मैच हो गया क्या भाई? बाप मैच हुआ PRX का बाप. क्या 8K लाइक्स हो गए. नाउ वी आर ऑन द रास्ता फॉर द 9K लाइक्स. जिसने लाइक नहीं किया है स्ट्रीम को फट से लाइक कर दो. मैं चाय लेके और कुछ खाना भी मंगा के आया. कुछ चंटर पंटर खाने का मन कर रहा हूँ. चंटर पंटर पोटैटो वेजीज.
Now, I think at this point you're an expert on a VCT CN team. So tell me, how different or similar were XLG compared to Billy and Wolves?
Similar in the sense that we're confident no matter what. Different in that so far it feels a little easier. Kind of nice. They, picked a map. We just smoked a team on, picked us, and let's see if we can prove that was a bad idea. Keep it up.
It doesn't get better than that. Thank you very much, and good luck on map 2.
And there you heard from the coach of Sentinels. I mean, guys, it doesn't, he's not lying. I mean, it was a 13-6. They looked really good. Yeah, they looked really, really clean, and it just felt like XLG were scrambling to find any kind of an answer for what Sentinels were giving them. And as a matter of fact, this actually takes us to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, because this one's going to go to Zekken. We didn't get a chance to talk about him in the pre-show, but we're going to talk about him here, Kukuka, because this kid is absolutely insane.
We knew we didn't have to speak about him in the pre-show because we expected to see this place. We were speaking coming into this matchup how Raga was a big win condition for the side of XLG. So Zekken just had to be back on this performance, this 4K here to start warming up things for what the rest of the map was going to be looking like, especially on that attack. A 20-7 half for him, a huge impact in every round. And when we speak about setting your superstar app, everybody in Sentinels showed up for Zekken, and he himself individually did not let us down.
Damn.
Raga was the win condition for XLG when they played back in China, when they won the trophy of the SEN League. But here, it was all about Zekken. This was an absolute takeover of a map from him. And be it the nerves, the pressure of coming to a big stage, or just having a substitute player in, I think you have to say that XLG's fundamentals were slipping. They were not clearing corners. The trading wasn't perfect. Some players were whiffing. And in each one of those moments where they're making these little mistakes, Zekken is sliding around every corner, getting 3 kills and punishing them. He was so quick and just so damn confident this map.
And his counterpart, I think that Sentinels did a very good job at understanding. I know that we were here in Celsius at the beginning of the day saying, I'm going to get in Raga's head. And I think he did, because they understood that he was, as you're saying, Mimi, a huge win condition for him. And it led into some moments where he was going for the hero plays, maybe going into deep, maybe trying to make a difference. But Sentinels was so ready to deal with this duelist.
On their defense side in particular, I think they did a great job of playing a little further back than you normally expect. They weren't fighting for mains quite as often. Instead, they were playing some more passive site holds, which were in great positions, where when that Neon dives in, Raga is sliding into a crossfire, he goes down, and because it's Neon, it's really hard to have perfect spacing with that pace, so Raga dies, and then there was just a ton of 4v5s that GEELI got put in that they could not recover from.
Yeah, it was very clear that the changes that they had to make, and also the fact that Sentinels are coming out of the gate really swinging, kind of sets the stage for what you saw right there. 13-6 Sunset. So we're going to put that one in the drawer for now. Let's go ahead and worry about Lotus, okay? If you're XLG, you know what? Forget it. Hey, we lost that first map. Let's bounce back. We're still the #1 Chinese team coming out of the region, so let's go ahead and see if we can win out on Lotus. But the thing is, though, Kukuka, is I think Sentinels might be okay on Lotus too.
Exactly. They've been very comfortable. They've already played it twice in the tournaments against the 2 Chinese teams already. Yeah. And to me, as we were seeing in that graphic, GEELI is going to be starting on the attack. It scares me. The Sense has the same read and is going to have the same effect. I love the fact that Happyway was very confident in getting some of those picks, especially on both sides, on the attack and the defense. I think that on the defense on V, he was doing a very, very good job, and I hope that that is going to be a change coming into Lotus. But another worry that I have for the side of XLG is the fact that with the Tejo out, I feel like we're going to see a repetition of the composition that we just saw on Lotus, right? Which is what they were running before running the Tejo and whatnot. And I feel like Sentinels are going to have such a good read because it's going to be very similar to Sentinels.
Back again.
It could very well be the case here, of course. Coach Avoya is going to have a lot on his shoulders here as he gets ready for map 2. Yinsu standing by with him to get his thoughts.
I'm now joined by the XLG coach, Havoya. First of all, happy birthday. Second of all, that was the first time we saw Midi play on stage with your roster. Tell me what we can expect from him role-wise and impact-wise on map 2.
Oh, sorry. First of all, thank you for the question. Thank you for your wishes. And, you know, Midi came too late. I hope we had a little bit more time to adapt everything. But I think so far in practice he did pretty well. So I think map 2 is like, for us map 1 is warm up because we haven't played on international stage yet. And I hope we are doing better now.
I hope it's a good birthday gift for you today. Good luck.
Hey, well, happy birthday to Coach Avoya there, of course, and well, we'll see what happens because he was talking about hope, and I think that I don't want to hear hope going into a map 2 situation like this, Mimi, because I want to know that these guys have the confidence to be able to force this map 3, and I don't think I got that.
Yeah, you need to see that if they are going to come back and win this.
हायर स्टडीज के लिए जर्मनी जा रहा हूं, इसलिए मैं मुझे पॉज कर रहा हूं, उधर जाके काश दोस्त अपग्रेड करूंगा. लव यू टू मेरी जान कर
I want to shout out beyond the way he's popping off on the stage. But Zelsis, I think, is a monster on this map. If they play another Neon comp and try and go into C hits, I think Zelsis does a great job
भाई जर्मनी जाके तो बहुत पैसा कमाएगा.
at varying his setups, at playing different positions, and almost always punishing that dive player.
For Sentinels, as you're saying, there's no reason to change up their composition. If I'm not mistaken, XLG has already locked in their agents. So this is exactly what we saw in Sansa. This was what I was expecting since, moving away from the takeoff. And a complete repetition of what we saw on the first map. And as I was saying, if Sentinels already had a read, the Viper, the Omen, the Vice, they're going to have such stopping power. They have all the things, all the ingredients that they need for a recipe of success in this.
More of a drive
XLG though playing solo controller on loadings. Most of the top teams on this map have been playing or going back to playing the Viper Omen instead. And it does limit your options on attack side. It's harder to get lurks into A. It's
a lot of
harder to
maybes,
go for
but let's see.
plays there, and it also makes your post spawns just a little bit weaker. So I do worry, unless XLG is really on their game, they're going to be a little telegraphed on this attacking side. You don't have as much variety, and you can't create quite as much of a fog of war as you can with that Viper.
We're seeing some of these agents get locked in here. I was curious to see what we're going to get from Zelsis. He opts to go for that Vice. Vice, very good. And it's going to be a great counter for the Neon as well here. And we'll see. The thing that's worrisome to me here, Kukuka, is that this is the same composition. We just saw it happen. We saw the struggle with the spacing. We saw all of those struggles on the screen. I don't know if they have enough time to fix it, man.
And worst thing is that Narrate is also having a very impressive tournament. I think that on the previous map, he was a little bit of an unsung hero because he created so many situations, so many circumstances for retakes and whatnot, that I feel like, especially with Zekken on the raise, he's going to have that same impact of glitches.
Well, the question we're wondering is if XLG can force a map 3, or does Sentinels end it here and now? Let's send it back to your casters to get this show going. It's Uber and Wyatt yet again.
But hope so कि पैसे की कमी नहीं होगी. आपने बोला
incredible fundamentals, trading and spacing, and well, Happyway and Raga dominating. Those are the 3 win conditions we outlined for GEELI Gaming at the start of this series, and only the last, only one of them has been present on that first map of Sunset, Wyatt.
Too good in life.
And on the opposite side, we are looking at Zekken at his absolute best.
And now, going to
Lotus Raise, that's his OG agent. That is the agent that he made his name on years ago. When we're thinking about those XSET days, just the other day against Billy, he was a dominant force and is even better right now. That was an all-star performance on map 1. XLG looking out of sorts, having some moments where they looked scrambled, nervous. They need to get their heads in the game right now, or SEN will have ran the gauntlet, beaten every team from China. We'll move on to the next part of the bracket.
The only NA team in the upper bracket remaining.
वॉल जंप करके बी भी जा सकते हैं. वो लोग को पता है वॉल इधर है.
Ridiculous off
I think बी जाएंगे.
round after round. Sheer wall drawn out here by Happyway. The rest of XLG starting to file into rubble. Rotates being drawn across the map by the defenders.
That's Dude, just jump spotting on seed pressure into Tree. Raga and Meier stock. This is a bizarre situation. Zelsis doesn't want to give them an inch. He doesn't want to swing.
Gonna wait, and there he goes. Emerges with a right click, and it's another one for the Five Merchant. And the door shuts. Narrate with the swing.
Spike down A.
Zelsis eventually brought down. Narrate also both offenders from the defense side quelled. But his spike's loose. Zekken might have a timing here. Disrespect the points. I for one am here for it. Step up on the side, Paranoia comes through. Happyway tucked along with Coconut. This paint shell definitely going to rattle the cage a little bit. There it is, Happyway brought down by it, but Coconut and John, the one-way being respected. John swings while Paranoid, and Coconut salvages the round.
There's some momentum for XLG. Disastrous open, pushing into Zelsis. tucked back tree. Can't get the trade after Raga presses forward. I believe that was the patented Celsius arc rose in the top right that gets the blind onto Midi. Second had a lovely nade there towards the end, but it was just John stuck in waterfall the entire juncture of the pistol round. No HP, caught up by the dart one way. Brilliant start.
6-1 are XLG on this map.
Trap place,
VCT China.
Trap place.
Definitely their best, but I mean, Sentinels have already handled BLG and Wolves.
That being said, they've shown a lot. XLG should be very prepped for this, and as bold as we called it, for them to pick Sunset into SEN, it's bold of SEN to pick this into XLG. This is right at the top of their pool.
That is Kaplan pitting SEN's best pick against that of XLG. We have a dual Marshall take on this round. Okay, Celsius. He is arranging the works there over at Rubble. Also confirms there's only 1 to 2 players, so SEN have every reason to stay here on the C side of the map.
SEN ka read dekho chat.
People got right out of that drone to get the trade. A lot of noise here being made by Raga. Open the door as well. Just try and keep the focus sent towards C and B, where they've been gamble stacking this entire time. As Viva on the opposite side of the map has been able to control the rubble area, hasn't been pushed. This is an easy rotate call into the very vacant site.
And SEN are just going to play catch up here. And I know we mentioned it a couple times, but XLG's showing on this Sunset map has been from their play in the lead up to this tournament, the same play that qualified them. Online, they never fought alone, had great setups, were always on a crossfire, or at least a good spacing double swing scenario. Can they find their footing here? They don't have much time to get it together.
You really saw Raga online at his best playing that. Yoru especially, Chamberon's occasion as well. Yoru was so disconnected from the team on Sunset. That has to be rectified.
Being here on Viva, SEN trying to get some back for their buck at the end of the round. 2 kills for the defenders, but XLG get off to a good start on this attack side. SEN elected to start on defense here.
Happy to collect a couple kills over to their initiators, but as far as early ultimates go, Celsius close to that steel guard. Is able to just get an easy little right click to open things up here.
Let's go, we win pistol, bro, let's go. Hype, hype, hype. Let's go.
Locking in, getting excited. Raga has the Vandal into this round.
लक्ष्य भाई क्या ये ग्रुप में लिख रहे हो सुपर चैट करो व्हाट इज बिहेवियर
Second wants to escape the baby door. Pick up a bit of a safer angle after that pressure comes through.
He immediately bailed. I think seeing the fast lane made him feel like he was not well equipped to take that fight head on. Important round to convert on. Great start. Look at that pop out of B, and there's 2 players sat on that line. Coconut and Happyway out of the game. Once again, another player doubles off the line. Bang gets out, realizes that Raga's coming for him now too.
I'm sure XLG wanted to get towards B, but realized they just have to get into A fast after all that.
Planted.
Fighting occurs in main. A lot of damage done to Narrate in second. Perhaps if they had real weapons, those would have just been straight up kills. But maybe the low HP could be enough for XLG to get back into this.
Sees into towards him. That is definitely going to catch on the Midi, decaying him down, holding him in place. And so Viva gets overwhelmed. No chance for Midi to try and trade there from lower pit. Gonna have to be a fast play now here from Sentinels. And when Midi tries to gum up the works, it's Raga dealt with. And Sentinels give XLG just enough rope to trip themselves within that round. Giving some space, waiting to double or triple up. Very nicely handled that pace coming in from the attackers.
Yeah, there are multiple players.
Thank you for the 40. Thank you for the 40.
3 of them, in fact. Really hoping there would be maybe 2 players up there.
Map 3 tak jayega, maza aayega. Mera potato wedges aayega.
One of them is able to get out of the way of that fault line.
And honestly, SEN with such a clean play into the XLG bonus. have pretty even footing now into
इस
this round.
confidence से XLG ने SEN को choose
Still
किया
guard
जीतना
developed
तो
by
चाहिए
Zelsis, someone you mentioned was
और
pivotal
ऐसे होता
on
तो
this map.
सारे
They're
टीम
running
confidence से
2
नहीं
playoffs.
लेते
Already
SEN
been
को
showing.
आपके लॉजिक से
As
SEN
soon
तो
as
कोई
he picked up the
टूर्नामेंट ही
vice,
नहीं
even
जीती तो फिर
back in kickoff for the run to qualify.
सारे
for
टीम मैं
Vanguard.
SEN पिक
Celsius
करूंगा
putting up
मैं
some
जीत
of the
गया
most impressive maps we have ever seen from him. Statistically speaking, it was Lotus, it was Vice. Morga making his presence known. XLG do a good job
मैं भी पिक करूँ तो
getting this wall procced very early into the round.
फिर SEN के साथ
to
खेलेगी
deal
सर
with the thorns that are littered across that C site, but at the very least that will keep Zelsis
जीटो ने PRX
threatened.
तो लिया था आज हो गया
Progress.
एक्सक्यूज में
We've seen how hard it is to sort of trigger that wall with
भाई वो क्रेजी मैच था भाई मेरा पूरा एडलिन वो हो गया
Neon
मालूम
comps.
है
You
PRX
risk that little
और
shoulder
क्या
kick out on the
गेम
seat.
था
And now it's time for SLG to double back and return. Razorvine caught Raga briefly. He'll be able to regen up some of that shield to get onto the side. Once again, SEN are going to allow for this wire. They want the full retake behind. They're still guarding.
It's going to be ripped right now. Vargas pressed up
Either
very
double
far
fire.
forward, and with these weak weapons, it's just all too easy.
John and Zelsis.
हाँ
For 4. Finally, Mini will have access to his
गनाया
weapon,
नहीं
but
था
not
रे
before Narrate cuts him to the quick.
ये Zelsis अल्ट वाला राउंड
Drop pistol.
क्लियर
And
कट
even
वो
up
अल्ट
the
का
game.
वजह से जीते राउंड
Outrageous value.
भाई
from the
crazy
early
ult था
steel garden that Zelsis
crazy
got access to. As this round closes out, Zekin doing enough to earn his showstopper as well. So advantages continue to cycle for Sentinels. Can't be mad at XLG trying to get some blank space. That is always a win condition when you're getting the spike down on C.
crazy
But they're not able to push far enough to get out of the steel garden. They didn't have an opportunity to retreat to a little pocket
W
that's
ult
on the edge
W
of
ult
halls. So ultimately dealt with so easily as they just have classics in that scenario.
Another valuable defense
क्या
side
कर
round for
सकते हैं
SEN. They feel
लोग?
like they've worked 2 attack side rounds on this map sometimes. Zekin sees enough.
कोकोनट भाई
Draws a beat on Coconut with the showstopper, and that's the omen gone. No more control util.
कोकोनट भाई जंप
For
किया
XLG to get into any of these sites.
W यार
Means they can't cover off stairs, they can't cover off B upper.
खुले में बिग
They
फैन
can't
किया
smoke
बे
for a safe trigger of the
भाई
shield wall on
मच्छर
C
मेरी
either.
मच्छर की आवाज आ रही है माइक से भाई घूम रहा है बे
Top line goes down. Nothing to cut off Heaven. Raga, does he want to push for more? Going to slide across. Trying to get someone to swing off of him. Relay bolt decent. Forces send back. Spike down.
But they can't stall the relay. They don't have any dark covers. Rolling Thunder though comes out. XLG hoping to fight with it, but there wasn't really an opportunity.
ब्रीच अल्ट
Zekin
यूज
gets
किया
in
एक
there,
तो
down
मैं
by Mini Stinger, and Shorty, yep, will get the job done.
4v5 भाई कुछ
Smoke
भी
the
बोलो
overlap
भाई
back door
कुछ
direction.
भी ये लोग
Needs
का
to make a
बॉल्स ऑफ
decision
स्टील अलग लेवल है बे ये लोग
Anything
मतलब
on a timing with
प्रॉपर
Happyway. It's
विन
awkward
के
with
लिए
the
खेल
Marshall
रहे हैं
trying to
समझ रहा
retake
है
it. Now he's going to be revealed essentially by the Prowler. Happyway taking pot shots, but doesn't quite have the accurate spike location.
राउंड विन
He's
नहीं हुआ
not trained
लेकिन
on the mark.
रिस्क लेने में डरते नहीं है
A
लोग
little uncomfortable towards the end of the round.
भाई अगर वहाँ पे ओमेन नहीं रहता ना ओमेन का ब्लाइंड नहीं आता ये लोग
American squad.
उसके मार देते थे
The XLG IGL could get accomplished. Trapped in
ये राउंड का एमवीपी ओमेन ब्रो
Zekin just feeling like,
बैंग
damn, I got my showstopper already. I guess I'll just use it to win this anti-half buy. Why not?
अल थोड़ा सा
3
वेस्ट
little
हुआ क्योंकि
kills,
बैंक का
set things
काउंटर
up.
वो ब्लाइंड आया
Lack of smokes when the execute comes
एक
through.
सेकंड भी वो
XLG
ब्लाइंड
risk
लेट
a
आता ना
lot
भाई
going
दो
for the
बंदे
rolling
मरते
thunder
थे
to
वो
push
लोग
into
के
spawn, which is essentially nullified just by Bang. Anyhow, on this full
देखा
buy,
स्ट्रीम
early
स्नाइपर
A
देखा
fight
कास्टर को
20
यही
minutes,
बोला
XLG getting out fast, Raga using
पूरा ब्रीच का
that
अल्ट
lane to
का
get
वो किया
forward. Sen want none of it. They peel back to the site.
Looks like Coconut ulted for some
Yeah.
information. Zekin down, that's a duelist out of the way.
कर दे
Happyway leads. It gets aggressive, but Bangs able to spray down through the box. A good TP away, and Narrate picks up the line for him.
क्या ब्लाइंड
Again,
वापस
defensive trading,
नीचो
very, very strong for
वापस
Sentinels.
3 बंदे ब्लाइंड मार
Next
दिए
swing around
भाई
that corner, Bang is handled. Diva, though, low. Sen have given up this A site now.
वापस 3 बंदे ब्लाइंड मार दिए ब्रो
John retreats temporarily. Zels is silently working downstairs, hoping that. Oh my God! What a double face! That's beautiful from XLG.
The man-hour drone isn't going in John's direction. He is able to slip past it. Coconut, though, finds it. John knows approximately where the Sova was.
ये लोग
But Coconut
मारते
holds it
रे
down while his
बीच से
teammate was in the drone.
मारते भी लोग
There we go. There's some of those good fundamentals that we are calling on XLG to have. Even when that execute is getting scary, chaotic. Sen are doing a nice job fighting backside. There was another great paranoia from Bang.
Enemy remains.
they're able to still double up, fight together. They clear out Zelsis, who is silently rapping downstairs. Well played.
Where is Raga? Where is Raga?
Nah.
Quiet game to say the least.
Hasn't been fully needed so far. Happyway continues to pick up some of the slack. Viva.
Actually इसको कुछ ऐसा करना पड़ेगा कि ये बंदा एक्टिव हो, वो लोग को थोड़ा इजी हो जाएगा.
On an easy full buy here.
ये बंदे को एक्टिव जैसे सेकंड को एक्टिव किया था.
Circumstance, no fanfare about this A-side take. XLG are allowed to simply walk up.
Lightball took him out from there and stunned up.
He's got to get Raga across to the side. They know he's here. Zelsis gets the drop on him. And the Razor Blade means that nobody can follow up on the Neon.
Vice के साइड में घुसा दिया.
Oh god, no one is looking in that
Last player standing.
Once again, it's the timing that XLG are just not ready for.
दो blind
this
है
round,
उसके
the
मुंह पे, क्या
round
करेगा?
here is really going to hurt the Chinese #1 squad.
बाकी लोग wall पे stuck
hard for round 1.
भाई तू किसकी तरफ है? यार मैं सेन की तरफ हूँ लेकिन.
They just want to go for the full A, execute fast.
Close.
Sentinels
ये
making
लोग बस aim
a
बहुत
good
अच्छा है
decision
बे.
to read on this round to pivot that Zelsis utility setup over to A. Everything there. And XLG just rush things right
पहले ये लोग को
past the
tree
sheer
open
wall.
करके
It cuts off
at least
any
Vice
hope
का
for Raga,
util
who's
bait करना है और
further
फिर
kept
info
at
लेना
bay
पड़ेगा.
As the thorns are on the
सीधा wall
ground.
पे आ रही चाह नहीं इधर
There was
से.
an additional flash
सीधा
too.
wall trigger
Zelsis
करके
again,
नहीं
that arc
घुस
rose,
सकते.
it's just always in that same spot.
आज मेरा बर्थडे है, 4 समोसा खा लेना.
The XLG duel
भाई
is being
4 समोसा का
disconnected,
4000 होता है
isolated.
भाई.
10 seconds left.
गॉड किलर भाई तुम्हारा बर्थडे है. तुम नहीं चाहते मैं 5 स्टार से खाऊं समोसा?
Player of Baby Door on a cover of smoke. Sensei, we don't have to fight hard for rubble this round. We're going to let you walk into that Sentinel util.
डेजर्ट में जुलाब जामुन खाऊं.
Mary too just able to get in a nice close-up tuck position, hold
many happy returns of the day. God kill bye.
Unreal on Sunset.
Vice too strong than any Sentinel. Cypher is also strong.
Didn't rack him up to the top of the board.
Cypher and ये मैप में दोनों अच्छा. Vice या Cypher. Cypher भी as good as Vice.
He's having a great game. Great tournament at
बस
that.
ये
The best
कि
player for SEN in their opener against Wolves.
Cypher chaos में खड़े रह के मार सकता है. With 2 cage and trip अगर trip टूटा तो भी. और Vice पूरा push रोक सकता है. तो दोनों का अलग-अलग advantage है.
So far, he has had the better of Raga in every single encounter that they have had.
You know, we've seen a similar story like this before at international events, where a team goes on an incredible run, and then they debut in the playoffs because they get to skip the group stage, but they're fresh to the pressure, to the prestige of an international event, and there's nerves. They get off to a slow start.
Even Kaplan said, with how the logistics work at the venue when getting set up, we have had to work really hard to get a routine established that lets us be energetic when we get to the stage. He said that's been a big reason why their starts have been slow, and XLG are just now figuring that out the hard way.
It reminds me of the team most analogous to XLG, when now G2, the Guard, debuted on LAN years ago after being on a sick run that's starting in the playoffs and struggling at their first event. Both of these teams, the two best ascended teams we have now. Hard to not draw comparisons.
This is XLG who are filling the shoes of
EDG,
which is a big job. That's the top representative from their scene. Access gained to the C side, but as usual, SEN will allow for this.
वो पुश रोक नहीं पाओगे जबकि बाकी दोनों सेंटिनल पुश रोक
सकते हैं. Best aimers from XLG. Raga wants to push forward. He's hungry for that first kill.
Oh no. Raga wins it out. He's first in the game. Eventually he'll fall, but he feels like he's probably done enough now. Narang wanted to get ahead of this. In fact, all of Sentinels disrespecting. Here's that flood. Midi on the line, marked down. Of course, decayed quite low by that nightfall. Still gets hit. We're going to be pinged out to the back of the site now. Nuruk left here for the attackers and Happyways somehow wended his way behind Sentinels. It's all on John. Plenty to see, a lot of targets to go for, and he knows, of course, those pulsing tethers where he needs to look.
Unfortunate.
Happyway gives him a tickle. He's got 3 bullets left in the chamber. No time to reload.
But बोल रहे हो ये लोगों का aim है bro.
But a much needed one.
फिर अल्ट के साथ ये लोग इको जीते भाई.
We finally get an XLG bad by round win. They had gotten away with things just like this countless times during their run in China. Finally able to flip the script on SEN, get their economy going, which has been a struggle throughout this entire series so far.
Ungodly flank timing from Happyway really unraveled that for Sentinels. So now it'll be
Happy
hit it up against Bang at the A side.
और रारगा को मेरे को देखने
Senna noticed a lot in this tournament as a whole. Not particularly aggro.
Last game
they're not
उसका
running it down,
कुछ shots crispy लग रहा था. ये game तो
letting
मारा
things
नहीं.
come to them, letting the game come to them.
It's the loss of the breach in this comp for Sentinels as well. They have a little bit less to disrupt with. You know, usually the Omen and Breach could double up there with the Duelist, but no fault line here for Sentinels.
Well timed on this pit. John throws down to stop any aggression towards C. Drone hoping to be used to clear him out, but he's able to get out of the way. And with the drone expired, you just really can't feel comfortable trying to get through the pit. So this is a pivot back to A, where a couple XLG players are inserted.
Is there a timing out of tree to be found for Sentinels?
C fight लेके A fake करके B वाला. In वो situation में usually B post plant खेलते हैं सब लोग.
That's going to be checked for. Relay bomb comes in, but they're not ready for this. Second in the corner. Narrate from Upper.
One enemy
Picture perfect hole from Sentinels.
वो लोग के
Stopping
इसमें घुस
XLG
गए
in their
थे.
tracks.
वो लोग के इसमें घुस गए.
XLG threw just so much utility into tree,
मैं
but
खेला बेसिक.
not getting the connections with it. Relay
के साथ
bolt.
खेला भाई.
I don't believe pings onto anyone there.
No,
B retake रखा सेन ने.
Onto the side through tree.
C आ रहे थे. वाइपर अल्ट मारा, उसके हेल्थ के लिए भी एक बंदा था और तीन बंदे. Simple strat. Simple read लेकिन outplayed.
Narrates they're so fast to pick up heaven.
Straight up
Cuts
outplayed.
off the other duo that are trying to wrap into the site on the split from Tree and Main. And XLG right back onto the eco for what feels like the millionth time in this game. They've had such economic
ऐसे मैच
struggles
में ना
throughout the
usually
series.
B एक बंदा या फिर B retake होता है. और स्पेशली जब A पे utils नहीं आ रहे ना, अगर रेस का नेट जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल ये राउंड रेस का नेट नहीं आया, तो अगर तुम लोग B जाओगे ना, तुम लोग को दरवाजा तोड़ने का भी आवाज आ जाएगा A लिंक का. तुम लोग वहाँ पे भी फाइट ले सकते हो.
Thought Marshall was going to blow some mines there. What can Zek do here?
अभी जैसा जो हो रहा है, दरवाजा खुला है, वहाँ पे साइफर लॉक कर कैंप तोड़, ये राउंड निकाल सकता है. ये राउंड एक्सएलजी निकाल सकता है.
Hunter's Fury deployed onto the map, and XLG have unfettered access now to this B site.
ये देखो
John will
इको
be
है.
forced away by this aftershock.
Some great util from them to get in.
इको है,
Heads up
लेकिन
hot from Narrate. We'll get
Positioning
the
देखो बे.
positioning of Happyway. The one hero rifle for XLG will have to come up huge with a flank timing, something.
The paranoia, maybe a seize to let them flood in behind, but they don't have the brim, or rather the breach flashes to work with. So far, so good. Still weaker weaponry for the attackers. Paranoia connects. Narrate deals with Happyway, and Viva now takes some pot shots in through that smoke. John has to get on the defuse, but Coconut's already found some damage. A better weapon, maybe. It's half. John!
ब्रो जेकिन ने बचाया ब्रो. भाई बिना गन्स का डैमेज देखो. बिना गन्स का डैमेज देखो और ब्रीच ने अल्टी भी यूज नहीं किया. ब्रीच क्रॉस कर रहा था. इमेजिन सेम रोड विद गन्स एंड ब्रीच प्लेइंग B-mid.
That was looking more than dangerous.
यहाँ पे सोआ के जगह पे ब्रीच होता था. Imagine.
Stepping up. Two isolated 1v1s. XLG not swinging together in that
ये
moment.
प्ले वो लोग कर सकते हैं. वापस वो लोग कर सकते.
Looked like they just couldn't get out wide enough through door, perhaps. Pretty.
लेकिन पहले C लड़ने का डायरेक्ट भी नहीं जाने का. इनके से अगर वाइस का सेटअप B पे रहेगा ना, वॉल और
they've got a full buy.
लग गया.
They've got a rolling thunder.
Sin actually throw a more decisive A-side variation. A bit of rubble
अभी ये राउंड लोग वापस हार
It
जाएंगे.
doesn't pan out. No XLG
ये
or
लोग सीधे
elsewhere. They've got
वापस हार
so
जाएंगे.
much. A veritable
पूरा
ton of
सेटअप पे जा
util
रहे
to try
हैं.
and fight through it again.
पीछे वाले रुक गए.
Sliding
दोनों
past the
स्पाइक
shield.
खुला
Where's
है.
the backup supposed to be for Raga?
देख रहे
In this half, they were able to get rid of those walls and then work the map,
और
try and go for an
क्योंकि
execute
नियॉन
late
ने
in these
बी पे वॉल
fast
किया
hits.
और बी पे आवाज
Just not
किया,
going to
वो
pan
लोग
out when
बी
you're not
रिक्लियर
getting
करने के लिए
accurate
ऑलरेडी 2 बंदे आ
information on
गए,
the Vice.
देखने को कि कोई अंदर
You just
घुसा क्या, कोई
cannot
लर्क
run
कर
into
रहा है,
Zelsis setups like
Are they
that.
assuming that Zelsis
तो
is
लोग
an A
दरवाजा
again?
खोल के सीधा बी भी नहीं जा सकते.
There's no attempt to force that wall out.
हर सी पे प्लान जैसा प्लान फेल हो गया सी पे, वो लोग डायरेक्ट बी पे नहीं जा सकते, तो बी पे ऑलरेडी 2
XLG are
बंदे
going to get a
रहेंगे,
bit of control towards Rubble. 40 seconds or so left.
तो और स्लो खेलना पड़ेगा.
Still rolling
और स्लो खेलेगा तो और टाइमिंग का प्रॉब्लम होगा. अभी ये राउंड वापस टाइम का प्रॉब्लम है. वो लोग अभी ये जो करके जा रहे सी पे, अभी सी पे ऑलरेडी पूरा सेटअप. 3 बंदे ने अगर 2 बंदे रहेंगे तो भी ये राउंड के लग गए.
There's still so much util here. Happyway tries to find a timing. He does get in first, clears out some of the thorns.
Make sure to end him though. Nope, Zelsis gets to him first. A com level play from Happyway over the course of this map, but he's too low to do anything there at that site. That's a save here for XLG, whichever way you slice it. They'll have high hopes to make use of this Rolling Thunder overdrive couple in the last round of the half.
That's going to be their only hope. The cash is lower than low.
लेकिन सेन का प्रॉपर काउंटर वाला वो सेटअप बिठा के रख.
He has been so disconnected from
वो
the
लोग एक प्लान बी
team. It's resulted in his 10 deaths at the moment. This was an issue on Sunset that simply had to be fixed on Lotus.
बार-बार C is usually easier side to enter. Usually ये मैप में C पे एक ही बंदा गया, जो भी सेंटिनल रहता है, या फिर चेंबर, या फिर वाइस, या फिर किलजॉय. मेजॉरिटी टाइम पे C पे सिर्फ एक सेंटिनल गया. इसमें C is easier to hit.
No haunt pings though, nothing yet to play off of.
They have dodged the Prowler that Narek just sent to get some info, so perhaps some false information. XLG, they want to contact off the back of that Prowler.
Bro, finally वो लोग
forward.
A पे आवाज करके भी जा रहे हैं.
It's a baby door. They want to get into this big site right now. Rarga going forward with the overdrive. Vulnerable up. Can he even find a target? How deep does he want to push?
John still respects it. They're trying to set up a multi-phase situation.
Bas.
49. He's got himself 2.
ये
That's
मारा
gonna have to
उसने,
be enough.
लेकिन उतना बस था.
Shows up for second. Fire! Oh man! And the paint shells.
He's doing it all. Not only does he stop the plant, but that's the Rolling Thunder gone.
Now Coconut trying to figure out if there's a way to make use of this from the shadows.
Bro, happy.
And instead he goes to the shadow realm. Second and Bang are in no hurry. That's out to Happyway, who's definitely been the most inspired component of this XLG outfit to try and make this respectable 5 rounds in this first half.
30 seconds
Can get this
left.
plant out safe. If he does, we'll have an opportunity to throw that neural threat. There we go. He knows where to look.
Now sometimes even if you know what's coming, it doesn't make it any easier. It's second with 3. And SEN complete yet another 8-4 half. On a map they themselves chose, knowing full well that it was XLG's best battleground.
नेट से कैसे मारा वो?
The pistol and initial anti-eco, by the way.
ये राउंड ब्रीच का गलती था शायद. नेट से कैसे मारा? नेट से नहीं मारना चाहिए.
Got a quick break here, a chance for XLG to take their breath, and they need it. Stick around and see if this Chinese team can find their feet and composure after this.
डबल नॉलेज बंग भाई हमें भी सिखा दो.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12 episodes.
टाइम नहीं है ये कंटेंट बनाने का बस.
Lessons for anyone looking to understand the
Why
world
supporting
of
XLG?
competitive
I'm
gaming.
supporting
Ready
SEN,
to learn
bro.
the game behind the game?
I want
Stay tuned
XLG
for
to
what's
play
next.
good.
You won't want to miss it.
Bottles knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard.
सैचल किल आफ्टर आल्ट. सैचल नेट दोनों लगा उसको. मारा नेट से शायद.
I wanna bump a beat that goes hard.
Why don't you try proper coaching for SEL वाला लेना था SEN coach? भाई मेरे जैसा पर्सनालिटी को बहुत इसका फियर रहता है. समझ रहे हो? मैं इसको ज्ञान नहीं मिल सकता हूँ, इसका अचीवमेंट मेरे से ज्यादा है. मैं खुद को वैसा वो क्या बोलते उसका इंफीरियरिटी कॉम्प्लेक्स वो बोल सकते शायद समझ रहे हो मतलब प्लेयर का रैंक रेडियंट है मैं उनको सिखाऊंगा क्या वैसा वाला भले मेरा पॉइंट बराबर रहेगा लेकिन वो एक
Another half that features great strides taken forward by Sentinels in this first game of playoffs.
वो एक है मेरे में
XLG languishing much as they did on Sunset.
Superiority complex होता
More
है
attack side rounds on Lotus is definitely not what you want to come away with. But Sen have been very, very solid.
टाइटल बड़ा वही हुआ PRX का हाँ भाई टाइटल में लिखता
you can see John QT especially looking very, very good here.
लोग ये भी बोल सकते हैं मैं फ्यूचर से हूँ
The pressure on Sentinels has felt pretty limited even in a lot of these higher stakes rounds.
You could just see the distinct difference in the value that the guns have been getting because on most of, if not, you know, a decent amount of the full buy rounds from XLG resulted in just 5-man running into a site where Zelsus was posted up and everybody just died. So they're not getting really any value from the guns on those rounds, which unfortunately tells the story of their current state. They still need to wake up. Rarga needs to come life on defense right now. Was finding himself so disconnected from the pack, mostly due to Zelsus on the Vice. 4-11. This is not acceptable right now for XLG's star player who dominated the Chinese region to get here in the first place. They need to come to life, get their heads in the game, shed the nerves away.
We said they had one of their 3 win conditions in that first map and it wasn't enough. This time they got 0. Raka.
एक टाइम पे रेडिएंट था अभी खेलता नहीं
Zelsus is just
मैं तो वापस चला जाऊंगा इमोजली
and this round is no exception.
Hey you sound like me मैं भी था एक टाइम पे रेडिएंट
The footsteps, the pitter patter bang is ready.
मैं तो अभी Immortal 2 भी almost free था एक गेम दूर था
and steps up. John is just too clean with it. It's on Happyway, who's not been able to reprise that incredible performance from Sunset. Has been a little quiet.
Is it a good idea from XLG? Sure, but the execution falls to pieces. Where are the trades? Where is the good spacing that we saw from them in their run? It just crumbles out. And Happyway B, a hero, catches John on the cross. Isolated 1v1, but it's one out by bang. It feels like that could be the nail being driven into the coffin of XLG. He swings, disjointed. Got the flash out, not the gun out. Assist Viva.
Nice. Okay.
अब सभी करते हैं ना
BC crunch ahead on that initial swing.
काउंटर करने के लिए लोग रेडी रहते हैं.
Even though these rounds have been won by Sentinels, you can see they're not fully satisfied. I mean, Kaplan does seem a little bit more relaxed than usual.
He's allowing Qbert to watch the game once again.
ये मैप पे बेस्ट एक ही चीज लगता है ए पे इन्फो लो देखो कौन से इन्फो पे कब वो लोग प्रेशर करते हैं
Well, I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
और अगर प्रेशर नहीं कर रहे चुपचाप पे जाओ अगर प्रेशर कर रहे न्यूट्रल का इन्फो लेके सी जाओ
Eventually they're going to have to go hunting themselves.
और ये प्लान ए है अगर ये प्लान वर्क नहीं करता है चुपचाप दरवाजा खोल के दरवाजा तोड़ के बी जाओ 50% पे खेलो रीटेक
He had it all to do on that corner with the sheriff. It'll be tough to pull
रीटेक नहीं सॉरी पोस्ट प्लान
And with the Cypher pressed up so close there, dying alone. Sentinel, they're just supposed to accelerate into this C site.
XLG lower bracket जाएगा.
XLG with classics only.
डिलीवर्ड आ रहा है.
From Zelsus. Rarga gets one trade.
The thing is here for Sentinels will have plenty of application. Rarga's got a bulldog to hand currently. There is a the quad stack that XLG tried to set up at the start of the round just got used against them, albeit with better guns.
That long-range stinger coming into play. It's now or never for XLG. Sentinel's bonus round buy is not incredible. Just a fast B execute, get Zekin up close with the stinger, try to get him into heaven off of a double satchel.
He's got a judge.
I'd be shocked to see something like that. Oh, it does switch it up actually. Throws the stinger elsewhere.
GG है ये राउंड डिसाइड करेगा वैसे तो GG है
Rarga wants to fight. He loves to fight Mound.
क्या अगर मेरे माउस में बैटरी रहेगा ना तो अपन मेंबर्स ओनली वैलो करेंगे रात को
which they were leaning into heavily.
We've seen so much
रहेगा
less
तो 10 मिनट बाद
of
आऊंगा
that
चार्ज
sort of
करके
mount fighting happening here in Toronto in this current meta wire.
उनका knowledge enjoy
Sen especially have not gone for those
same
early
time
fights.
I learned a lot from me in game and for life. Thanks a lot. Love you, Shlok. Bye.
Sentinels are opting to leave Zelsis in this position, keep their options
कोई
open
भी
for a
इमेट खाते हो
potential
क्या
pivot
मतलब?
back as they want to re-clear towards Mound in this mid-round. Narrate does have a Prowler to get out here, potential Haunt as well. Stun onto
कौन
Zelsis,
सा
they want
mouse
to
use कर
isolate
सकता है?
despite Raga pushing forward.
Normal
Great double
sim पे
peek,
पूछो
I
भाई.
love that proactivity to find an advantage. That's going to give away the game as well.
W
Looking
move.
rotation from XLG on the top of the map, taking out that Sentinel. They know the hit is going to be coming into A.
Jack's got one job and one job only, but Viva had the stopping power of a Mac truck
Smoke later.
to take the raise out of the round. Bang, drill with bullets through the boxes. Narrate getting just the kind of engagement this Stinger player wants.
W trades.
Actually got a rifle to play with.
Enemy remaining.
He will be the last one standing.
Bro.
Spike down.
Bro.
Right for Prince, John stepped up.
Bro.
Down. Like you mentioned, not a great bonus here from Sen, but XLG get the drop on Zelsis over at Mound, convert to a nice little A retake.
That's exactly why they have that cam there. They get a good.
ये जो आपने बात कही है अब भी लगा दे चार्ट पे माउस.
Suddenly enter it.
I think it's a very W move.
But that's just a guy with a stinger. We have Neon relay bolt. Let's just get that fast double P.
बराबर है तुम लोग का बात.
Be okay.
Blink twice if you're in danger.
तुम लोग बहुत बराबर है.
Now here we go.
अभी डालो.
Sentinels fully buying up into this.
इधर से lower bracket, उधर से out. Lower bracket में कौन है इनका opponent?
Triple walk down the Mound side. Recon bolt dealt with. Viva takes some damage on the jump spot, but does get the valuable early information.
अरे देने टाइम है obviously भाई 6 महीने के अंदर SEN जीत के इंटरनेशनल स्टेज पे लो. 6 महीने में.
Scale off of it.
G2 है इनका opponent.
The Zelsis can use to watch for that kind of push behind Sentinels. Will let them know at least in advance that they have a timer against them. Narrate pinged out, so he needs to back away to the safest spot possible.
Still waiting.
अगर XLG का एक प्लेयर कुछ crazy step up कर लिया तो ही जीत सकता है.
This door toggle, Zelsis has to call this quickly. He's able to avoid the paranoia, but he doesn't want to take this fight.
They've left second all the way over a tree on A, by the way, as they're trying to get him stopped. Raga again able to find an opener. And it's a pivot back as Second is just taking this forward position. Can Hathaway catch him? Yes, he does. Second shot in the side.
W hold happy.
Rough assumptions. And Narrate is getting involved here with
I
the
was joking.
No one getting pinged down by that recon. Bang with a smoke on upper, but still no plant. That spike is loose.
This is XLG just taking his time, ready to pounce when the spike gets tapped. 15 seconds left.
Playing close to Raga. That is a full
दे दे spike दे दे. Jump करके spike दे, ult मार के जाएगा C.
7 seconds left. Still needs to be applied at some point. John taken down by Coconut. Off that push from stairs. And it's all on Bang. Bulldog with Midi and Viva standing in his way.
ओपन प्लान करता है लोग दरवाजा खोल के जाते लड़ते लड़ते. ये नहीं होना था. इतना अच्छा XLG खेल के ये नहीं होना था.
At the next round of playoffs.
XLG just cannot be giving that away this late in the game. Bang, that initial kill, the paranoia into the swing on Raga at Waterfall to bring it into the 3 versus 3. Coconut just
अरे मैडम आराम से.
a little bit early before the players from Heaven could
तो
descend
मैडम
into
लोग
the
डायरेक्ट
site.
स्टेज पे आके
Doesn't
गेमिंग
wait to
करेंगे लग
play
रहा है
off
मेरे
the
को.
fault line or the flash, and he's punished for it. I think this is frankly the best map that Bang has had so far in this tournament. XLG are in so much danger. And at a moment that felt unlosable, there were only 15 seconds on the clock.
Sen has more experience on that, obviously, bro.
And now Sen's expecting some form of reprisal from XLG.
First time international stage खेल रहा है. Sen first time कभी international stage का लोग इधर खेला नहीं है. वैसा वाला scenario है भाई. बहुत experience के मामले में तो जमीन आसमान का फर्क है.
Prowlers from Narrate, very passive here as John just trying to ensure that no one from XLG pushes too deep. Second taking the peek. What whiffs onto Midi?
Bro, not bad for the first time, chat. Not bad at all.
And Midi can just have himself an outlaw. All of a sudden, the weaponry from XLG looks
first time international stage not bad. बहुत कुछ सीख सकते हो लोग.
He's swinging potentially into multiple angles where he could have even gone just traded out, but now Midi has picked up the outlaw. A couple.
बड़ा शॉट तो कुछ बढ़िया लग रहा है XLG.
For SEN as they
एकदम प्यार एकदम चिपकने वाले.
Necessary to break it. Spike is here.
लेकिन प्रॉब्लम है कि इनका भी चिपकता है ना.
Bang also with the from the shadows.
प्रॉब्लम है कि इनका भी चिपक के रहा है.
A lot to work with, and the spam is going to be deadly from this Odin. A very permeable piece of wall stands between SEN and XLG, and Raga hopes to step up. Razorvine here is definitely going to be respected. Still not yet applied, and Narrator's gone down. The spike is loose. John's going to come forward. It's him and Delsis versus the entirety of XLG combined might. And Delsis with the spray gets him there.
Oh my god, bro, ये भी round आ रहे हैं.
Sentinels descend into bloodlust and set up match point.
XLG just need to rush in there, stop the spike from going down. Multiple situations now where there is little to no time on the clock for Sentinels to get the spike down. There's so much excellent pressure from XLG coming in. But things are again disconnected. Coconut just a little bit too fast.
वो भी है God Speed भाई, वो भी
Three
है.
of them not swinging together. Zelsis
वो भी है.
able to take advantage.
लेकिन इधर भी 2v2 में if there is 5 seconds,
to get the two-man spray down.
एक बंदा ही मारने का ट्राई करेगा स्पाइक वाले को.
Feeling of
दो पिक करके क्यों फाइट लेकिन 5 सेकंड अगर मारा तो राउंड जीत गया. अगर नहीं मारा तो दूसरे बंदे को 1v2 खेलना पड़ेगा और उसको दोनों का पोजीशन पता रहेगा.
What comes next after the Hail Mary, Wyatt? They've run out of rosary beads to clutch onto. XLG throw everything at Sentinels in that round. Everybody, every player gets in there.
That's the best option.
Raga with the overdrive. And they walk into this round at least with a Hunter's Fury they can work something off of, but send in a post plant for the game with potentially a Viper's Pit to work with. That is a terrifying prospect.
स्पैम पड़ा. दोनों स्पैम ने बड़ा बाहर निकल के मारे वो लोग.
Opportunities to close this
दोनों
out.
स्पाइक वाले को देख रहे थे.
And the advantage that they're going to have coming into this round feels insurmountable. One orb away from a Steel Garden and Showstopper, plus a pit
Bro,
for the
kill wise देखो ना
post-plant.
दोनों टीम कितना क्लोज है यार.
Second just needs to collect
ये लोग 9 से 11 है, वो लोग 13 से 15 है. ना ज़्यादा जमीन आसमान का फर्क नहीं है kill wise. Stat wise थोड़ा left right हो रहा है. Coordination wise थोड़ा left right हो रहा है.
A win against Wolves was called Mickey Mouse. Against BLG, SEN weren't really given credit. An easy run to playoffs, they said. Now against the #1 team from China, selected specifically by them. At what point do we start realizing that they're a separate team to what they were last year? Giving them that credit.
डिफॉल्ट भी देखो बे. इधर भी पुश हो गया ना.
After a
राउंड
shocker
लीड
in
इधर भी
Bangkok.
पुश हो गया. मुंडी घुमाएगा वहाँ पे 3 जन देखेंगे.
Slow from
B
Sentinel,
push रहेंगे,
open
B
things
push
up,
रहेंगे, A push रहेंगे.
expecting that out of the timeout that could have been
ऐसा default है
incredibly
टीम का bench.
proactive. Play from the defenders, pushing at them. It's Raga alone in mount. Danger as Celsius does spot him out. As you mentioned, this Hunter's
एक आवाज आएगा सी पुश और ऐसे देखेंगे
could
बस
be
खत्म.
the crux of XLG winning this and staying in the game.
There's smoke. This might be a pretty quick one. SEN really angling for a powerful
Yeah,
post
ult मार
with a
के.
Viper's Pit in the mix.
Backside blind,
Feels the
पीछे
pressure,
straight.
it's immense.
बस.
Second now with the Showstopper holding on to this for a time. To upper, what's the timing going to be?
30
Raga
seconds
able to
left.
avoid it. Here is that Viper's Pit though. All of that retake, U2 going to start to be expended by XLG. They're going to try to find
चलो
it.
space मिल गया.
Coconut starts though. Seconds down. Johnny's down and so is the Pit. On top of the Razorvine. XLG have found some step, but Bang and Narrate still stand in their way, and Bang, careful on the corner, swing on it, Raga reads low, the slide is good, and now it's Narrate. He'll be revealed in a moment, but he'll do the same. Throw that seed
Sound नहीं है.
spray around the corner, Raga, Taha,
अरे
keep XLG's head up.
भाई क्या प्लान था नरेट का bro.
The star duo activate
Fuck,
the 2
मरा नहीं
versus
भाई
2.
crazy plan था नरेट का.
That they take care of Bang on that angle.
उसको पता था उसका प्लान नहीं है लेकिन उसको ये भी पता था उसको क्या करना है.
Just baits it out of that position and swings wide.
और उसको ले लेता है कि यही प्लान था. Best है वो default.
Happyway able to capitalize off of Bang's crosshair placement being broken. The first step taken in an arduous journey back into this game. But XLG have managed to, at the very least, put SEN onto an eco. just given they did so much damage in those prior rounds, they certainly walked away from feeling like they should have even won. Sen, all players stacked up amount, probably gets the info.
What? The long range stinger. Coconut, who stood tall in that last retake, has already fallen. Chance for a gun recovery. Bucky Town is exactly where Braga gets dragged.
लेकिन एक अच्छा है रोटेशन बहुत जल्दी है.
There's a rifle pick up for Zek and John goes to work. XLG thrust onto the stage, thrust into the spotlight to speak on behalf of their region against the juggernaut of SEN.
चार बंदे मरे. तुम लोगों को कोई यूटिल दिखा है?
By one.
One way smoke का लो. I think सिर्फ one way smoke का.
Now put it all on Viva. And Sentinels have no incentive to push off this site whatsoever. They'll await the chime of the victory music. Viva down to 50.
Thank you for the membership.
For XLG and Sentinels.
John 15 मार दिया
The
भाई.
Reaper to visit the last door of China. The side quest is done. And Sunny Skies in Sen City as they are the last remaining America's team in the.
मेरे को एक बात बताओ, सेन ने तीनों टीम को हरा दिया ना? वुल्फ, बीएलजी और एक्सएलजी तीनों टीम को हरा दिया ना? और देखो भाई.
You can't help but continue to talk about
Masterclass
Neon on map 1 Sunset. He is playing some of the best in Valorant we have ever seen for one of our all-time stars. And now after this, Sentinels will go up against one of Pacific's monsters in PRX.
That is their reward, Sentinels. They know exactly what's coming. To be the best, you've got to beat the best. They
अब PRX को देगी.
dispatched an entire region.
सेन जीतेगा PRX से हमने. भाई यही चीज का सबसे बुरा लगता है, पता है? एक टीम अगर तीनों टीम को मारेगा ना एक रीजन का, तो कोई ये नहीं बोल सकता कि अगर मेरा मैच वो टीम के सामने रहता शायद हम हारा देते थे. तीनों ही हारे हो भाई. चौथा वाला टीम आके बोलेगा शायद सेन को हरा सकते थे अपन रहते तो. हाँ गलत भाई. Prathamesh bhai, thank you for the membership. मेरी जान के टोटे.
Motivated to try and prove them wrong?
No, I wasn't really surprised. I thought they were going to try and avenge their brothers, so I kind of expected it, and I was looking forward to the match. I thought it was going to be a lot of fun.
Now, your coach, after map 1, said there were some similarities between XLG and Wolves and Billy, but he ultimately felt like it was actually an easier matchup on stage once the things got going. Playing there, would you agree now you face all three teams?
Yep.
I wouldn't say it's easier. It's just a little bit different. I think compared to Wolves and Billy, they play a little bit more standard. So it was something that we were a bit more used to, but definitely not easier. They're still really good.
Do you think when it comes to your
Humble,
current
baby,
playstyle, would it be stronger or weaker against some shenanigans? Because your next opponent, there's going to be some shenanigans.
I hope stronger. I really hope so. But, I mean, we've faced a lot of shenanigans so far, so I hope we can keep dealing with it.
Shenanigans नहीं पूरा shenanigans गंदा आ रहा है. Second by रुको.
How do you stop that train?
It's hard. You just got to hit your shots and be ready for them.
That's it?
Pretty much, yeah.
I mean, everyone says that though. Everyone's like, you got to out W gaming. And so far, no one's managed to do that. So what's going to be different for you guys?
I mean, it's way easier said than done. I mean, we're just going to come in prepared, have a good game
plan,
and play the match. That's pretty much it.
Well, when it comes to the shooting, you just look so great right now, Zekken. Peak performance. How would you compare this currently for you on your team when it comes to the freedom and the way they support you to the tournaments like Madrid, to Champs? Do you feel like you're getting better?
I feel like I'm getting better. I think the support I'm receiving is pretty similar to last year. I feel really comfortable on stage. I just hope that I can keep shooting. I got really great teammates behind me, so it's a lot of fun.
Love it from you. Thank you so much, Zek, and congratulations once again. We'll see you in a couple of days. But don't worry, you guys, the playoffs action is just getting started.
Chalo guys, bye bye. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. A WWW day. SEN भी जीता, PRX भी जीता. A W day, मजा आ गया. अभी अपन 5 या 10 मिनट, मेरे को चार्ज देखना पड़ेगा. 5 या 10 मिनट में मेंबर्स ओनली आएंगे और वैलो करेंगे. शॉर्ट स्ट्रीम 1.5-2 घंटा वैलो करके चले जाएंगे. ठीक है, ट्राई करूँगा कल दोपहर को आने को, ताकि मैं 5 मैन खेल पाऊँ, क्योंकि मैं खेल नहीं पा रहा हूँ. तो देखते हैं क्या सीन बनता है. ठीक है, मिलते गाइस. बाय बाय. आदियोस चेडे. आदियोस टेक केयर सिया गिफ्टेड कौन से 10 के लाइक्स किधर हुए कौन से 50 गिफ्टेड हेलो 10 के लाइक्स किधर हुए कौन सा गिफ्टेड भाई एक्सक्यूज मी है जी कि तुम एडिट कर रहे हो ना उसको 10 के लाइक्स करके 9 के नहीं हो रही तुम्हारी 10 के करो कल भी दे दूंगा भाई हर दिन नहीं हर दिन ज्यादा हो गया गांड लग जाएगी हाँ कभी भी 10 के लाइक्स होगा दे दूंगा मैं फिलहाल अभी मतलब एक दो बार चलो गाइस बाय बाय आदियोस एड में आदियोस चाहिए गिफ्टेड चाहिए ठीक है मैं 50 गिफ्टेड दे रहा हूँ किधर जाना नहीं ठीक है मैं दे रहा हूँ किधर जाना नहीं
I find you a star and we could be